Chapter 687. It was just as Kui Huai had expected. The formation only lasted for half an hour before it shattered with a loud bang. Although the Blood Eldar cultivators had lost many, none of the Heavenly Realm cultivators had died. "Release the arrows," Kui Huai shouted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of arrows pierced through the air and headed toward the Blood Eldar army. The spiritual arrows combined with the cultivator's true essence. It was enough to kill a divine martial realm cultivator. Insignificant skill. Zhu Yu's expression was indifferent. He simply waved his sleeves, and suddenly, a terrifying genuine vitality burst out, forcefully shattering the oncoming arrows into powder. However, the range of the spiritual arrows was too large. Zhu Yu had no way to block all the spiritual arrows. In just a few breaths of time, hundreds of volleys of arrows had already been shot out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The terrifying rain of arrows caused many Blood Eldar cultivators to scream. Seeing this, Zhu Yu immediately took a step into the air, and a palm energy that was hundreds of feet long blasted toward the city in front of him. Kui Huai's expression did not change. He took out another jade talisman and crushed it. Instantly, the array in the city was activated. A layer of protective shield rose from it and blocked Zhu Yu's attack in an instant. Rumble. The palm energy collided with the shield. The powerful force caused the entire shield to tremble violently, and countless cracks appeared on it. But soon, a large amount of spirit qi emerged and repaired the shield. Fang Xinglan is still somewhat reliable. Kui Huai secretly broke out in a cold sweat. This defensive array was also left behind by Fang Xinglan. He was not too confident that the array could block the attack of an almighty. Fortunately, the array really blocked it. Although it was only a hair's breadth away from shattering, it blocked it. However, Kui Huai did not relax much. Zhu Yu had just made a move and was about to obliterate the array formation. It was still unknown how long the array formation could last. Qi Tianxing said in a deep voice, "Immortal slaying crossbow, please." As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of cultivators dispersed. A crossbow that was 100 feet long was slowly pushed to the top of the city wall. Immortal slaying crossbow. Looking at the crossbow in front of him, Qi Tianxing's eyes lit up. This was a top-notch divine weapon that Qin Shujian had personally forged. Its power was comparable to a six-seal Dao artifact. This was the true treasure of the Qianyuan sacred ground. This was also the greatest help that Qin Shujian could provide by exploiting the loophole in the rule oath. Immediately after, another cultivator carried a huge crossbow that was 10 feet long and placed it on the immortal extermination crossbow. In the end, Qi Tianxing walked in front of the crossbow and pulled on the bowstring. His true yuan surged as he slowly pulled the bowstring back. However, when the bowstring was pulled back by a third, his face had already turned red. "Quick, help!" Qi Tianxing shouted. Immediately, Kui Huai and another celestial approached and worked together to pull the immortal extermination crossbow apart. The bowstring was pulled into a full moon. The formation patterns on the arrows were completely activated. Arcs of light flowed, causing the entire crossbow to emit a dense aura. The moment the crossbow was activated, Zhu Yu suddenly had a strong warning in his heart. The aura emitted by the crossbow on the city wall made him, a ninth-tier celestial being, feel a great deal of fear. For this, Zhu Yu was both shocked and puzzled. He couldn't imagine. How powerful did a crossbow have to be to make him feel threatened? There was no time to think. The bowstring was suddenly released. The immortal extermination crossbow instantly shattered the void, pierced through the domain that belonged to the mighty, and bombarded Zhu Yu. The arrow was very fast. It was like a flash of light. Zhu Yu had no time to dodge at all. He could only burst out his true yuan and punch out. Boom! The fist force collided heavily with the immortal extermination crossbow. Terrifying shockwaves spread out from within. Zhu Yu was directly hit by this force and flew out. After landing, the blood in his body surged. At the moment when Zhu Yu was knocked back, 3 of the Blood Eldar's celestial beings died. Because there was more than one immortal extermination crossbow, The 6-seal Dao artifact-level divine weapon, combined with the celestial being's bow, erupted with power comparable to that of a mighty expert. Except for Zhu Yu, who could resist. The rest of the Blood Eldar celestial beings were directly shot by the arrow in the air. Terrifying power. Many of the Blood Eldar's celestial beings revealed a look of horror. It's Emperor Qin's method again. Zhu Yu's face was cold. Although he had never seen the immortal extermination crossbow, he knew that such a divine weapon could only be made by Qin Shujian. In the 4 continents. Who was qualified to make such a divine weapon? There was no need to think. Only one person could do it. Also at this time, a long sword stretched out from the void. The cold killing intent burst out, making Zhu Yu's heart beat violently. Without thinking, he took a step back. The moment he stepped back, the void was easily cut open by the long sword like a curtain. Then, a Daoist dressed in black walked out from inside. Daoist Black Crow. Zhu Yu's eyes were cold as he said word by word, "Do you also want to be enemies with the Blood Eldar?" While speaking, Zhu Yu's heart was also filled with fear. Daoist Black Crow's strength was very strong. If they really fought, he was not confident that he could win. Especially after the other party had obtained the dragon-slaying sword. His strength was close to that of an emperor. Hearing this, Daoist Black Crow's expression was indifferent. "I am already an honorary elder of the Qianyuan sacred ground. This time, I am here on the order of Emperor Qin to experience the strength of the Blood Eldar." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. The Blood Eldar's celestial beings' faces were ugly, while the human clan's celestial beings' faces were filled with joy. A top expert had arrived. Without a doubt, it relieved a lot of pressure on the human clan. "Daoist Black Crow, have you thought it through? No need to talk nonsense. If you want to deal with the human clan, you have to get through me first." Daoist Black Crow waved his long sword with one hand behind his back. He looked at the Blood Eldar's celestial beings with an indifferent expression. Suddenly, the scene was silent for a while. The next moment, Zhu Yu took the lead and pressed his palm toward Daoist Black Crow. Seeing this, Daoist Black Crow did not retreat or dodge. He slashed out with his long sword. The sword aura easily tore apart the palm aura and continued to slash toward Zhu Yu. He took a step forward. His body moved slightly to the side to avoid the sword aura. Zhu Yu turned his palm into a fist and blasted toward Daoist Black Crow's chest. The moment the two exchanged blows, the 2 celestial beings accompanying the Blood Eldar also attacked at the same time. For them, the biggest threat at the moment was Daoist Black Crow. So, only by working together to deal with Daoist Black Crow could they break through the human clan's territory. Kill. On the city wall, Kui Huai made up his mind. Then, he took a step into the air and took the lead to kill a celestial being of the Blood Eldar. When he made his move, the cultivators of the 4 cities also attacked at the same time. There was no need to defend the city now. Since there were experts on their side coming to help, they would fight with the Blood Eldar. Anyway, the strongest celestial beings had been blocked by Daoist Black Crow. The remaining Blood Eldar's celestial being was only a Saint Realm cultivator. Transcendence and Saints. Although there was a gap, it was not to the extent of being defeated. Just as the Qianyuan sacred ground was fighting with the Blood Eldar, the Great Zhao's side had also officially passed through the portal and approached the Blood Eldar's territory. This time, the Great Zhao could be said to have gone all out. Led by Shi Yang. The rest were Dan Hao, Su Zhon, Fang Yilan, Jiyu Chongqing, and so on. There were a total of 5 celestial beings. Then there were Duan Zun, West City Lord, Marquis Yunyang, and a group of Saint Realm cultivators. Then, there were many celestial beings accompanying them. It could be said that, this time, the total number of celestial beings dispatched for the battle had reached nearly 30. Nearly half of them were celestial beings and saints. Such a force. It was the strongest force that the Great Zhao could mobilize. When the human clan's army stepped into the Blood Eldar's territory, all the cultivators they encountered along the way were killed. At the same time, The Blood Eldar's side was completely alarmed. The humans are attacking. All cultivators, be on guard against the humans. In the Blood Eldar's cities, the voices of the humans attacking resounded through the sky. One by one, the cultivators' hearts trembled as they walked toward the city wall. The cultivators who were originally in the wilderness either entered the cities to hide at this time or hurriedly evacuated from the Blood Eldar's territory for fear of being implicated. A domineering figure stepped through the void and arrived. Looking at the human army below, the murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. The humans. Instead of staying in the human territory, the humans dare to attack the Blood Eldar's territory. They have some guts. As he spoke, Yin Kai's eyes flickered slightly. In his perception. Naturally, he could see the strength of the human army this time. 5 celestial beings. 7 saints. Yin Kai was both angry and a little shocked. He knew that at this time, Zhu Yu had already led the army to attack the human territory. Under such circumstances, the humans could still bring out such a powerful force. Could it be that there were still many powerful cultivators hidden in the human race that outsiders did not know about? Or, the humans had already given up their territory and were prepared to exchange one with the Blood Eldar? In Yin Kai's mind, guesses flashed one after another. Shi Yang rose into the air. In the blink of an eye, he reached the same height as him. It turns out that there is still a 10th level celestial being expert in the Blood Eldar. No wonder they have the confidence to send troops to attack the human territory. Seeing Yin Kai, Shi Yang was also surprised. In the situation where a 10th level celestial being had fallen, the Blood Eldar still had a 10th level celestial being. Such a foundation. It was indeed much stronger than the humans. However, Shi Yang was not too shocked. After all, although he was a 9th level celestial being expert, he was not afraid of the other party. Great Zhao's crown prince, Shi Yang. Yin Kai's gaze fell on Shi Yang, and he instantly recognized the other party's identity. If I kill you here, I wonder if Zhao Emperor will be angry. A few days ago, a person called Tianwu fell in the hands of Qin Emperor. I wonder if you know him? Shi Yang smiled slightly and asked in return. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Kai's face suddenly darkened. There were a total of 2 10th level celestial beings in the Blood Eldar. One was him, and the other was Tianwu. For tens of thousands of years, Yin Kai and Tianwu had a good relationship. Now that Shi Yang mentioned this matter, killing intent uncontrollably emerged in his heart. There were no excessive words. The long river of laws instantly broke through the air. Yin Kai stepped on the long river of laws, and a punch blasted out. A terrifying power swept through the heavens and the earth, causing people's expressions to change. Boom! Similarly, the long river of laws surged. Shi Yang took out the ancient bronze sword, and the cold sword energy instantly swept out in all directions, already strangling Yin Kai. The battle between the 2 top experts. It was equivalent to completely opening the curtains of the Great War. Below, Fang Yilan stepped out, and with a wave of his hand, a large array descended, covering a city. The large array covered the city. A shocking killing intent was revealed, causing many of the Blood Eldar's clansmen to explode at this moment, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. However, the large array did not last long. A powerful aura rose, and then the large array was torn apart, and a powerful expert walked out of it. A powerful expert of the Blood Eldar. There was always more than one. Fang Yilan had already expected this. When the Blood Spirit clan's almighty figure appeared, she had already attacked. When it came to arrays, Fang Yilan was only in the 2nd realm. No matter how powerful the array was, it was difficult for it to have an impact on a powerful expert. But don't forget, in addition to being an array master, she was also a 7th level celestial being expert, so her strength was naturally not weak. Immediately afterward, another 3 powerful experts rose into the air and charged toward the human race. Seeing this scene, Dan Hao's expression was also solemn. The Blood Eldar was very strong. Including the 3 powerful experts who attacked the Chenyuan sacred ground, so far, there were already 8 powerful experts. Under such circumstances, there might be other powerful experts hiding. However, He did not feel fear. A long spear shattered the vacuum and swept toward one of the powerful experts. Soldier against soldier, general against general. This was the rule of any war, and it was inevitable. Or else, if a powerful expert attacked a cultivator below the celestial being level, he would kill a large number of them. Therefore, no matter who it was impossible to release a powerful expert of this level. Fortunately, almost all of the powerful experts of the Great Zhao country had come out. Although the Blood Eldar's foundation was strong, it was not enough to crush the human race. After all, no matter what, the human race was still a large race. In addition, after occupying the East continent for so many years, they had also cultivated some powerful experts. Looking at the Blood Eldar again. After several battles, many powerful experts had died. The decline and the rise of the other. The gap was not big. In the void. The power of the fist was shocking, and the long river of rules turned into a vast domain that suppressed down. He walked the path of the fist. It was a relatively ordinary and common rule. However, ordinary did not mean weak. Since ancient times, there had been countless experts who had walked the path of the fist. A rule of this level. Although it was not as powerful as the Emperor's rule, it was not much weaker. The rule domain was laid down. Shi Yang's expression was solemn. A vast rule power also rose from his body, forcibly opening the rule domain. Immediately, the ancient bronze sword slashed out. A terrifying sword aura tore through the void, causing the entire domain to tremble violently. Countless cracks appeared from within. Bang! The domain shattered. The primordial chaos sword emitted a powerful cold light, causing Yin Kai's heart to skip a beat. Then, another punch blasted out. It collided fiercely with the ancient bronze sword. Crack! The void collapsed, and the fist aura and sword aura both shattered. Shi Yang's body shook, and he took a few steps back. On the other side, Yin Kai's fist also cracked, and when some blood spilled out, his injury had already recovered in an instant. An expert who could break through to the 10th level of the celestial being realm. His physical body had already reached a terrifying level. His physical body suppressed the void. That was all. Such a powerful physical body, although there was no way to compare to a 6-seal Dao artifact, was definitely not weaker than an ordinary Dao artifact. Therefore, although the ancient bronze sword was sharp, it was not an easy task to kill Yin Kai. As expected of the crown prince of the great Zhao country, you have a bit of the demeanor of the Zhao emperor, but your strength is still too weak. Yin Kai sneered. As he spoke, his attack had already erupted again. Seeing this, Shi Yang did not answer, but the sword aura that overflowed from the ancient bronze sword became much sharper. In the human territory, when the great Zhao army attacked the Blood Eldar, Zhu Yu had already received the news. At this moment, he was joining forces with 2 Almighties to besiege Black Crow Taoist. Black Crow Taoist had the dragon slaying sword, so his strength was naturally extremely powerful. However, Zhu Yu was not weak either. With the help of 2 Almighties, the power that he could unleash was even more astonishing. It almost did not last long. Black Crow Taoist fell into a disadvantage. At this moment, the Blood Eldar's message came, causing Zhu Yu's eyes to emit a cold light. The human race has guts, daring to attack my Blood Eldar's territory. Let's see who wins and who loses. He had no intention of returning to help. Since the human race wanted to exchange 1-for-1 with the Blood Eldar, he might as well fulfill their wish. Anyway, in the Blood Eldar's territory, there was Yin Kai, who was at the 10th level of the celestial being realm. No matter how strong the human race was, it was impossible to take down the territory. On the contrary, right now, in the human race's territory, only Black Crow Taoist could make a move. He could only kill the other party. In the human race's territory, there would be no opponent who could compete with him. The choice between the two. Zhu Yu did not need to think too much at all. The great Zhao had attacked the Blood Eldar. Kui Huai was a little stunned. If he had not received the news at this time, he would not have known that the great Zhao had secretly attacked the Blood Eldar. But soon, he came back to his senses. It was a good thing that the great Zhao had attacked the Blood Eldar. If they could take advantage of this to take down the Blood Eldar's territory, then the strength of the human race would definitely increase greatly. However, the current situation of the Chenyuan sacred ground was not very good. Compared to the forces dispatched by the Blood Eldar this time, the resistance of the Chenyuan sacred ground was undoubtedly weaker. However, they would not be defeated in a short period of time. But as time passed, it was hard to say. Boom, the palm was shattered. Kui Huai took a few steps back, and the blood in his body surged endlessly. But soon, he suppressed the surging blood in his heart. Immediately, his vital essence was vast and mighty, and a powerful phantom appeared from the void. His hands held a knife. Endless sharpness was born from it. When the Blood Eldar powerhouse who was fighting against him saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat. The next moment, Kui Huai's palm slashed down in the air. It was clearly physical strength, but in the eyes of the opponent, it was as if a shocking divine weapon had been unsheathed. The terrifying sharpness erupted, completely tearing the void apart. Facing this blade, the Blood Eldar's celestial was shocked. Immediately, a finger seal was shot out. The finger seal pierced through the void and collided with the shocking sharp light. Rumble. The fingerprint shattered. The sharpness bombarded his body, causing him to cough up blood and fly out. It was just one strike. The Blood Eldar's celestial was already seriously injured. However, the fierce aura on Kui Huai's body also instantly weakened. Obviously, the price he paid to slash out with this saber was not small. However, Kui Huai did not care. With his strength at the second level of the celestial being, it was a remarkable result to be able to seriously injure a third-level celestial being. The human emperor's immortal slaying technique created by Emperor Qin is indeed extraordinary. Kui Huai took a deep breath. He was now cultivating the universe Tao-seeking scripture. What he used just now was also the human emperor's immortal slaying technique. Ever since he obtained this martial art, it was the first time Kui Huai used it. Fortunately, the effect was very good. However, the result on Kui Huai's side was good, but the fate of the other celestials was not so good. Boom, a human celestial was sent flying. He was beaten by the Blood Eldar's celestial until he coughed up blood. They were both at the transcendent realm. There was also a big gap in strength. It was also at this moment. A powerful aura pressed down. A person stepped into the air. The power was so strong that it made people's expressions change. Everyone looked over and saw several people flying over from the sky. The nine-headed dog clan's reinforcements are late. Please don't blame us. A hearty voice sounded. Zhu Yu's heart sank. What he was most worried about had still happened. Although the nine-headed dog clan's strength was not as good as the Blood Eldar's, they were not much weaker. At least in terms of the number of almighty powerhouses. After all, they were one of the forces that could contend with the demon clan. If they were not strong enough, how could they be qualified to fight against the demon clan? Zhu Chen. Zhu Yu took a deep breath. If there was anyone in the nine-headed dog clan that he did not want to face the most, then it was Zhu Chen. It was very simple. Because the other party was a 10th-level celestial being powerhouse. Although his strength was not as good as the emperor of a small clan, it was not too far off. More importantly, this time, not only did Zhu Chen come to help, but the other celestials of the nine-headed dog clan also came. A 10th-level Zhu Chen and an 8th-level celestial being. In addition to that, there were also 5 saints. Such strength, combined with the current strength of the human clan, was enough to match the Blood Eldar. It was not as simple as being able to match the Blood Eldar. It was enough to crush the Blood Eldar. In an instant. Several thoughts flashed through Zhu Yu's mind. Then, he retreated and allowed the two Almighties to join forces to fight against Black Crow Daoist. He himself soared into the sky and blocked in front of Zhu Chen. Does the nine-headed dog clan also want to get involved in this mess? Zhu Yu's face was gloomy. He did not make a move without permission. If possible, Zhu Yu did not want to have a conflict with the nine-headed dog clan. At least, now is not the time to start a conflict. Hearing that, Zhu Chen smiled faintly and said, "You must be joking. Our clan is an ally of the human clan. How can we sit back and do nothing? It's fine if the Blood Eldar retreats today, but if they insist on becoming enemies with the human clan, then I can only accompany them to the end. While they were talking, his aura spread faintly. That terrifying aura caused the void to tremble slightly. In an instant, Zhu Yu felt the surrounding void become condensed, and a powerful pressure followed. Instantly, his heart sank. All of a sudden, the smile on Zhu Chen's face faded a little, and he turned his head to look in another direction. There was also a powerful aura approaching. Not long after, the sky was filled with frost. A person who seemed to be cast from ice stepped on the air. A cold chill. It was enough to freeze the void. Bing Chen. Zhu Chen's expression also became solemn. Bing Chen of the Ice Clan. An expert of the 10th level of the Celestial Being Realm. At his level, he was very familiar with the 10th level of the Celestial Being Realm cultivators of the various clans. In addition, Bing Chen's reputation was not small. Naturally, Zhu Chen would recognize him. The arrival of Bing Chen, it made Zhu Chen's heart sink slightly, but it made Zhu Yu feel relaxed. The Ice Clan was also an ally of the Blood Eldar. The arrival of Bing Chen at this time undoubtedly reduced a lot of pressure. With the appearance of Bing Chen, many experts of the Ice Clan also appeared. In a short period of time, the number of powerful experts in the human clan's territory increased from the original 4 to the current 9. The human clan had a Black Crow Taoist. The 9-headed dog clan had a Zhu Chen and an unfamiliar powerful expert. Looking at the Blood Eldar's side, 3 powerful experts of the Ice Clan had arrived. The Blood Eldar also had 3 powerful experts. Originally, because of Zhu Chen's arrival, the situation was somewhat salvaged. After the appearance of the Ice Clan, the human clan was once again at a disadvantage. However, it did not last long. The Black Rock Condor clan and the Subduing Dragons each sent a powerful expert over. Since you're not retreating, then there's nothing to say. Seeing this, Zhu Chen did not waste any time and revealed his true form. 8 huge heads had already swallowed Bing Chen. 9-headed dog clan, devouring the heavens and the earth. His target was the only expert of the 10th level of the Celestial Being Realm present. To this, Bing Chen was not afraid. I've long heard that you're the 2nd Dog Emperor. Let me test your weight. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying frost emerged. With a wave of Bing Chen's hand, thousands of frost condensed the void and then occupied thousands of miles of the sky. Immediately after, a bloody mouth opened and then bit down hard. The frost that was enough to freeze the void shattered inch by inch. Not only that, even the sky seemed to have been swallowed, and a huge gap appeared. The 2 of them attacked. The other experts who came as reinforcements also confronted each other. Buzz. The sound of the sword resounded through heaven and earth. Endless killing power erupted at this moment. A mighty figure of the Blood Spirit clan was caught off guard, and his body was directly shattered by the sword aura. He was sent flying, and even the void was shattered. Black Crow Taoist stepped forward steadily, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand still trembling. Without Zhu Yu to stop him, ordinary powerful experts were no match for him at all. At this time, Zhu Yu, he had been stopped by the only 9th level of the Celestial Being Realm of the Black Rock Condor clan. Black Crow Taoist's eyes were cold, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. It's good to kill you. It'll be my proof of joining the Chenyuan sacred ground. I believe that the blood of a powerful expert will satisfy the Qin Emperor. With every word he said, the murderous intent on his body intensified. On the sword blade, the soul of a dragon was struggling and twisting wildly, letting out waves of terrifying dragon roars. Boom, the dragon-slaying sword's aura had accumulated to its peak, and it suddenly slashed down. The moment the sword energy flew out, the shadow of a huge flood dragon coiled around the sword aura, greatly increasing its power. This sword energy, it shattered the void and also divided the yin and yang. The seriously injured Blood Eldar looked horrified. Without thinking, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence and instantly turned into a stream of light to escape. Just as he was about to escape, the sword energy had already slashed down. Ah! The blood spirit race almighty being let out a blood-curdling scream as half of his body fell from the void. However, he didn't really die. The spirit deity wrapped the remaining half of his body and disappeared into the void. Black Crow Taoist didn't chase after him. He just looked coldly in the direction where the other party disappeared. You ran fast. In the past, he would definitely chase after him to the end. But now, it wasn't appropriate for him to do so. Black Crow Taoist looked at the last powerful expert. In the next second, he raised his sword and attacked. Crash! The void shattered like a mirror. A huge palm crushed the sky. Black Crow Taoist's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking, he turned around and slashed out. The sword energy collided with the palm. In an instant, the palm was torn, and blood flowed out. But soon, the wound healed. A middle-aged man appeared from the void. Dual Pupil Clan. Black Crow Taoist's face turned serious. He looked at the middle-aged man's double pupils and instantly recognized the other party's identity. Dual Pupil Clan. It was considered one of the more powerful mid-level clans. Not to mention the Nirvana realm experts in the clan, there were also many powerful cultivators in the clan. But what Black Crow Taoist didn't expect was, the Dual Pupil Clan had always been a neutral clan and had always kept a low profile. They almost never walked in the 4 continents. At this time, they made an enemy of the human clan. The person in front of him, Black Crow Taoist, felt a certain amount of pressure. Although they didn't fight, he also knew that the other party's strength was probably above his. However, Black Crow Taoist wasn't too worried because he wasn't alone. He also had the dragon slaying sword, a top divine weapon. Even if it was the 10th level of the Heaven Realm, he still had the strength to fight. Without any words, Black Crow Taoist didn't bother to ask why the Dual Pupil Clan intervened. Since they had made a move, they could only be enemies. In an instant, the long sword cut through the sky and charged towards the Dual Pupil Clan's almighty expert. Until now, there were many experts from the various clans participating in the battle. But other than the Blood Eldar who sent an army, the other clans only sent out their saints and almighty experts. At this moment, a terrifying aura wreaked havoc in the air. Below, it was the battle between the human clan and the Blood Eldar's army. Test Gen Feng only had one sword in his hand. With every step he took, a black sword light would appear. And the moment the black sword light appeared, it must be accompanied by the fall of a cultivator. From the start of the battle until now, Test Gen Feng could no longer remember how many cultivators he had killed. Every time he attacked, an inexplicable feeling emerged in his heart. As time passed, this feeling became stronger and stronger. Not enough. The pressure now is not enough. I need a stronger opponent. Test Gen Feng felt something and then found a target. It was a great cultivator of the divine martial realm. He didn't know how strong he was. But from the other party's body, Test Gen Feng could feel an invisible pressure. Without any hesitation, the black sword light appeared and the tip of the sword was already pointed at the Blood Eldar cultivator of the divine martial realm. That cultivator had just killed a player. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw the black sword light slashing towards him. A cultivator of the spirit martial realm dares to attack me. You're courting death. The moment he saw Test Gen Feng, he sensed his opponent's cultivation. The stronger the cultivator's cultivation, the sharper the perception. To this cultivator of the Blood Eldar didn't have any fear in his heart and directly faced it. Inside the sacred city, Xiao Chengfeng stood on the city wall with his hands behind his back. He could see what was happening in the human clan's territory. As more and more experts from other clans appeared, Xiao Chengfeng's heart was also itching. The Dual Pupil Clan hasn't been destroyed yet. I thought that after the ancient times, the Dual Pupil Clan had disappeared from the world. I didn't expect their inheritance to be left behind. TSK, this Ice Clan's strength isn't good. They're on the wrong path. Their chances of becoming an immortal in the future are slim. This crow's strength is not bad. But with obsession in his heart, his achievements are limited. Unless he can get rid of his obsession and clear his mind, there's hope for him to go further. Otherwise, the heavenly realm is his limit. Xiao Chengfeng was completely in the position of a spectator, silently commenting on everyone's strength. If the situation didn't allow it, he would have already attacked. In the golden age of the ancient times. But no other clan dared to do anything in the human clan's territory. As for attacking the human clan, that was even more impossible. No matter if it was the previous life or the current life. Xiao Chengfeng was also a human, so he valued the concept of race. But he also knew how difficult the human clan's situation was. It didn't matter if he attacked, but if the other clans feared him because of this, it wouldn't be a good thing for the human clan. Therefore, Xiao Chengfeng didn't attack. Even if Qin Shujian didn't say it, he could see the worry in his heart. Without the strength to dominate the world, it's not a good thing to show off too much. If Emperor Qin can prove his Dao and become an immortal, this situation can be changed. Xiao Chengfeng shook his head slightly. He also thought highly of Qin Shujian. If he became an immortal, his strength would be extremely terrifying. Even now, Qin Shujian could be called the #1 heavenly realm since the ancient times. Although Xiao Chengfeng was proud and arrogant, he didn't have the confidence to fight against him for now. But you may not become an immortal faster than me. Give me a few more years, I can prove my Dao again. By then, the human clan situation may depend on me to change. The corner of Xiao Chengfeng's mouth curled up into a smile. In the sea of consciousness, the stone spear and the sky-breaking halberd stayed there quietly. At this moment, the sky-breaking halberd vibrated slightly, and a voice came from inside. Immortal, are we sure we don't attack? No hurry, the human clan hasn't lost yet. Xiao Chengfeng shook his head, and said lightly, with me here, the human clan's territory won't be lost. It's good to let them know the tragedy of war. With the rise of Emperor Qin and Emperor Zhao, the external pressure of the human clan has been blocked by the two emperors. The rest of the human clan doesn't feel too much pressure. In the long run, this isn't a good thing. A battle is good. It can let the other human cultivators understand how difficult the human clan's situation is, and how much pressure they have to bear when facing the other clans. Don't think that the two emperors are unparalleled. The human clan will have nothing to worry about. If a clan is arrogant and complacent, and lives in a fake world, it will never be able to rise again. It's like a bubble. It only needs to be poked lightly, and it will shatter and dissipate. If the two emperors fall, it will be the same as the sky collapsing for the human clan. Let's wait and see, there's no hurry. Xiao Chengfeng put his hands behind his back, and his expression gradually became calm. P.S. I'm really decent has created a tiebar. Also, the promotion of Emperor Qin in the comment section will officially end at 10 tonight. Chapter 688. Originally, it was just a matter of the human race attacking the Golden Eldar. In the end, it caused a huge war in the 10,000 tribe battlefield. The various races attacked the human race. The human race's allies also sent powerhouses to help. At the same time, when some forces saw that the various races had sent powerhouses to fight in the human race's territory, they also secretly sent troops to attack their homes. It could be said that, in just one day, the situation had reached an uncontrollable stage. The powerful demon race. At this time, their homes were on fire. Boom, the green ox stomped the sky and pressed down with his hoof, almost causing Tianhong to faint. A powerful force erupted. It caused his physical body to crack instantly. In terms of strength, Tianhong was ultimately weaker than Niu Dali. Even if the other party was severely exhausted, he would eventually be defeated after a long battle. Very soon, the cracked physical body recovered and Tianhong attacked with his palm, causing Niu Dali to retreat. Next, he looked at the surrounding battle situation and frowned. The demon race and the Golden Eldar had joined forces to fight against the human race. But the problem was, until now, both sides had not gained any advantage. Battle. They were already in a fierce battle. At the same time, there was also news from the demon race, causing Tianhong's heart to sink slightly. Then, he looked at Niu Dali and said in a deep voice, "There's no need for us to continue fighting, why don't we stop fighting?" At this time, he did not want to fight to the death with the human race. Originally, Tian Hong wanted to delay the human race's forces here and then give the Blood Eldar a chance to attack the human race's territory. In the end, until now, the news that came showed that the Blood Eldar's attack had entered a stalemate in the human race's territory. Moreover, there was also a huge battle in the Blood Eldar's territory. The Blood Eldar's side could not even take care of themselves. As such, it was almost impossible to attack the human race's territory. Not only that, there were also other forces attacking the demon race's territory. Therefore, at this time, there was no need to fight with the human race. Niu Dali did not reply but looked at Qin Yuanbai. Boom. Qin Yuanbai forced a celestial to retreat with his palm and turned to look at Tian Hong with a cold smile. The demon race wants to retreat at this time. They are dreaming. If Tian Hong could obtain information on the situation of the 10,000 tribe battlefield, so could he. The reason why the other party was in a hurry to retreat. Qin Yuanbai didn't need to think too much to guess. The tables had turned. He wasn't in a hurry. The ones who should be anxious should be the demons. Hearing this, Tian Hong's expression did not change. He said calmly, "We are equal in strength. Even if you have some advantages, it will be difficult to determine a victor if the battle drags on. Furthermore, the human realm is in the midst of a great war. Even if there were no changes at the moment, there was no guarantee that other forces would intervene. At that time, the human race may not be able to maintain the situation. It's best for you and me to stop now." He wasn't afraid that the humans wouldn't agree, because the current situation of the human race was also very delicate. Although they barely managed to hold on, there was no guarantee that other forces would take advantage of this opportunity to make a move. Therefore, the human race also had to retreat and reinforce the human race. However, the confidence in Tian Hong's heart vanished without a trace after Qin Yuanbai spoke. "No, I feel that it would be even better if I could make you all stay here." Qin Yuanbai looked at Niu Dali and said with a faint smile, "Elder Niu, you don't have to hold back anymore. Quickly use your supernatural powers and kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already taken the lead and charged towards his opponent. He had already made his move. It was impossible for him to leave at this time. The demons thought that they had to return to reinforce the human race. In fact, Qin Yuanbai wasn't worried about the human race at all, because there was still Xiao Chengfeng in the holy city. When it was really necessary, if Xiao Chengfeng made his move, no one would be able to stop him. "You really want to fight to the death?" Tian Hong was shocked and furious. He didn't expect Qin Yuanbai to be so decisive and insist on dragging the demon race down with him. However, before Tian Hong could say anything, Niu Dali's attack had arrived again. Facing this excessively powerful green bull, he didn't dare to let his guard down at all. In the Qian Yuan realm, when the battle started, Qin Shujian received the news. Why did they start fighting all of a sudden? He was also at a loss now. The situation in the 10,000 tribe battlefield was originally quite harmonious. Even if a war broke out, it was just a small fight. A war like this that affected the entire 10,000 tribe battlefield. This was the first time this had happened since the 10,000 tribe battlefield was opened. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was also at a loss. However, he quickly came to his senses. Shi Yang is also hot-tempered. He didn't defend the human race's territory and insisted on attacking the Blood Eldar. If the great Zhao dynasty focused on defense, they wouldn't have made such a big deal out of it. Qin Shujian secretly shook his head. However, in his heart, he also agreed with Shi Yang's actions. How could he not fight back when he was attacked? If he were Shi Yang, he would most likely go straight to the Blood Eldar's home and fight it out with the other party. Of course, this was the prerequisite for the human race to have a trump card. However, Shi Yang thought that the human race would be safe with Xiao Chengfeng as their trump card. Qin Shujian didn't want this trump card to be exposed so soon. The problem was, according to the current development of the situation, it wouldn't take long. Xiao Chengfeng wouldn't be able to hide it anymore. Qin Shujian sat in the courtyard. His fingers tapped lightly on the stone table as thoughts surged in his mind. The Black Rock Condor race, the nine-headed hound race, and the subduing dragons have already made their move. The Spirit Protector race and the Golden Rock race have joined forces to attack the demon race. As for the other forces, although they have made deals, they haven't really formed an alliance. In this situation, they might not help. On the contrary, the demon race and the Blood Eldar have many vassal forces. I'm afraid there will be more experts joining the battle later on. If that's the case, I'm afraid there will really be a huge war. If more experts were to intervene, Xiao Chengfeng had no choice but to take action. When that time comes, Qin Shujian could foresee how the situation would develop. Forget it, let nature take its course. Immediately after, Qin Shujian took out a communication jade talisman and sent the message out. The 10,000 tribe battlefield. In the human race's territory. Up until now, there were almost 20 mighty figures participating in the battle. Heavenly human level experts. They had also begun to fall one after another. Not only the foreign heavenly humans, but even the human heavenly humans had also fallen. Bang! With one palm, he shattered the body of the Blood Eldar heavenly human in front of him. As the price, half of Qin Yuanbai's body was also shattered. However, he didn't retreat even half a step from such an injury. Instead, his storage ring suddenly flashed, and a long sword fell into his hand. This was the Dao artifact of the Nine Palace sect. From the beginning, Qin Yuanbai had never used it. Until now. Only then did he take out this Dao artifact. The Blood Eldar heavenly human didn't expect Qin Yuanbai to have such a backup plan. He only saw the sword light flash. The arm that instinctively raised to resist was directly cut off by the long sword. Immediately after, the Dao artifact tore through the void and instantly fell on the Blood Eldar heavenly human's body. In an instant, the Dao artifact pierced through the body. The Blood Eldar heavenly human let out a shrill scream. Die. Qin Yuanbai's eyes were cold, without a trace of emotion. Suddenly, sword energy erupted, completely shattering the Blood Eldar heavenly human's body. The heavenly human fell. Before Qin Yuanbai had time to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a warning in his heart. When he turned his head to look, he happened to see a foreign heavenly human charging over. Seeing this, Qin Yuanbai made up his mind and casually threw out the Dao artifact. The next moment, his divine will moved. The Dao artifact of the Nine Palace sect exploded. Boom! The explosion of the three-seal Dao artifact was no less powerful than the explosion of a transcendent heavenly human. The destructive power spread out. In an instant, it swallowed both of them. No, the foreign heavenly human's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he watched his body disintegrate little by little under this destructive power. He had no way to resist. Soon, his body collapsed. The spirit god wanted to escape, but was also obliterated by this destructive power. On the other side, Qin Yuanbai was also sent flying, smashing onto the city wall. His body was almost completely shattered, and his aura was also extremely weak. Half. He lay powerlessly on the ground, gasping for breath. The self-healing ability of a heavenly human expert was repairing his physical injuries bit by bit. The current Qin Yuanbai. He didn't feel the slightest sadness of the destruction of the Nine Palace sect's Dao artifact. He did. He was incomparably glad. Fortunately, he was a little far away from the explosion, so he didn't suffer much. Or else, Qin Yuanbai felt that he should be the first heavenly human to be killed by his own Dao artifact. One was seriously injured and dying, plus a Dao artifact. In exchange for the lives of two heavenly human. To this, Qin Yuanbai felt that it was worth it. On the other side, the people who were still supervising the battle on the city wall changed their expressions when they saw Qin Yuanbai lying on the ground as if he could die at any time. Then, someone came out and carried him in. Elder Qin, are you okay? Yang Xiu looked at Qin Yuanbai, who was like mud in front of him, with a panicked expression. If it weren't for the fact that the other party's eyes were still open and his chest was still rising and falling slightly, he almost thought that the person in front of him was already dead. Hearing that, Qin Yuanbai struggled to raise his hand, which was like a broken ceramic, and shook it slightly. Then, he opened his mouth. A hoarse and weak voice came out from it. Spirit stone. Hearing this, Yang Xiu was stunned for a moment and immediately understood what the other party meant. Then, he took out several spirit stones from his storage ring and placed them beside Qin Yuanbai. Vital essence surged weakly. Qin Yuanbai struggled to hold the spirit stone and then crushed it with a little force. The spirit stone was crushed. A large amount of spirit energy surged out from inside. Qin Yuanbai was like a person who had been thirsty for a long time and suddenly found a water source, greedily absorbing the overflowing spirit energy. Then, the broken body was being repaired by a large amount of spirit energy, recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the spirit energy was exhausted, and the body was still broken, but it recovered a little. At this time, Qin Yuanbai finally had enough strength to open his storage ring. He took out dozens of spirit stones and crushed them all. Dozens of spirit stones were crushed. A vast amount of spirit energy suddenly burst out. Qin Yuanbai absorbed all the spirit energy that burst out, and the injuries on his body recovered even faster. Yang Xiu, who was standing at the side. At this time, he also absorbed some spirit energy, and his cultivation had unknowingly improved a lot. After a long time, the injuries on Qin Yuanbai's body had recovered. Then, he got up from the ground and looked at the battle situation outside through the city wall. Things are not so good. Qin Yuanbai sighed in his heart. His body had recovered on the surface, but inside, it was a mess, and he couldn't exert any strength at all. Moreover, even if he recovered to his peak, he wouldn't be able to play a big role. This was self-knowledge. Qin Yuanbai still had some. Elder Qin, how is your recovery? Yang Xiu's voice interrupted him from his contemplation. Hearing that, Qin Yuanbai shook his head slightly and said with a normal expression, "It's not a big problem. You can go and do other things. I don't need anyone to stay here." Okay. Yang Xiu nodded and then left. Then, Qin Yuanbai's gaze fell on the battlefield again. There were foreign cultivators falling, and there were also casualties among the human cultivators. He also saw that Qi Tiansheng was seriously injured. He also saw foreign heavenly beings' bodies exploding. Even experts like Zhu Chen Bingchen, who was in the 10th level of the heavenly being realm, were now fighting until the sky fell and the earth cracked, and there were many injuries on his body. The battle situation had developed to this point. There was almost no possibility of stopping. And the real deciding factor of this war was the almighty experts. If the human race lost, the casualties would be extremely heavy. Thinking of this, Qin Yuanbai felt a lot of pressure in his heart. He looked away and looked in the direction of the sacred city, and his eyes became inexplicable. It's already at this point, is it still not worth it for you to take action? Even at this point, Xiao Chengfeng still didn't take any action. Qin Yuanbai also didn't understand what he was waiting for. If he didn't take action earlier to give the human race a chance to train their troops, then it was completely unreasonable for him to not take action now. Then the outbreak of the war. This was no longer a matter of training the troops. A moment of carelessness. Perhaps a large number of humans would fall. And such a fall didn't happen in a battle with cultivators of the same realm, but was crushed by a stronger existence. Qin Yuanbai didn't understand. But there was no other way. Because he knew that Xiao Chengfeng must have seen this battle. If the other party was unwilling to take action, there was no way to make him take action on his own. On the battlefield, Black Crow Taoist relied on his own strength to suppress Zhu Yu and the other Blood Eldar almighty expert. In terms of strength, Zhu Yu was about the same as Tian Hong. Tian Hong wasn't his match, and Zhu Yu naturally wasn't his match either. In addition, he had the dragon slaying sword in his hand. At this moment, even if there was another almighty expert, he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. Your strength is much weaker than the sky realm. Black Crow Taoist sneered. The divine weapon in his hand released a dazzling brilliance, and the sword Qi crisscrossed the void. Black Crow Taoist, don't be too arrogant. To be honest, if I didn't have a helper, I wouldn't need to waste any effort to kill you. Black Crow Taoist didn't think much of it. Originally, when the three of them joined forces, he was suppressed. Now that there was one less almighty expert, he finally had a chance to turn the tables. This feeling. It made Black Crow Taoist feel as if he was elated. Just as the scales of victory were tilting towards the humans. The void suddenly shattered. Endless moonlight shone down, and a woman in palace attire stepped on the moon. Moon Clan. Seeing the person who came, the expressions of both sides changed slightly. Whether it was the humans or the Blood Eldar, at this moment, they were all distracted by the Moon Clan. Because the Moon Clan had always been in a neutral state. At this moment, they suddenly attacked. There might be some kind of scheme. At this moment, no one wanted the other party to have another ally, so even though they were quite afraid of the Moon Clan, they didn't attack them. They only saw the Moon Clan's celestial step through the air and instantly joined the battlefield of Bing Chen and Zhu Chen. I've always heard of the nine-headed dog clan's reputation. Today, I also want to experience it. I wonder if you're willing to enlighten me. Shi Lan, you want to be an enemy of my clan. Zhu Chen swallowed the frost in one gulp, and then saw that among the 8 heads, one of them stared coldly at the person who came and spoke in human language. He didn't expect. The Moon Clan was really here to help the Blood Eldar. If it was a competition of strength. Zhu Chen wasn't afraid of Bing Chen. But if there was another Moon Clan's Shi Lan, then there was no other way. Because the other party was also a celestial being level 10 expert. As for how strong she was, Zhu Chen hadn't really fought with her, so he couldn't be sure for now. But none of the celestial being level 10 experts were simple. Moon Clan's Shi Lan frowned and didn't answer. Dense light appeared on her body, making her look like a fairy descending to the mortal world. The next moment, she waved her jade-like hand, and moonlight poured down. Amidst the warm light, there was a boundless murderous intent. On the other side, Bing Chen didn't hesitate. Frost covered the void and attacked Zhu Chen together with the moonlight. Ice Clan's extreme cold. Moon Clan's extreme yin. The attributes of the two weren't much different, and now that they worked together, it felt like they complemented each other. Suddenly, Zhu Chen's pressure increased. Inside the sacred city, Xiao Chengfeng was still standing with his hands behind his back, but the moment Shi Lan appeared, his expression changed slightly. Moon Clan, he whispered to himself. It was just a simple word, but it contained an undetectable chill. In the sea of consciousness. Broken Sky Halberd said in surprise, "Isn't that the Moon Clan?" "Hey, Immortal Master, look, that's the Moon Clan. That woman is quite pretty, although she's not as pretty as Shi Ling, but she's not bad." "Shut up." Xiao Chengfeng's face darkened as he scolded coldly. Hearing that, Broken Sky Halberd seemed to have thought of something and immediately shut up. At this moment, Xiao Chengfeng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Moon Clan. What a Moon Clan. I didn't expect that after so many years, there's still someone from the Moon Clan who dares to appear in front of me. Killing intent. Endless killing intent surged from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, he had the urge to directly attack and kill Shi Lan. However, Xiao Chengfeng held it in for the time being. Because he wanted to wait and see. He wanted to see if there were other hidden experts who hadn't appeared. If there were, he could catch them all in one fell swoop. Xiao Chengfeng didn't have to wait for too long. Not long after Shi Lan's appearance, a few more Almighties arrived. This time, they came. It was the Wind Clan. As the Wind Clan joined the battle, the Human Clan instantly fell into a complete defeat. The first to be defeated was Black Crow Taoist. 2 Wind Clan Almighties joined the battle and destroyed all the sword forces that he had set up. Then, together with Zhu Yu and the other 2 Blood Eldar Almighties, they worked together to severely injure him. Black Crow Taoist was defeated. Zhu Chen was also severely injured by Bing Chen and Shi Lan's joint attack. The Human Clan will definitely lose today. Bing Chen laughed out loud. Looking at Zhu Chen's sorry state, his killing intent was no longer concealed. If I kill you here, the 9-headed Hound Clan won't have much power left. As he spoke, He had already teamed up with Shilan and once again beat Zhu Chen until he coughed up blood. In the sacred city, Xiao Chengfeng sighed. After being quiet for so long, it's finally time for me to move. After speaking, he took a step forward and disappeared from the spot. The human clan's front line. After the Moon Clan and the Wind Clan joined the battle, the human clan had fallen into despair. The strength of the two sides had gone from being evenly matched to now with a huge gap between them. The battle would drag on. The human clan would definitely lose. Just as Zhu Yu was about to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Black Crow Taoist, he suddenly felt the top of his head go dark, and then a huge palm fell. It was a terrifying sealing power. The moment the palm landed, it had already forcibly imprisoned and fixed his body. He couldn't resist at all. Zhu Yu was directly covered by the palm. Boom! His body exploded, bursting into a cloud of blood mist. As soon as the spirit deity broke free from the body, it was instantly obliterated by a tyrannical force. In less than a breath's time, this top blood Eldar Almighty had completely fallen. Everything happened too quickly, so quickly that no one had time to react. The entire situation. Everyone fell into a brief silence. Everyone's gazes landed on a white-clothed man who looked like a middle-aged scholar. No, impossible. The Blood Eldar Almighty shook his head in disbelief. Looking at Zhu Yu, who had turned into a cloud of blood mist, his heart trembled, and his whole body trembled slightly. This one sentence. It was particularly piercing in the silent battlefield. In an instant, without a second thought, Bing Chen turned around and fled. He knew Xiao Chengfeng. This Marquis Baiyun of the human clan was also terrifyingly powerful in the human clan's territory. With his own strength, he fought against more than 10 almighties. But the strength that he showed at that time, it was far less terrifying than now. Bing Chen didn't know. Why did Xiao Chengfeng's strength suddenly become so terrifying? But, based on the fact that he killed Zhu Yu in seconds, his strength was definitely not something that he could contend with. So, Bing Chen simply fled. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Xiao Chengfeng smiled slightly, and simply stretched out his hand, but it seemed to penetrate the universe. Bing Chen, who had already escaped into the void. At this moment, like a small boat drifting in the sea, he was directly hit back by the waves. Heaven and earth changed. By the time Bing Chen reacted, he had already returned to his original position. When he looked at Xiao Chengfeng again, his eyes were already filled with shock. Impossible, how can you be so powerful? Bing Chen couldn't believe it. When the other party hit him back, the power was completely on a different level. He didn't even feel any possibility of resistance. Not only was Bing Chen shocked, the other experts from the other clans didn't know what to say now. Marquis Baiyun of the human clan, when Zhu Chen saw Xiao Chengfeng's face, he also recognized his identity. He also had a deep impression of this person who fought against the experts of the other clans in the human clan's territory. But, back then, the other party was powerful, but definitely not as terrifying as now. Standing in front of Xiao Chengfeng, Zhu Chen couldn't detect any clues. But the more it was like this, the more it proved that the other party's strength was terrifying. After all, with his current realm, even an expert of the Nirvana realm would be able to see something. But someone like Xiao Chengfeng, Zhu Chen had only seen it on one person, and that was Qin Shujian. The human clan has another powerful warrior who is as terrifying as the Qin Emperor. Thoughts were tumbling in his mind. However, compared to the shock on the Blood Eldar's side, Zhu Chen was now only surprised. As an ally of the human clan, the stronger the human clan was, the more benefits they would have. At this moment, except for the Blood Eldar and the human clan's army who were still fighting below, most of the heavenly beings had already stopped. Everyone's gaze fell on Xiao Chengfeng. The sudden appearance of this human clan expert had already determined the success or failure of this battle. I'm willing to withdraw from this battle. I hope you can be merciful. Seeing Xiao Chengfeng's gaze fall on him, Bing Chen took a deep breath and admitted defeat. There are some things that can't be retracted once done. Xiao Chengfeng shook his head slightly. Then he raised his hand. In the next moment, he had already pressed out with his finger. It was a simple finger. It caused the void in front of him to turn into fine powder. A terrifying Taoist rhyme lingered from the finger, making people feel the threat of death from it. As the main target of the attack, Bing Chen felt as if his blood had solidified. Instantly, the long river of laws surged. He controlled the ice power with both hands to condense a long sword, and then he slashed at Xiao Chengfeng. Since the other party was not willing to let him go. As a top expert of the Ice Clan, Bing Chen did not plan to wait for death. On the other side, Xi Lan also did not wait for death. Since Xiao Chengfeng wanted to kill Bing Chen, he would not let the people of the Moon Clan go. So, she had to help Bing Chen to have a chance of survival. The moonlight appeared, and she had already struck out with her palm. Seeing this, Xiao Chengfeng's expression was normal, and he simply flicked his other hand. The finger wind shattered the void, and instantly shattered the palm. The aftershock hit Xi Lan's body, causing her to spit out blood. "It's not your turn yet. Don't rush." At this moment, under Xi Lan's shocked gaze, the finger wind collided with the ice sword. Then, the ice sword was shattered inch by inch. Then, the finger wind landed on Bing Chen's body, and forcefully destroyed his body. Then, a 10th level heavenly human expert had fallen. Everything that happened seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in an instant. From Xiao Chengfeng's attack to Xi Lan's attack, Xi Lan's defeat, and Bing Chen's death, it was only half a breath's time. When the others came back to their senses, Bing Chen had already fallen. "Run!" The remaining Almighty's expressions changed drastically, and they fled in all directions without hesitation. Xiao Chengfeng took a step forward. His domain expanded. 100,000 miles of land was covered by his domain. Then, he clenched his right fist and punched out. Two Blood Eldar Almighties did not have any power to resist, and they were blasted into powder. Then, another palm landed. The body of a Wind Clan Almighty collapsed. Within the domain, any expert who wanted to leave had no way to do so. Xiao Chengfeng was like the ruler of heaven and earth. He walked in the domain, and Almighties fell with every move he made. The human cultivators. At this time, they were all speechless. Looking at Xiao Chengfeng's overwhelming strength, they did not know what to say at all. Emperor Qin, looking at Xiao Chengfeng's back, another image suddenly appeared in Qin Yuanbai's mind. The last two images overlapped and froze on the scene in front of him. For some reason, he seemed to see the shadow of Qin Shujian in Xiao Chengfeng. That day, when Qin Shujian blocked the 200 Almighties of the 10,000 races outside the human territory, he was also as high-spirited and as unparalleled as he was now. In less than a moment, all the Almighties who came had fallen. Even Xi Lan did not have any power to resist in front of Xiao Chengfeng. "I'll leave the rest of the heavenly humans to you. I'll go somewhere else." Xiao Chengfeng glanced at the remaining heavenly human cultivators who were imprisoned by the domain, and then stepped into the air and left. Kill. After being stunned for a moment, the remaining heavenly humans immediately charged toward the other heavenly humans. At the same time, Zhu Chen, Black Crow Taoist, and other top experts also immediately attacked. Without the interference of the Almighties. With their strength, they did not need to spend too much effort to kill ordinary heavenly humans. Half an hour passed. All the heavenly humans who participated in the battle had fallen. As for the Blood Eldar cultivators below the heavenly humans level, no heavenly humans attacked, and they were slaughtered by the human cultivators. Zhu Chen looked in the direction where Xiao Chengfeng left and suddenly sighed. "I'm afraid the sky of the 10,000 tribe battlefield is about to change. The sky is about to change." It should be said that, since the moment Xiao Chengfeng appeared, the sky had changed. He killed Almighties like they were ants. Even Bing Chen and Xi Lan, who were in the 10th level of the heavenly humans, did not have any power to resist in front of him. Such a difference in strength. There was no way to make up for it. Unless a perfected immortal intervened. Otherwise, no one in the entire 10,000 tribe battlefield could fight against him. Chen Yuan Realm. In the courtyard. When Xiao Chengfeng was killing in all directions, Qin Shujian also stood up from the stone bench. He looked in the direction of the sky, but his gaze seemed to penetrate through time and space to see the scene in the 10,000 tribe battlefield. After a long time, Qin Shujian retracted his gaze and smiled. I've been sitting for so long, it's time to move around. I'll go out for a walk, lest they wait too long. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already left the Qian Yuan realm quietly. When Qin Shujian arrived at the Endless Mountains, the void vibrated, and a person walked out. You're here. Looking at Emperor Zhao, Qin Shujian was not surprised at all. Hearing that, Emperor Zhao smiled faintly and said, Benhuang has no reason not to show up for this kind of thing. Yeah, Benhuang thought that Xiao Chengfeng would not have the chance to make a move for the next 10 years. I didn't expect that the attack on the Gold Eldar would attract so many forces to take action. But that's good, so be it. Otherwise, even if you have the strength, you can only let it go. That would also be aggrieved. Qin Shujian smiled. When talking about the 10,000 tribe battlefield, his tone did not change much. Emperor Zhao said, You're happy to see it, but the following things will not be easy to deal with. What's not easy to deal with? At most, we'll just fight. That's true. Emperor Zhao nodded in agreement. Xiao Chengfeng made a move. The 10,000 tribes would definitely not be able to sit still. If they did not handle it well, a battle between perfected immortals might break out. Thinking of this, Emperor Zhao looked at Qin Shujian and asked, If Emperor Qin fights with the Demon Emperor, are you confident of winning? Give Benhuang half a day, Benhuang will kill him. Emperor Zhao was speechless. He felt helpless that he still had to pretend at this time. In his opinion, Qin Shujian's strength should be comparable to the Demon Emperor, but it was a bit too much to say that he could kill the Demon Emperor. However, since the other party had already said so, Emperor Zhao could not expose anything. Since Emperor Qin is so confident, let's go. Please. Please. The two human emperors stepped on the void, and the mountains under their feet changed. It did not take long for them to arrive at the human territory. After arriving at the human territory, the two of them did not stay and directly left the human territory. On the other side, when a large number of powerful experts died, the various clans were also furious. Human clan. In the Ice Clan's secret realm, the Ice Emperor's eyes revealed a terrifying killing intent. Along with the anger in his heart, his body emitted a powerful aura, freezing everything around him. After that, he stepped on the void and directly left the Ice Clan's secret realm. In the Moon Clan's secret realm, the Moon Empress's expression was subtle. She looked at the moon in the sky and muttered to herself, Shilan has died, and the person who killed her is the reincarnation of Haotsang. Since he killed the people of the Moon Clan, this debt has to be settled. As soon as she finished speaking, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on the Moon Empress's beautiful face. Without seeing her move, she had already disappeared from the Moon Clan's secret realm. In the Demon Clan's secret realm, beside the dragon transformation pool, the Demon Emperor looked at the scarlet pool water and said calmly, There might be a battle next. Do you want to fight with me or rest here? I've already recovered a little. If necessary, I can help a little. The Heavenly Demon Temple's voice came from the dragon transformation pool. Seeing this, the Demon Emperor nodded slightly. Then you can fight with Benhuang. After that, the scarlet pool water separated, and a palace rose from it. Finally, it turned into the size of a palm and landed in his hand. He put away the Heavenly Demon Temple. The Demon Emperor left the Dragon Transformation Pool and the Demon Clan's secret realm without looking back. Blood Eldar, Wind Clan, Star Clan, Thunder Clan, Shadow Clan. Since the opening of the 10,000 clan battlefield, the emperors who had been silent for several months woke up almost at the same time. The aura of a perfected immortal was vast and mighty. It caused the heavens and earth to change color. In the 4 major continents. But all the cultivators who felt this aura were shocked. P.S. Readers who have won the event can join the group and contact the management. The deadline is December 10th. If you don't contact us by then, you will automatically give up the reward. Chapter 689. Inside the 10,000 tribe battlefield. Xiao Chengfeng was killing in all directions. Any foreign experts who encountered him had no power to resist and were easily slapped to death. As a large number of experts were killed. The emperors of the 10,000 tribes were furious. In the 4 continents, all the emperors of the true immortal realm came out together and headed toward the human territory to ask for an explanation. The fallen immortal realm. It was at the junction of the 4 continents. Anyone who wanted to enter the human territory had to pass through the fallen immortal realm. At this moment, 2 terrifying auras rose from the fallen immortal realm and blocked the path of the sovereigns from the various clans. "Why don't we all come down and have a chat?" Qin Shujian's hearty voice sounded. Hearing that, the demon emperor's eyes flickered, but he also descended from the void. Descended from the void. Qin Shujian and Emperor Zhao were standing in the fallen immortal realm with their hands behind their backs. Seeing the emperors of the various tribes, there wasn't the slightest bit of surprise on their faces. Seeing that, an undetectable hint of fear flashed through the demon emperor's eyes. For the 2 emperors of the human clan, he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Before the human clan left the eastern continent, the demon clan dominated the western continent and was one of the top forces. Even the god clan and the blood eldar could not defeat the demon clan. However, after the human clan left the eastern continent, the demon clan's situation took a turn for the worse. He was the demon emperor. If he was defeated by the human emperor many times, for this, it would be a lie if the demon emperor said that he was not afraid. Not long after, all the emperors of the true immortal realm had appeared. Even the emperors of the Soul Guardian race and the 9-headed dog race had arrived. But the difference was, the Soul Guardian emperor and the dog emperor were on the side of the human clan. As for the other true immortal emperors, they were on the opposite side of the human clan. Emperor Qin, the dog emperor and the Soul Guardian emperor cupped their hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness." Qin Shujian nodded, then he looked at the other rulers and said with a faint smile, "Why didn't all of you stay in your respective clans? Why did all of you come here angrily as if you had made an agreement? If there's anything you want to say, why don't we lay it out on the table, lest we spoil the harmony?" After saying this, the Ice Emperor said coldly, "Qin Shi Huang, you don't have to beat around the bush. Ben Huang only has one question for you. What's going on with Xiao Chengfeng in the 10,000 tribes battlefield?" "That's right. Regarding Xiao Chengfeng, the human race must give us an explanation." The Wind Emperor by the side also echoed in a deep voice. Hearing this, Qin Shujian looked confused. "What's wrong with Xiao Chengfeng? He's a human. He's neither a true immortal nor a human sovereign. He didn't break any rules by entering the 10,000 tribe battlefield, did he? After all, according to the Myriad Races Conference, emperors and true immortals were not allowed to fight in the 10,000 races battlefield. Now, I don't see any lightning tribulations coming to strike us humans. That should be enough to explain everything." Hearing this, the faces of the rulers instantly darkened. That was right. Xiao Chengfeng was neither a true immortal nor an emperor, but it was obvious. The other party was the second Qin Shujian. With such strength, he could kill everyone in the 10,000 races battlefield. Who could withstand such damage? Now, he was still killing non-stop in the 10,000 races battlefield. Almost every once in a while, there would be a mighty cultivator dying. If this continued, the entire 10,000 races battlefield would belong to the human race. When that time came, the celestial being cultivators of the 10,000 races would be wiped out. However, the general trend of the world would be completely occupied by the human race. Who among the 10,000 races in the 4 great continents would be able to compete with the human race? Xueling Huang's face was gloomy. He said indifferently, "Qin Shi Huang, you don't have to quibble too much. Ben Huang only has one request. Xiao Chengfeng must leave the 10,000 races battlefield. Otherwise, we won't let this go. Not only Xiao Chengfeng has to leave the 10,000 races battlefield, but your mount, Green Ox, also has to leave the 10,000 races battlefield." The demon emperor added from the side. He was well aware of Niu Dali's strength. Although he was not as strong as Xiao Chengfeng, he was still an extremely powerful cultivator. If Niu Dali made another breakthrough in the 10,000 races battlefield, another Xiao Chengfeng would definitely be born. Therefore, this matter had to be resolved. Now that the sovereigns of the 10,000 races were all here, the demon emperor might as well make this request. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's face darkened. So the powerful cultivators of the human race have to leave the 10,000 races battlefield. If that's the case, why don't we just let all the powerful cultivators of the human race leave and give up the land? Qin Shi Huang, you're exaggerating. The Ice Emperor said calmly, it's just that the existence of those two people has seriously disrupted the balance of the 10,000 races battlefield. It's better for you to let them leave. The sovereigns of the various races had all arrived. The Ice Emperor was not worried. Unless the human race wanted to completely fall out with the other races, they had to agree to this matter. As for whether the human race had the confidence to fall out with the other races, to be honest, the Ice Emperor was not worried. The human race was powerful, but there was a limit to their strength. However, as soon as the Ice Emperor finished speaking, Qin Shujian took a step forward. His aura was like a rainbow, shaking the void of heaven and earth. Since it doesn't make sense, then let's fight. Celestial phenomenon. Rule of strength. Rule of alchemy. Rule of forging. Rule of array Dao. All of his trump cards were revealed in an instant. Qin Shujian's battle strength directly soared to the peak of 1.4 million words. In an instant, the void shattered. Qin Shujian's palm covered heaven and earth as it swallowed the sovereigns. Qin Shi Huang, how dare you? How dare you? Seeing this shocking power, the sovereigns were shocked and furious. They did not expect Qin Shujian dared to be so arrogant when facing 20 to 30 true immortals. He directly attacked without saying anything. However, although the sovereigns were furious, they were not afraid because of this. Because they were not alone. Instantly, with the Ice Emperor as the leader, the 10 true immortals directly attacked. The two forces collided and instantly tore apart the palm that covered heaven and earth. The aftermath of the destruction. It wreaked havoc in all directions. Wherever the aftershock passed, the space shattered inch by inch as if it was made of ceramic. Endless darkness was revealed from within. Qin Shujian's body shook slightly. In the next instant, he had already taken the Godslayer out of his spiritual sea. The energy blade cut through heaven and earth, yin and yang. Zhu Bing's power was completely activated. On the other side, as Emperor Zhao waved his hand, endless energy suddenly erupted and turned into a long dragon that swept toward the demon emperor and the other true immortals. Ben Huang will also ask for advice from all of you, Emperor Zhao. The demon emperor's face was cold as he revealed his true form. The other sovereigns. They also attacked at the same time. A great battle. There was almost no warning at all. The Dog Emperor and the Soul Protection Emperor stood where they were and looked at each other. They had originally planned to help. However, when they really attacked, they suddenly realized that there were no more true immortals left for them. One Emperor Qin. One Emperor Zhao. He directly took over 20 true immortals. Such a change. It was completely beyond their expectations. The Soul Protection Emperor tilted his head to look at the Dog Emperor and asked, "Can we win?" Hearing that, the Dog Emperor was silent for a moment. Then, he slowly said, "Maybe." Could they win? He did not know. Everyone had just broken through to the true immortal realm not long ago. Qin Shujian had not even become an immortal yet. On the surface, it seemed, the humans had almost no chance of winning. However, deep in the Dog Emperor's heart, there was still some hope. If Emperor Qin dares to do this, perhaps he really is confident. Where did this confidence come from? The Dog Emperor himself did not know. In the sky, Qin Shujian's towering figure stood proudly in the sky. The Godslayer in his hand pulsed with endless cold light. Every slash could shatter space, causing the expressions of the true immortals of the other races to change. If Qin Shujian used his full power, His strength was no weaker than a second heaven immortal. Then, when combined with the Godslayer, even if he was a third heaven immortal, he was confident he could fight. Although there were true immortals before him, they were all first heaven immortals. Boom! The energy blade slashed down. The Ice Emperor's expression was extremely solemn. The moment he clenched his fist and punched out, an extremely cold power surged through the air. The power of the laws had been pushed to the limit. The energy blade collided with the cold power. The terrifying power instantly shattered the cold power, but at the same time, the cold power followed the energy blade and froze Qin Shujian's arm. Rumble. The Ice Emperor took a step back, dodging the Godslayer's attack. At the same time, true essence surged. Qin Shujian had already shattered the cold power on his arm. He slashed out again, but his target was another true immortal. At this moment, the Wind Emperor's aura surged wildly. At this moment, the power of the rules that he controlled descended with a loud rumble. The laws descended. Heaven and earth turned into a domain of wind. Everything that was covered by the wind domain was instantly annihilated into dust. Emperor Qin, you have yet to prove your Tao and become an immortal. You will never understand the power of a true immortal. The Wind Emperor was like a god of heaven and earth as he looked down at Qin Shujian. Under the effect of the power of the laws, his voice reverberated between heaven and earth. The power of a true immortal. Qin Shujian smiled coldly, and all his power gathered in the Godslayer. This Zhu Bing of the human race that had been born since ancient times, the killing power that had been accumulated for countless years was completely activated. He took a step forward. The stone saber split heaven and earth. Boom! The saber that gathered the killing power of heaven and earth annihilated everything it touched. The world that was originally as bright as day instantly darkened. The moment it darkened, the world regained its brightness. All the true immortals happened to see the moment the stone saber tore through the domain of wind. They also saw the moment the Wind Emperor was sent flying and blood splattered across the sky. Bang! The Wind Emperor's body broke through the void, and the power of the laws around his body was almost completely annihilated. On his body, there seemed to be an indelible wound that almost split his body into two. The powerful healing power of the immortal body. It was constantly healing the injuries in his body. However, the killing saber energy around the wound was preventing it from healing. For a moment, many true immortals were shocked. On the other side, Qin Shujian stood with his saber in hand. His body panted violently a few times. Then, he looked at the remaining vital essence in his body and once again charged towards the other true immortals. Boom! The battle that had been temporarily stopped because the Wind Emperor was seriously injured erupted again. Regarding this battle, Qin Shujian was already mentally prepared for this. Ever since Xiao Chengfeng entered the battlefield, he had thought that there would be a scene like this. If the human race retreated just like this, it would only make the myriad races want a yard after taking an inch. Therefore, there was no way to avoid this battle. On the other side, Emperor Zhao walked leisurely in the void. Every palm strike he unleashed could suppress the heavens and the earth, causing those true celestial beings to feel endless pressure. At this moment, the law of human Tao had completely appeared. That vast power of the rules was many times stronger than the rules of the various sovereigns who had proven their Taos. Blood Ling Huang could control the blood of the living beings of heaven and earth. In an instant, a sea of blood surged into the sky. A huge palm stretched out from it, wanting to pull Emperor Zhao in. However, when the bloody hand touched Emperor Zhao, Tao runes circulated around his body and directly broke the bloody hand. Then, he took a step forward, suppressing heaven and earth. Under the violent churning of the sea of blood, there were already signs of shattering. Then, Emperor Zhao struck out again, and the power of the two true immortals was directly blocked. Roar! A shocking dragon roar resounded. The demon emperor's body, which was hundreds of thousands of feet tall, was entrenched in the void. His huge dragon tail had already exploded the void, and it carried endless power to suppress Emperor Zhao. Seeing this, Emperor Zhao did not retreat or dodge. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. A powerful force instantly erupted, causing the dragon tail to shatter. However, Emperor Zhao himself was also pushed back by this force. At this moment, the demon emperor opened his mouth, and a palace flew out. It became infinitely large in the wind and once again suppressed down. The demon clan's Zhu Bing Heavenly Demon Temple. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon Temple had recovered a lot under the nourishment of the living being's blood. Even though it had not reached its peak, it was much stronger than before. It was a power that could suppress the heavens and the earth. It also made Emperor Zhao's face fall. Family head Xiao, let me borrow Zhu Bing for a while. In the 10,000 tribe battlefield, Xiao Chengfeng sensed something and turned to look in the direction of the fallen immortal realm. The array that covered the 10,000 tribe battlefield could not block his gaze. Then, he took out the sky-breaking halberd from his sea of consciousness and said with a faint smile, "Go and help Emperor Zhao." Yes. The sky-breaking halberd was eager to try. In the next instant, it pierced through the void of the 10,000 tribe battlefield and flew toward the 4 continents. For him, being able to fight was the best thing. Now that Emperor Zhao was borrowing Zhu Bing, an earth-shattering battle must have broken out. Therefore, the sky-breaking halberd could not wait to go over. A great battle has broken out. It seems like there's not much time left. After releasing the sky-breaking halberd, Xiao Chengfeng retracted his gaze and looked at a small clan in front of him. He felt a little regretful. Qin Shujian and Emperor Zhao teamed up. They were fighting against the true immortals of the 10,000 tribe battlefield. However, judging from the current situation, there was almost no chance of winning. At least, there was no overwhelming chance of winning. In this way, Xiao Chengfeng knew that he did not have much time left in the 10,000 tribe battlefield. However, before leaving the 10,000 tribe battlefield, it's not a bad idea to kill a few more. It's also my contribution as a human. Xiao Chengfeng smiled slightly. Soon, his gentle smile turned cold and harsh. At this moment, as he arrived, an expert from the small clan rose into the air. Before the expert from the small clan could speak, Xiao Chengfeng had already struck out with a palm, directly turning this mighty figure of the 8th level of the celestial being into minced meat. This scene shocked all the cultivators from the small clan. However, Xiao Chengfeng did not attack again. After killing the expert from the small clan, he stepped into the air and left. In the 10,000 tribe battlefield, there were more than 1,000 clans. Even if there was only one almighty in each clan, there were still more than 1,000 almighty experts. Xiao Chengfeng felt that there was still a long way to go before he could kill all these almighties. He punched the heavenly beast temple. The temple shook slightly. However, Zhao Huang was suppressed from the sky. His fist cracked, and blood flowed out from it. All of a sudden, the void shattered and the sky-breaking halberd appeared. Emperor Zhao laughed heartily. He held the sky-breaking halberd in one hand and attacked the heavenly beast temple. Sky-breaking halberd. The demon emperor's expression was solemn. He was also very wary of the 5 tribulations Zhu Bing. However, he was not the only one attacking. In this case, there was no need to retreat. As the sky-breaking halberd's attack arrived, the demon emperor also activated the heavenly beast temple to suppress it. The 2 Zhu Bing weapons collided in the void. Terrifying aftershocks spread out, turning the void into turbulence. The sky-breaking halberd is the 5 tribulations Zhu Bing. Everyone, please don't hold back. Otherwise, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to resist. After that attack, the demon emperor's chi and blood surged. Hearing that, the other true immortals did not dare to hold back either. Many attacks erupted, but Emperor Zhao was not afraid. The halberd light tore the sky and the earth apart with endless power. Whether it was immortal core power or rule power, they were all easily destroyed by the Zhu Bing. Sky-breaking halberd. The Moon Empress waved her hand, and endless moonlight poured down. Then, the sky-breaking halberd light burst out, completely tearing the moonlight apart. Seeing this scene, some inexplicable emotions appeared in her beautiful eyes. Ben Huang can also see if the legendary sky-breaking halberd's power is really peerless. With that thought in mind, the Moon Empress moved gracefully, and lotus flowers bloomed under her feet. She gathered the power of moonlight with one hand, as if she was lifting the bright moon of heaven and earth. In an instant, she was like a god walking between heaven and earth. TSK, the Moon Clan's methods are still so elegant. Emperor Zhao, kill that bitch. A low voice came from the sky-breaking halberd. Hearing that, Emperor Zhao said with a faint smile, as you wish. After that, he took a step forward. The sky-breaking halberd shattered the void, shattering the bright moon that illuminated heaven and earth. The Moon Empress's immortal core power erupted, blocking the remaining halberd light. Then, she was knocked down from the void by this force. At this moment, the heavenly beast temple suppressed again. The sky-breaking halberd swept out and collided with the temple. Boom! A vast and ancient aura swept across heaven and earth. A flash of saber light was like the first ray of light at the beginning of heaven and earth, causing endless fear to surge in the Ice Emperor's heart. He did not hesitate at all. The rule power came across the void, turning into an absolute domain. One by one, the gods of ice and frost walked out, wanting to block the saber light. However, in front of the saber light, all the power was nothing. In an instant, the rule domain shattered. The Ice Emperor threw a punch, but in the end, half of his arm was cut off by the Godslayer. Golden blood splattered from the void. The moment the Ice Emperor's arm was cut off, the attacks of the other true immortals had also arrived. As soon as the earth energy appeared, it had already shattered. In the next instant, the attacks arrived. Qin Shujian's body was also shattered, and he coughed up blood. Die. The Wind Emperor's eyes were incomparably cold. He gathered the power of wind in his hands, and finally, a shocking wind blade slashed out, wanting to kill Qin Shujian completely. Boom! A list suddenly appeared, and the destiny of the human clan was vast. The terrifying sealing power suppressed the void and the world, forcibly suppressing the destructive wind blade. In the end, the wind blade bombarded. The heaven list shook. The moment the list flew out, Qin Shujian held the heaven list with one hand, took out several hollow pills from it, and swallowed them in one gulp. The pills entered his stomach. The injuries on his body instantly healed, and his originally dispirited aura also reached its peak. Seeing this, the other true immortals were also shocked. The Wind Emperor, who wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue and kill Qin Shujian, also stopped. At this moment, the dragon roared sorrowfully. The Demon Emperor's body was shattered, and he was struck down from the sky by the sky-breaking halberd. Even the heavenly demon temple was damaged again. The remaining emperors were all injured. However, Emperor Zhao's condition was not very good. His body was faintly cracked, and blood stained his clothes. However, such injuries did not weaken Emperor Zhao's aura at all. Instead, it became even more vigorous. Only to see him standing in the void. The surrounding emperors of the various clans had deep fear on their faces, and no one dared to make a move. Until now, the strength of the two emperors of the human race had completely shocked the world. If they continued to fight, that would also be the outcome of both sides suffering. Even if they had the chance to kill Qin Shujian and Emperor Zhao, the emperors would probably have to kill some true immortals. In this way, the fighting spirit of the true immortals of the various clans immediately subsided. Blood Ling Huang's body was recovering. He looked at Emperor Zhao and Qin Shujian with a cold and fearful gaze. There's no need to continue fighting. I'm sure the human race doesn't want to completely fall out with the 10,000 races, but Xiao Chengfeng's existence has already broken the balance of the 10,000 races battlefield. He must withdraw. Otherwise, even if Ben Huang risks his life, he will definitely not let the human race have an easy time. Hearing this, Qin Shujian put away the Godslayer, took out the human emperor's fan, and said with a chuckle, Xiao Chengfeng can withdraw from the 10,000 races battlefield, but he can't withdraw just because the human race has a powerhouse. That's too unfair to the human race. Therefore, Ben Huang also has a suggestion. Why don't all the mighty figures of the various clans withdraw from the 10,000 races battlefield? In this way, it's also fair. While speaking, Qin Shujian was calm and relaxed, gently waving the human emperor's fan. It was impossible to tell that he had just experienced a fierce battle. Hearing this, the faces of the emperors of the various clans darkened. Impossible. The Ice Emperor flatly refused. Everyone knew that what the human race really lacked was a mighty figure above the 7th level of the celestial being realm. If all the mighty figures of the various clans withdrew from the 10,000 races battlefield, then the last advantage that the various clans had against the human race would be gone. In this way, it was not in the interests of the various clans at all. The smile on Qin Shujian's face disappeared, and he looked at the Ice Emperor indifferently. This is Ban Huang's biggest concession. If you can't, then let's continue fighting. Although Ben Huang has yet to become an immortal, it shouldn't be a problem for him to drag a few true immortals down with him. Ben Huang is very curious. If the Ice Emperor falls, will the Ice Clan still be able to survive the tribulation? Threatening words. He was not holding back at all. The Ice Emperor's face instantly darkened. You're threatening Ben Huang? Yes, I'm threatening you. You don't agree? Qin Shujian nodded calmly, and then looked at the Ice Emperor with a presumptuous smile. His frank admission made the other party's face extremely gloomy. If it was in the past, facing such a threat, the Ice Emperor would have already fought with the other party. However, Qin Shujian's strength was indeed terrifying. If the other party insisted on killing him, then there was absolutely no chance for him to survive. A true immortal, afraid of the threat of a celestial being. Although it sounded ridiculous, it was the truth. After coldly glancing at the Ice Emperor, Qin Shujian looked at the other emperors and coldly shouted, either all the mighty figures withdraw from the 10,000 tribe battlefield, or Xiao Chengfeng will kill everyone in the 10,000 tribe battlefield. If you don't agree, then come and fight. Ben Huang will accompany you to the end. Emperor Qin, have you thought about it? The human race has been born since heaven and earth. Don't go extinct because of this. The Moon Empress's beautiful face also had a cold expression. Injured by Zhao Emperor. This already made it difficult for the Moon Clan's emperor to remain calm. Qin Shujian seemed to have heard something ridiculous. He shook his head and looked at the Moon Empress, his face full of sarcasm. Since heaven and earth were born, many races have been destroyed in the past years. Although the human race is strong, it may not be able to be indestructible. Perhaps under the great calamity of the demon abyss, the human race will completely disappear from heaven and earth. Since it will be destroyed sooner or later, Ben Huang has nothing to fear. At most, we'll fight. Although the human race doesn't have the strength to destroy all the other races, it shouldn't be a problem to drag a few races down with us. At this point, Qin Shujian's aura was domineering, and he shouted again, Ben Huang can't be bothered to waste any more time. It's up to you to decide whether to fight or not. As soon as he finished speaking, the world fell silent. In the end, the Demon Emperor's eyes were cold, and he said gloomily, okay, then all the mighty figures will withdraw from the 10,000 tribe battlefield. However, this must be done by making an oath. Those who violate it will definitely be killed by the Thunder Tribulation. As the Demon Emperor spoke, the other emperors looked at each other and also chose to compromise. Qin Shujian said, it's fine to make an oath, but since we've already said this, Ben Huang will add one more sentence. All the territories occupied by the 10,000 tribe battlefield must be given up in the 4 continents. Those who are not venerable ones will also be punished by the Thunder Tribulation. His words. Many emperors' eyes flickered. According to what was said at the meeting of the myriad races, if the various races were defeated in the 10,000 tribe battlefield, they would also need to give up a corresponding territory in the 4 continents. But the difference was, if some races were unwilling, at most, the various races would suppress them. According to what Qin Shujian said, that was to make an oath and let the laws of heaven and earth supervise this matter. In this way, the various races would no longer have the possibility of exploiting loopholes. Xueling Huang pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Okay. In that case, let's invite all the emperors here. Soon. The other rulers that existed in the secret realm were flying over at this time. In this battle, the other emperors who had not become immortals also saw it. However, what they did not expect was, the humans really relied on 2 human emperors to stop the perfected immortals of the 10,000 tribes. Although, it was not a real stop. It also made people understand that the strength of the 2 human emperors was indeed terrifying. The emperors arrived. They each made an oath. In the end, Qin Shujian and Emperor Zhao each crushed a jade talisman and spread the news. After doing this, the 2 of them turned around and left. They did not even intend to say another word to the emperors. In the void, the demon emperor and the other perfected immortals had gloomy expressions. To be able to force Xiao Chengfeng out of the 10,000 tribe battlefield, theoretically speaking, they should have won this time. Because the humans had made a concession in this matter. However, compared to the humans' attitude, no one felt the joy of a victor. Instead, they felt the unwillingness of a loser. The humans were too strong, unless there were emperors who were willing to sacrifice themselves and perish together with the humans. Or else, facing the arrogant attitude of the humans, everyone had to retreat a little. However, the sacrifice of any emperor could represent the survival of an entire race. Such a thing, unless it was a last resort, no one would do it. TSK, the emperors are just SOSO. The Soul Protection Emperor shook his head and made a sarcastic remark. Then, under the furious gazes of the emperors, he floated away. Xueling Huang stared at the back of the Soul Protection Emperor. The murderous intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. If it was possible, he would definitely make a move and kill the weakest perfected immortal. However, one had to look at the master before beating the dog. The Soul Protection race was now relying on the humans. With Qin Shujian's fiery temper, if someone attacked the Soul Protection Emperor, he would not sit idly by. In the end, none of the emperors made a move. After a while, they all flew away. In the 10,000 tribe battlefield, Xiao Chengfeng was about to kill a powerful figure of a small race when suddenly, the communication jade talisman at his waist vibrated slightly. Then, he read the message inside. Seeing this, he suddenly stopped and looked at the powerful figure of a small race who was scared out of his wits. He shook his head and said, "Consider yourself lucky. Don't let me see you again." Then, Xiao Chengfeng withdrew his vital essence and flew away. The powerful figure of a small race was both frightened and confused. Looking at the back of the other party, he did not dare to move at all. It was also at this moment, in the 10,000 races battlefield, the phantoms of the emperors appeared. Most of the emperors' faces were cold, and their words were frighteningly indifferent. From now on, all cultivators above the 7th level of the celestial being realm are not allowed to enter the 10,000 races battlefield. All cultivators above the 7th level of the celestial being realm are not allowed to attack and need to leave immediately. A loud voice. It covered the entire 10,000 races battlefield. After that, the phantoms of the emperors disappeared. All of a sudden, all the races were shocked. Many cultivators did not understand what had happened. However, no one dared to go against the words of the emperors. Therefore, those powerhouses above the 7th level of the celestial being realm all rushed to the territories of their own races, and then left the 10,000 races battlefield through the teleportation gate or teleportation formation. Consider yourself lucky. Niu Dali withdrew his green bull true body and looked at Tian Hong, who was lying in the pit like a pile of mud and could die at any time. The killing intent on his face gradually disappeared. He felt that it was a pity. If Qin Shujian did not send an edict at this time, Tian Hong would definitely die. However, there were no IFS in this world. Since the Emperor's edict had been sent out, he could only give up. And with the strength of a 9th-level celestial being, even if Tian Hong was seriously injured, it was impossible for those cultivators below the level of a mighty figure to kill him. As Niu Dali stopped, lying at the bottom of the pit, Tian Hong suddenly had the illusion that he had survived a disaster. Retreat. Qin Yuanbai forced the enemy back with a palm strike and finally announced the retreat. Now, the emperors suddenly gave the order. He didn't know what had happened either. Although the Gungjin sword domain had been broken, it was not completely broken. Without the help of a mighty figure, Even an incomplete Gungjin sword domain was not something that ordinary celestial beings could deal with. For safety's sake, temporarily withdrawing at this time was the best thing to do. The human race wanted to retreat. The demon race and the Golden Eldar did not dare to stop them. Because if they continued to fight, the greatest possibility was that the human race would be seriously injured, but the demon race's experts would be wiped out and the Golden Eldar's territory would be occupied. At this moment, the human race's retreat was undoubtedly a great thing. Ji Mang felt relieved. He did not care about his injuries and immediately retreated to the Golden Eldar's territory. Then, he activated the Gungjin sword domain and protected the territory again. As for the demon race, Ji Mang did not have the time to care about them now. Go back. Tian Hong recovered briefly and immediately gave the order to retreat. This time, he came out. The demon race also suffered heavy losses. Not only was he seriously injured, but a mighty figure had also died in the hands of Nyo Dali. As for the other celestial beings, they were also injured. Now, the demon emperor suddenly sent a message. Tian Hong was also at a loss. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. There was definitely something major that he did not know about. Otherwise, the emperors would not have made such a decision unanimously. The 10,000 tribe battlefield, which was originally covered in smoke and flames of war. After the emperors issued the edict, all the battles came to a temporary halt. The various clans retreated and all the mighty figures also withdrew from the 10,000 tribe battlefield in an orderly manner. At the same time, the various clans in the 10,000 tribe battlefield immediately sent people to the 4 major continents to inquire about the news. Not long after, a piece of news spread. Immediately, the 10,000 tribe battlefield was shaken. In Yu City, at this moment, after the baptism of war, everyone still had residual killing intent that had not dissipated. In the city lord's mansion, Qin Yuanbai, who had retreated, immediately met with all the elders of the Chenyuan sacred ground. Xiao Chengfeng killed many mighty figures and forced the true immortals of the 10,000 tribe battlefield to force Xiao Chengfeng to withdraw from the 10,000 tribe battlefield. Emperor Qin and Emperor Zhao fought the true immortals of the 10,000 tribe battlefield to a draw. In the end, both sides took a step back and ordered all the mighty figures to withdraw from the 10,000 tribe battlefield. In other words, from now on, there will be no more mighty figures involved in the 10,000 tribe battlefield. All the saint cultivators are considered the peak. Qin Yuanbai slowly told the news he had received. In the city lord's mansion, everyone's faces were shocked. No one expected that such a big thing would happen in the 4 major continents when the 10,000 tribe battlefield began. They also did not expect it. The 2 human emperors of the human clan were able to stop the true immortals of the 10,000 tribe battlefield. There was no reason for it. A sense of pride rose from the bottom of their hearts. These were the emperors of the human clan. After the excitement, some people calmed down. What our Chenyuan sacred ground lacks the most is mighty figures. At this time, if the mighty figures do not make a move, the gap between us and the other clans will be reduced a lot. The Chenyuan sacred ground only had Nyo Dali and Sage Fire. The former could barely be regarded as a 10th tier celestial being expert. But the other clans had more than one 10th tier celestial being expert. This decision. For the Chenyuan sacred ground, the benefits were the greatest. Chapter 690. Emperor Qin's strength is somewhat beyond my expectations. In the courtyard, Xiao Chengfeng looked at the person in front of him with a complicated expression. After leaving the 10,000 tribe battlefield, he had already received the specific news. Although Xiao Chengfeng knew from the beginning that Qin Shujian was very powerful, he did not expect him to be so powerful. In fact, the other party's way of solving the problem was also so violent. Of course, Xiao Chengfeng agreed with that. There are still many things that Brother Xiao doesn't know. After all, it's not the ancient times anymore. Millions of years have passed and too many things have changed. Maybe Emperor Qin thinks that without the intervention of the mighty figures on the 10,000 tribe battlefield, the human race can gain the upper hand? Regardless of whether they can gain the upper hand or not, Ben Huang believes that the human race will not lose. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. This time, he had solved the last hidden danger of the 10,000 tribe battlefield. In the future, the 10,000 tribe battlefield was really a meat grinder. The war was endless. However, without the intervention of the mighty figures, the possibility of a large number of cultivators dying when the war started would be much lower. In this way, the effect of training the soldiers would be better. However, in this way, as long as a cultivator broke through to the 7th level of the celestial being realm in the 10,000 tribe battlefield, he would have to leave immediately. If the mighty figures wanted to break through, they could only cultivate hard. However, for the 10,000 tribes, training the soldiers was secondary. Their main purpose was to fight for the momentum of heaven and earth and let it gather in their respective tribes. As for Qin Shujian, his main purpose was not to fight for the momentum of heaven and earth, nor to train the soldiers. Instead, he wanted to take this opportunity to harvest enough life sources. It could be said that, whether it was Qin Shujian or the various tribes, the real purpose was not to train the soldiers. It was either the life sources or the momentum of heaven and earth. As for training the soldiers, it had to be put aside for later. Qin Shujian said, "Recently, the speed of the evolution of heaven and earth has increased a lot. I'm afraid that the time for the demon abyss to approach has shortened again. There's not much time left for the human race." In the end, he also sighed. Although he said to the emperors of the 10,000 tribes that the human race was destroyed, so be it. But in reality, to be able to become a Renhuang, how could he not care about the human race? Therefore, with regards to the Devil Abyss's great calamity, Qin Shujian was constantly under pressure. On the other hand, Xiao Chengfeng, who was sitting opposite him, looked normal. He picked up the spiritual tea in front of him and took a sip. Then, he looked at Qin Shujian and said, "We can't avoid what is coming. You don't have to think too much." Speaking of which, Ben Huang was even more curious. How long will it take for the Qin Emperor to prove his Tao and become an immortal? Qin Shujian, who had yet to become an immortal. His strength was already so terrifying. If he were to become an immortal, he would probably be comparable to a true immortal of the middle 3 grades. Immortal ascension? Qin Shujian pondered for a moment. Probably a few more years, no more than 10 years. 10 years, that's about right. Xiao Chengfeng nodded. In that case, the other party's ascension to immortality was still slower than his. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian's expression was solemn. He looked at Xiao Chengfeng and asked, "Ben Huang wants to know, what is the origin of the experts in the depths of the Death Sea region and Tianyuan? Does the Qin Emperor have any plans? The Devil Abyss is very powerful. According to Brother Xiao, there are experts above the half-step rule realm. If it's a pity, Ben Huang also hopes to find some allies for the human race." Qin Shujian shook his head. He did not hide his thoughts at all. Although he was confident, his strength would reach an extremely high level in the next few decades. However, whether he could match experts above the half-step rule realm was also a problem. In comparison, the Death Sea region and Tianyuan both had experts above the half-step rule realm. If possible, Qin Shujian hoped to borrow strength from these two places. Hearing this, Xiao Chengfeng pondered for a moment, then said, "Actually, it's hard for me to give you a definite answer. I have fought with the existence of the Death Sea region. It was a huge ferocious beast. According to its origin, I suspect that it already existed when the heavens and earth were born. As for what is above the half-step rule realm in Tianyuan, I'm not sure. When the Emperor of Heaven brought the emperors into the Death Sea region, Xiao Chengfeng was also accompanying them. The battle that day was still vivid in his mind. But according to my speculation, the Death Sea region and Tianyuan may be a powerful seal. The two existences above the half-step rule realm were actually imprisoned there. It was also for this reason that when the great calamity of the Devil Abyss came, there was no movement in those two places. Of course, this is only my speculation. I don't have definite evidence for the time being," Xiao Chengfeng said in a low voice. "Seal." Qin Shujian's pupils shrank. He did not think that Xiao Chengfeng's speculation was without basis. With the strength and vision of the other party in his previous life, since he could make such a speculation, then it was most likely true. If that was the case, the problem came. Since it was an existence above the half-step rule realm, then who could seal such a level of existence? Without a doubt, it was most likely an existence above the half-step rule realm. However, why would such an existence seal but not obliterate it? This was also a problem. After thinking for a long time, Qin Shujian said, in that case, these two places are actually sealed places. In that case, there was an existence above the half-step rule realm that was born between heaven and earth. Then, where did such an expert go in the end? If their lifespan was exhausted, why didn't the two in Tianyuan and the Death Sea region die? Breaking through above the half-step rule realm should be reaching the level of immortality. According to my speculation, above the half-step rule realm should be reaching the level of immortality. Xiao Chengfeng nodded his head and said slowly, all living beings in the long river of time will be eroded by time. That's why there is a limit to their lifespan. If they break away from the long river of time, it's very likely that they will reach the level of immortality. However, this is only my speculation. Perhaps after breaking through to that level, there will still be some limitations. There must have been an existence of such a level in heaven and earth, but it hasn't appeared now. Perhaps it died in battle somewhere, or perhaps it died because its lifespan was exhausted. Above the half-step rule realm, there were too many mysteries. Even in Xiao Chengfeng's previous life, he couldn't peek into such a level. Immortality. Qin Shujian's eyes were a little unfocused. What he had been pursuing was such a level. Immortality. For most people, it was an irresistible temptation. Qin Shujian didn't think that he was a saint, and he also had desires. Immortality was his pursuit. However, Qin Shujian wasn't 100% sure whether one could really live forever above the half-step rule realm. But the existences in the Death Sea region and Tianyuan, they had existed since the beginning of heaven and earth. Experts of such a level, they could live for countless years. Then, above the half-step rule realm, perhaps one could really live forever. Xiao Chengfeng said, if you want to find out the secret, perhaps it's better for you to go there yourself. But I have something to say. What is it? When a cultivator breaks through to a certain level and enjoys endless years, their view of things will change. Only existences of the same level can make such existences take them seriously. If you want to go deep into Tianyuan or the Death Sea region, it's best to wait until your level is about the same. Xiao Chengfeng warned. He was also worried. Qin Shujian went there without saying anything. Above the half-step rule realm, after countless years, he had seen through too many things. If he really angered such existences, it was not impossible for them to kill him directly. In Xiao Chengfeng's opinion, Qin Shujian had hopes of reaching that level. If he died halfway, it would be a pity. Brother Xiao, don't worry. Ben Huang is not a reckless person. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. That's good. Xiao Chengfeng finished the spiritual tea in his cup, then stood up and said, I killed many cultivators in the 10,000 tribe battlefield. I have some thoughts. I'll take my leave first. Okay. Qin Shujian nodded. Soon after, Xiao Chengfeng floated away. Sitting on his seat, Qin Shujian took out 2 hallow pills and swallowed them. After a while, he let out a long breath, which shook the Chen Yuan realm slightly. Before I break through to the 9th level of the sky human realm, I can't play like this anymore. Qin Shujian shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. It had been almost a day since the end of the battle. Even though he had swallowed a few hallow pills, his injuries had not fully recovered. But on the surface, Qin Shujian's actions were watertight, leaving no clues for others to see through. To this, he did not even reveal his weakness to Xiao Chengfeng and Zhao Huang. Until now. After everyone had left, Qin Shujian took out the hallowed pill and swallowed it again. Only then did he recover from most of his injuries. In this battle, he also had a clear understanding of his own strength. My strength is between the second and third level of the immortal realm. With the Godslayer, I'm firmly above the third level of the immortal realm. But my foundation is too weak to be comparable to a real immortal. And with my current strength, to fully unleash Zhu Bing's power, it will consume a lot of energy. I can deal with 4 or 5 immortals, but I can't deal with more immortals. Qin Shujian thought to himself. In the battle with the emperors of the various clans, if he was not careful, he would die. However, he was confident that he could drag a few immortals down with him before he died. What he said to the Ice Emperor was not just to scare him. It was also because of this. That was why the emperors of the various clans were afraid. Let's wait a little longer. Qin Shujian sighed and then focused on his attribute panel. The battle in the 10,000 tribe battlefield. His life force had officially broken through to 3 trillion points. According to his estimation, about 4 trillion points would allow him to break through to the 9th level of the celestial being realm. With the current speed of the human race providing life force, it would take at most 2 or 3 months. This was not a long time. Qin Shujian estimated that in the next 2 or 3 months, there should not be any major changes in the 4 continents. It was very simple. The emperors of the various clans had just fought. In the short term, if there were no major changes, these immortals would not easily make a move. Inside the 10,000 tribe battlefield, all the cultivators above the 7th level of the celestial being realm had retreated, leaving only the cultivators who were mainly saints to fight. The subsequent battles would be dominated by numbers, and it would be difficult for the top experts to control the situation. In this way, the various clans would fall into a state of fierce battle. For this, Qin Shujian was very happy to see it. Only when the various clans fought fiercely would the human race have more opportunities to harvest the life force. At this moment, the Qian Yuan realm opened. A green ball flew over and arrived in front of Qin Shujian. Emperor Qin, I'm back. As soon as he saw Qin Shujian, Niu Dali spoke excitedly. It could be seen. He was really in a good mood. Qin Shujian said, I heard that you have broken through to the 7th level of the celestial being realm. I wonder how your strength has progressed. If not for your edict, Emperor Qin, Tianhong of the demon clan would have been trampled to death by me. Not bad. Qin Shujian glanced at him and nodded in approval. Niu Dali could kill Tianhong. He was not surprised. After all, when the other party was at the 6th level of the celestial being realm, he had already killed Jin Eldar's 9th level of the celestial being realm. Even if Tianhong's strength was stronger than God Dong's, it would not be by much. In Qin Shujian's opinion, Niu Dali should almost have the strength of an emperor. Even if he was not as good as a 10th level celestial being emperor, the gap was very small. Looking at the green ball in front of him, Qin Shujian suddenly felt emotional. It turned out that he didn't know when his own cattle had grown so fast. 7th level of the celestial being realm, its strength was comparable to a 10th level celestial being emperor. With such amount, it was already very impressive to ride it out. Qin Shujian said, Benhuang originally planned to let you go to the 10,000 races battlefield to gain experience and speed up the refinement of the Demon Emperor's blood essence. However, seeing that you have broken through to the 7th level of the celestial being realm in a short time, you did not disappoint. Mighty cultivators are not allowed to enter the 10,000 races battlefield. Since that's the case, you can stay here. Thank you, Emperor Qin. Niu Dali was overjoyed when he heard that. His greatest dream in this life was to be able to lie down and sleep without moving. Going to the 10,000 races battlefield. That was something he had no choice but to do. Now that he could return, it was naturally an excellent thing. Go. Qin Shujian waved his hand, and Niu Dali immediately bowed and left. Outside the courtyard. It took less than 3 seconds for Niu Dali to lie down. Not long after, a green bull was already lying in front of the door taking a nap. Senior, what do you think? Qin Shujian asked indifferently. The person he was asking. Needless to say, he knew who it was. In the sea of consciousness. Godslayer said, his foundation is very deep. Until now, I still can't see the origin of his bloodline. If he can prove his Tao and become an immortal, he will be a good help. Even if he had the Demon Emperor's blood essence and the inheritance of the demon clan. However, to have the strength of a 10th level celestial being at the 7th level of the celestial being realm was not something that anyone could do. Such a cultivator. Each of them was a seed of the celestial being realm. As long as they grew to the 9th level of the celestial being realm or even the 10th level of the celestial being realm, there was a high chance that they would be comparable to a true immortal. And any expert who could become a celestial being realm. As long as they succeeded in proving their Tao, they would be a top expert in the future. In Godslayer's opinion, Nyo Dali was able to reach this step because of the demon clan's inheritance. But even so, his future achievements would not be shallow. After all, any genius would have a lot of opportunities on them. All the opportunities were piled up together. That was one's foundation. Qin Shujian nodded in agreement with the God-slaying saber's evaluation. His potential is indeed not bad. If the other party could grow up, he would indeed be a good help. Not to mention anything else. He would also have face if he rode out. Subsequently, Qin Shujian said indifferently, in the next few months, unless there is a major change, don't let anyone disturb Ben Huang. After saying that, he abandoned the distracting thoughts in his mind and went back to cultivating. Outside the courtyard, Nyo Dali opened his eyes, then turned back to look at the closed courtyard door, then fell into a deep sleep again. At this moment, after the 10,000 race battlefield calmed down a little, the massacre began again. All the mighty figures retreated. So that the Saint Realm cultivators were the most respected in the 10,000 race battlefield. Such a change. Not only did it not ease the war on the 10,000 race battlefield, but it also became more intense. Although the celestial being cultivators were strong, but they did not really treat those below the celestial being as ants. As long as enough cultivators joined forces, there was a chance to kill the celestial being. Even if they were as strong as the Saint Realm. It was the same. Those who could really transform were the mighty figures who had condensed the domain. As long as the domain was opened. Unless the other party was also a celestial being, it was almost impossible for cultivators below the celestial being to compete. But now the mighty figures did not come out. Although the Saint Realm cultivators were strong, they could not directly suppress an entire clan like they did before. In this way, when the war started, it was more of a stalemate. Because Xiao Chengfeng had been killing in all directions. Now many forces had joined forces to force the human clan. In Yu City, all the powerhouses of the Qianyuan sacred ground gathered. Led by the Wind Clan, the Ice Clan, and the Demon Clan, there are a total of 10 forces. They have all issued arrest orders to strangle the human clan cultivators everywhere. And according to the reports of the scouts, they have also gathered a lot of forces and are preparing to attack the human clan's territory again. Yin Bancheng's expression was solemn as he told them all the news he had received. In the city lord's mansion, everyone's expression was calm. At this time, they had already expected this. After all, the 2 human emperors of the human clan had just humiliated the other emperors in the fallen immortal realm yesterday. At this moment, it was reasonable for the various clans to join forces to attack the human clan. Qin Yuanbai said, "What did the Great Zhao say?" The Great Zhao is not doing very well now. Some forces are targeting the Qianyuan sacred ground, and some forces are targeting the Great Zhao. Yin Bancheng shook his head slightly. Now everyone's situation was the same. Although the Great Zhao was much stronger than the Qianyuan sacred ground in terms of strength. But if they did not count the mighty figures, their strength was limited. Mph, the Qianyuan sacred ground does not need the help of outsiders. Hearing this, Fang Xinglan snorted coldly. Hearing this, Kui Huai looked at him and said strangely, "Elder Fang, do you mean to say that you have other trump cards?" As early as a day ago, I suddenly comprehended the essence of the Array Dao. At this time, I have advanced to the second realm of the Array Dao Grand Master. Speaking of this, a proud look appeared on Fang Xinglan's face. The second realm of the Array Dao Grand Master. Hearing these words, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Qin Yuanbai looked at Fang Xinglan with burning eyes and asked urgently, Elder Fang, are you serious? This old man has never been one to lie. Haha, God bless the sacred ground. Qin Yuanbai was overjoyed. Fang Xinglan's breakthrough could be said to be timely help. The second realm of the Array Dao Grand Master was equivalent to saying that the other party's Array Dao Grand Master was already comparable to a Saint Realm expert. This matter. It was even more surprising than the other party's cultivation breaking through to the Saint Realm. Because when a cultivator broke through to the Saint Realm, it only had the combat power of a Saint Realm expert. But if a Array Dao Grand Master broke through to the second realm, it was equivalent to the combat power of several saints. And it was more than that. This was the domineering aspect of the Array Dao Grand Master. The array was set up. Even if it was a powerhouse of the same level, he could still fight against many. Not only that, the lethality was also extremely amazing. In other words, even if Fang Xinglan had just broken through to the second realm of the Array Dao Grand Master, the method he could use was much more powerful than the average Saint Realm expert. At this time, the others finally understood where the other party's confidence came from. A second realm of the Array Dao Grand Master was born. For the others, it was also a rare happy event. They originally thought that the matter of the various clans joining hands, they felt a little depressed, but it also eased a lot. Fang Xinglan said, as long as you give me some time, even if the allied forces of the various clans come, I can make them unable to return. This was the confidence of the Array Dao Grand Master. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai nodded. Elder Fang's breakthrough is really a joyous event. In this case, we need to trouble Elder Fang to set up the array in the human territory as soon as possible. No problem. Fang Xinglan replied in a deep voice. The previous battle with the Blood Eldar had almost destroyed the array set up in the human front line. At this time, if they wanted to use it again, they had to set it up again. To this, Fang Xinglan also knew what to do. Not long after, the meeting ended. Fang Xinglan came out of the city lord's mansion, turned left and right, and finally came to a courtyard. In the courtyard, there were people going in and out. Fang Xinglan walked straight into the inner hall as if he was familiar with the place. At this time, Ling Huayu was also sitting there. Elder Fang, why are you suddenly free to come over today? Seeing Fang Xinglan's arrival, her face was also a little surprised. Although she had already received the news when the other party entered. But the other party's purpose. Ling Huayu was also curious. Hearing this, Fang Xinglan found a seat and sat down as if he was familiar with the place. Then, he looked at Ling Huayu and said with a smile, I came here this time because I have something that I need Elder Ling's help with. Could it be to forge a divine weapon? More or less. Fang Xinglan nodded and said, I want Elder Ling's help to forge a set of array discs. As a Array Dao Grand Master, although he could set up an array in the void, but if he had a set of powerful array discs in hand, the power he could unleash would be even more powerful. Ling Huayu asked, what level of array discs does Elder Fang need? It's best if it's a top spiritual artifact. It's best if it can match 2 or 3 Seal Dao artifacts. While they were talking, Fang Xinglan paused for a moment, then immediately continued, I know Elder Ling's rules. I also have some corpses of the 5 elements Eldar. I think it should be enough. P.S. I plan to charge into the monthly votes list this month, so I hope that if everyone has monthly votes in their hands, don't leave them at the end of the month. The sooner you vote, the better. In addition, readers who watch the pirated version are also advised to support the original version. Even the coins received from watching the video every day are enough to support the subscription. Chapter 691. After several battles, Fang Xinglan also had many corpses of the 5 elements Eldar in his hands. It was just that he had always kept them in front of him and did not use them easily. At this time, he broke through from the first realm to the second realm of the Array Master realm. It was just right to use it to refine a set of powerful array discs. Any powerful Array Dao Grandmaster. They could not do without the help of array discs. Carving arrays in the void. That was just bullying children. If he wanted to deal with experts, he had to use array discs. Fang Xinglan was confident. If he was given a set of array discs that were not weaker than a 2-seal Dao artifact, he was confident that he could kill even a cultivator at the peak of the Saint Realm. This was the domineering aspect of an array master. It was fine if he did not break through. Once he broke through, the strength he could unleash was much stronger than cultivators of the same realm. Hearing Fang Xinglan's words, Ling Huayu's eyes flickered. What realm are the corpses of the 5 elements Eldar at? 1 at the 3rd level of the Heaven-Human realm, 2 at the 2nd level of the Heaven-Human realm, and 1 at the 1st level of the Heaven-Human realm. If Elder Ling needs them, I can give them to you together. Fang Xinglan looked at the storage ring and gave an answer. Hearing this, Ling Huayu secretly estimated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Sure, but refining the array discs will take time. Is half a month enough?" "Half a month?" Ling Huayu pondered for a moment, then replied, "About half a month to a month. As for the specific time, I will contact you after I succeed. But I don't know what other requests Elder Fang has. If you do, you can tell me now." Fang Xinglan thought for a moment and said, "Since it is to use the 5 elements Eldar as the foundation to refine the array disc, I hope that Elder Ling can refine a set of array discs that match the 5 elements of heaven and earth. However, the lack of fire Eldar and earth Eldar in the corpses of the 5 elements Eldar is not a small problem. The 5 elements of heaven and earth. It was in accordance with the operation of heaven and earth. The complete power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth was also extremely powerful. However, the fire Eldar had long been extinguished, and the earth Eldar had also disappeared some time ago. It was almost impossible to collect all the 5 elemental Eldar. Ling Huayu said, "The fire Eldar and the earth Eldar are not a big problem. Although the 5 elements Eldar represents the 5 elements of heaven and earth, it doesn't mean that there are only 5 elements Eldar in the 5 elements of heaven and earth. As long as we find other treasures, we can replace them. Currently, I do have a piece of earth spirit essence in my hands. As for the fire spirit essence, Elder Fang will have to think of a way yourself." While speaking, Ling Huayu also paused for a moment before looking at Fang Xinglan, whose brows were tightly knitted. It's rumored that the southern continent's Nanming fire region was formed from the fall of a fire Eldar expert. There might be fire spirit essence there. However, the Nanming fire domain was a dangerous place. Ordinary cultivators might not be able to gain any benefits if they entered. But if you replace it with something else, the effect might not be as good. Nanming fire region. Fang Xinglan frowned again. That was a perilous place. No. It was even more dangerous than a dangerous place. Entering an ordinary danger zone might be extremely dangerous, but there was always a chance of survival. But if they entered the Nanming fire region, that meant that they had completely fallen. This was because in the Nanming fire region, the flames that burned the void were everywhere. Any cultivator who stepped into it, as long as they were not strong enough to resist this force, would be instantly burned to ashes. "Give me 3 days. I will get the fire spirit essence as soon as possible." Fang Xinglan took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Then, he left Yu City and returned to the eastern continent through the teleportation array. In the Qianyuan sacred ground, in front of Sect Yuan's main vein, the stone tablet of the mountain gate was still there. A man in a black robe was sitting cross-legged, motionless, as if he was a petrified statue. It was only the aura that was faintly emitted from his body that could be recognized. The black-robed man in front of him. He was a powerful cultivator. Jiang Feng. Fang Xinglan frowned instinctively. Ever since the other party was subdued by Qin Shujian, he had been staying here motionless. He did not come to Sect Yuan's main vein many times. But every time he came, he would see the other party sitting cross-legged here. Jiang Feng's strength is not weaker than a celestial being. If he enters the 10,000 tribe battlefield, he will be of great help to the human race. It would be a waste to let him stay here. Fang Xinglan thought to himself. He made up his mind. Since he was here, he would ask Qin Shujian for Jiang Feng. He thought to himself. Fang Xinglan had already walked up to Sect Yuan. As an elder of the Chenyuan sacred ground, no one stopped him from entering here. It was just that after a disciple saw this, he spread the news. Not long after, Zheng Fang came up to him. Elder Fang, why are you free today? I have something to ask to see Emperor Qin. Emperor Qin is in seclusion. I don't know if he is willing to see me. Zheng Fang shook his head and said with some regret. Seclusion. Fang Xinglan was stunned. He never expected that Qin Shujian would be in seclusion at this time. He thought about it. Fang Xinglan still wanted to insist. I want to go and take a look. This matter is a little urgent. Well, Elder Fang, you can go by yourself. Zheng Fang did not stop him. Then Fang Xinglan cupped his hands slightly and went to the courtyard. When he came to the gate of the courtyard was already closed. Only a green ox was lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. Sensing someone, the green ox raised his eyelids and then closed them again. Fang Xinglan, who was standing in place, looked a little embarrassed. He had just raised his hand to greet him, but he didn't know if he should put it down. Ahum, Elder Niu. After coughing twice, Fang Xinglan decided to remind him. Hearing this, Niu Dali turned sideways and then forced his eyes open. He looked at the person with dissatisfaction. What are you doing now? Emperor Qin is in seclusion. Unless the human clan is about to be destroyed, don't come and disturb him. These are the original words of Emperor Qin. I can't open a back door for you. In one sentence. It directly blocked all the words that Fang Xinglan wanted to say. Fang Xinglan's heart sank. Then, he looked at the green ox in front of him and thought of something. Elder Niu, I'm not here to look for Emperor Qin this time. I'm here specifically for you. Looking for me? Niu Dali seemed to have heard something strange, and his dispirited spirit was slightly lifted. Why are you looking for me? Now that the powerful figures have entered the battlefield, I can't do anything. Elder Niu, you worry too much. I just want to ask you to accompany me to the Nanming Fire Territory to see if you can get some fire spirit essence from there. Fang Xinglan smiled apologetically. Hearing this, Niu Dali closed his eyes and replied as if nothing had happened, I'm not interested. You can find someone else. Elder Niu should know that there are many dangers in the Nanming Fire Territory. In the huge Chenyuan sacred ground, only Emperor Qin and you have the ability to enter the Nanming Fire Territory. At this time, Emperor Qin is in seclusion. I think that only Elder Niu has such magical power, so I'm here to ask for a favor. Fang Xinglan said with a serious expression. There was silence for a few seconds. Then, Niu Dali opened his eyes and saw the other party's serious expression. After pondering for a while, he pretended to be in a dilemma and said, It's reasonable for you to say so. But without Emperor Qin's order, I don't dare to go out for too long. How long will it take you to find the fire spirit essence? 2 or 3 days should be enough. Fang Xinglan was overjoyed. 2 or 3 days. That's okay. Niu Dali muttered, then stood up from the ground and transformed into his human form. Seeing this, Fang Xinglan immediately turned sideways. Elder Niu, please. Okay. Niu Dali nodded, and then he walked forward. However, when he passed by Fang Xinglan, he stopped in his tracks. Then, he glanced sideways at the other party. I heard that you broke through to the second realm of Array Grandmaster. Give me 15 drops of Saint Realm Cultivator's blood essence in half a year. After saying this, the smile on Fang Xinglan's face stiffened. He thought that he had really flattered this bull. Unexpectedly, it was waiting for him here. 15 drops of Saint Realm blood essence was almost enough to drain a Saint Realm cultivator. In this way, what was the difference between giving a complete Saint Realm corpse to the other party? After thinking for a while, Fang Xinglan didn't refuse in the end. 15 drops of Saint Realm blood essence. Then 15 drops of Saint Realm blood essence. As long as he got the fire spirit essence. When the array disc was successfully refined, it wouldn't be difficult to kill Saint Realm cultivators. No problem. After getting the promise, Niu Dali also showed a smile on his face. Soon, A man and a bull left by flying into the air. It only took about a day and a half to arrive at the Nanming fire territory. That scorching temperature hit him in the face. It made Fang Xinglan's face change. Nanming fire territory. Looking at the blazing flames, his heart sank. To be honest, although he had seen the Nanming fire territory, he had never been so close to it. That scorching temperature. Although he didn't really step into the territory of the Nanming fire territory, he had to use his energy to resist. For a moment, Fang Xinglan didn't have much confidence in whether Niu Dali could enter the Nanming fire territory and find the fire spirit essence. Elder Niu, if you can't do it, don't force yourself. Don't worry. Niu Dali shook his head slightly. He wasn't too afraid. He had been to the Nanming fire territory personally. After breaking through to the 7th level of Heaven Realm, Niu Dali found that his strength had changed a lot. Although the Nanming fire territory in front of him was strong, but it didn't threaten him too much. Wait for me here. I'll go get the fire spirit essence for you. After saying that, Niu Dali stepped into the Nanming fire territory. Suddenly, monstrous flames swept over. That terrifying power had already incinerated the void inside. Niu Dali stomped hard on the ground. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The terrifying power swept out in all directions with him as the center. The flames that swept over. Under the impact of this power, it was also scattered into chaos. Then, Niu Dali walked forward steadily. The more he walked in, the more he felt a vague sense of familiarity. This fire looks quite familiar. P.S. The first update in the morning has 6,000 words. The second update today has 3,000 words to make up for the lack of words in the morning. There is another update in the afternoon with 9,000 words. Chapter 692. As for the origin of the Nanming fire territory, Niu Dali also knew about it. In ancient times, a true immortal of the upper 3 grades of the fire Eldar died here. The fire spirit of heaven and earth gathered here and turned this place into an indestructible fire territory. It's just that. Why do I find it familiar? Niu Dali's face showed a blank expression. Familiar. But he couldn't find any reason. Maybe it has something to do with the bloodline in my body. In the end, Niu Dali blamed all the problems on the bloodline. Since the awakening of the bloodline, he found that he often saw something and found it familiar. However, it was so familiar, but there was no reason for it. Even to say that, other than the familiarity, there was no extra memory. To this, Niu Dali didn't dwell on it too much. If he couldn't remember, then so be it. Anyway, it didn't have much effect on him. Walking in the Nanming fire territory, Niu Dali looked left and right, trying to find the fire spirit essence. Because of the burning flames, he didn't spread out his divine thought. The flames here could not only incinerate the physical body, but even the divine thought would be incinerated into nothingness when it touched it. Niu Dali was not afraid of the flames here. However, there was also a certain risk when the divine thought left the body. Where is the fire spirit essence? Niu Dali suddenly remembered something. That was, he forgot to ask Fang Xinglan what the fire spirit essence looked like. Just as he was about to turn around and go out, when he asked about this matter, in his mind, there was a flash of light. The fire spirit essence exists between heaven and earth. As long as the 5 elements of heaven and earth exist in any place, there will be traces of the fire spirit essence. It's just that the fire spirit essence is too weak in some places. Under normal circumstances, it can't be seen with the naked eye. The fire spirit essence here is rich. There should be fire spirit essence scattered everywhere. His bloodline throbbed. Waves of memories surged in his mind. Niu Dali suddenly understood what the fire spirit essence was. It was also at this time. A set of incantation appeared out of thin air. Niu Dali looked at the nameless incantation that appeared in his mind. Then, he performed it accordingly. In an instant, there was a riot in the Nanming fire territory. The fire spirit essence of heaven and earth swarmed over. Standing outside the Nanming fire territory, Fang Xinglan was startled by the sudden riot of flames. What happened? In his line of sight. All of a sudden, a gust of wind surged in the Nanming fire domain, and all of the raging flames converged towards a certain point. Meanwhile, the surrounding temperature had also dropped significantly. Nothing will happen to Elder Niu, right? Seeing the changes in front of him, Fang Xinglan was also anxious. If something happened to Niu Dali inside, if that happened, he would have to bear the consequences. After all, it was because of him that the other party had entered the Nanming fire territory. Very soon. Fang Xinglan comforted himself again in his heart. No, Elder Niu is so powerful. How could it be so easy for the Nanming fire territory to keep him here? Let's wait a little longer. Elder Niu might come out soon. He comforted himself at the same time. Fang Xinglan's heart also gradually calmed down. In the meantime, the riot in the Nanming fire domain had also attracted the attention of other cultivators. As the place with the densest concentration of fire spirit energy in the 4 great continents, many cultivators who cultivated fire attribute cultivation methods would linger around the Nanming fire domain and absorb the fire spirit energy that drifted out to cultivate. At this moment, all of the fire spiritual energy converged towards the center. It caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly, and even the fire spirit energy weakened a lot. Those who were cultivating in silence were also interrupted halfway. What happened in the Nanming fire territory? I don't know. Could it be that a supreme treasure was born? Those cultivators looked at the Nanming fire territory in front of them, and a subtle look flashed across their eyes. The Nanming fire territory. It had existed for an unknown number of years. It wasn't impossible to say that a supreme treasure was born inside. And as far as they knew, no one had ever truly entered the depths of the Nanming fire territory. This way, after countless years of nurturing, the Nanming fire territory might really have a supreme treasure. Thinking of this possibility, everyone's breathing became rapid. Supreme treasure. No one didn't want it. Especially the supreme treasure that was born in the Nanming fire territory. It was needless to say that it was filled with surging fire spirit energy. Any cultivator who cultivated fire attribute cultivation methods, if they could obtain such a supreme treasure, then, in terms of cultivation, it would definitely be a smooth path. Immediately. Therefore, some cultivators were eager to enter the Nanming fire domain to investigate. However, there were also cultivators who maintained a cautious attitude. The flames in the Nanming fire territory are too powerful. Even if an almighty cultivator enters, there is a possibility of dying. If they go in at this time, there might be some accident. That's not necessarily true. Now the flames in the Nanming fire territory are gathering toward the center, and the surrounding temperature has dropped a lot. Even an idle heaven cultivator can resist it. The Nanming fire territory has existed for so many years. Even if there is no supreme treasure, there must be a lot of fire spirit essence. If they can get it, it will be of great benefit to their cultivation. With the supreme treasure in front of them, more cultivators were eager to make a move. Originally, the Nanming fire territory's temperature was so hot that it could even burn the void. Other cultivators had no chance to set foot in it. Now, the temperature had finally subsided. How could these people let go of this opportunity? All of a sudden, a cultivator rushed toward the Nanming fire territory. Then, his true essence swept out and scooped up a fiery red crystal about the size of a palm. Immediately, someone recognized the origin of the fiery red crystal. That's the fire spirit essence. As soon as the words came out, all the cultivators were shocked. Immediately, these people could no longer keep calm. They all rushed toward the Nanming fire territory crazily. Fire spirit essence. It was a supreme treasure condensed from the fire spirit essence of heaven and earth. For any cultivator who cultivated fire attribute cultivation methods, the fire spirit essence was a rare supreme treasure. In another direction, Fang Xinglan also saw the actions of the other cultivators. However, he didn't move easily. To be able to live for so many years, Fang Xinglan relied on caution. Now that the Nanming fire territory had disappeared, it was obviously very unusual. Under such circumstances, he couldn't easily take the risk. The fire spirit essence was tempting. But compared to it, his own safety was more important. Of course. The most important thing was that Nyo Dali had already gone in. If he went in too, if something went wrong, there wouldn't even be someone to report the death. In the depths of the Nanming fire territory, Nyo Dali cast a set of incantations and drew the power of the Nanming fire territory over. A vast amount of fire spiritual energy gathered and condensed into a red stone tablet that was about 10 feet in size in front of him. If there was a cultivator here, he would definitely recognize it. This stone tablet was completely a huge piece of fire spirit essence. I forgot to ask Fang Xinglan how much fire spirit essence he wants. Nyo Dali's hand that was controlling the incantation paused for a moment. Then, he looked at the fire spirit essence in front of him. Such a huge amount of fire spirit essence should be enough. After so long, Nyo Dali felt that he had consumed a lot of his vital essence. If this continued, he would be in danger in the Nanming fire territory. Thinking of this, Nyo Dali immediately stopped and cancelled the incantation that was controlling the fire spirit essence. In an instant, the fire spirit essence that gathered seemed to have lost its target and wandered in the center of the Nanming fire territory. A moment later, like a rising tide, it returned to where it came from. Rumble, the flames returned. All the cultivators who entered the Nanming fire territory saw the monstrous waves of fire surging toward them. The surrounding temperature also rose crazily. At this moment, everyone's face was filled with shock. Run. They didn't care about the fire spirit essence or the supreme treasure. They instantly fled toward the periphery of the Nanming fire territory. No one knew. Why did such a thing happen to the Nanming fire territory that was originally fine? But they knew. If they were slow, they would definitely be buried here. However, no matter how fast the cultivators were, they couldn't be faster than the speed of the waves of fire. In an instant, the waves of fire in the Nanming fire territory were turbulent and swallowed all the cultivators who entered the Nanming fire territory. No matter if they were transcendent cultivators. No matter if they were saint cultivators. In the raging flames of the Nanming fire territory, they couldn't hold on for more than a breath. The waves of fire returned. They buried all the cultivators who entered. Fang Xinglan stood in place. His back was already soaked in cold sweat. Almost. Just a little more. He was about to go in. Fortunately, he was used to being cautious and didn't take action in the end. Or else, he would be one of the many cultivators who died in the Nanming fire territory. Just when Fang Xinglan was afraid, he only saw the waves of fire in front of him separated. A person with 2 horns on his head and a stone tablet on his shoulder walked out from inside. Seeing this, Fang Xinglan's hanging heart was completely at ease. Elder Nyo, you finally came out. If you didn't come out, I was going to go back and report your death. After his mind relaxed, Fang Xinglan's gaze fell on the stone tablet on the other party's shoulder. This is the fire spirit essence. His heart seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Fire spirit essence. To be honest, Fang Xinglan had only seen the fire spirit essence in the ancient records. He had never seen the real thing. But in the ancient records, the records of the fire spirit essence were mostly the size of a fist. Even so, it was priceless. Not only had he never seen or heard of a fire spirit essence that was about 10 feet in size like a stone tablet, but he had also never seen or heard of such a thing. Nyo Dali casually threw the stone tablet over. Seeing this, Fang Xinglan hurriedly reached out to catch it. When it entered his hand, it was filled with a surging hot power. I've given you the fire spirit essence. Remember what you promised old Nyo. 15 drops of saint blood essence, absolutely not less. Elder Nyo, don't worry. I'll give you the saint blood essence on time. Fang Xinglan solemnly kept the fire spirit essence. Immediately, his expression was solemn. Such a large piece of fire spirit essence. It was already worthy of the name of a treasure. Nyo Dali had given him this treasure in exchange for 15 drops of saint blood essence. It was already a loss. So, Fang Xinglan would not go back on his words. He thought of the commotion in the South Ming Fire territory just now and could not help but ask, the commotion in the South Ming Fire territory just now, was it caused by Elder Nyo? Commotion? What commotion? Nyo Dallis' face was blank. He had been condensing the fire spirit essence all this time and did not notice any commotion. Seeing this, Fang Xinglan did not ask any more and said with a smile, nothing, just a small matter. This time, we've been out for a long time. Let's go back together. In case Elder Nyo has been out for too long, Emperor Qin will blame us. Let's go. 1,000 Pupil Clan. In the main hall, the atmosphere was as heavy as usual. The aura on Jiju's body was somewhat dispirited. Obviously, he had suffered serious injuries. However, his eyes were bright and full of vigor, which was a stark contrast to his sorry appearance. Emperor, you've seen the strength of the human race. With Emperor Qin and Emperor Zhao around, the other races will definitely not be able to suppress the human race. The future of the world will definitely be on the human race's side. If you insist on going against the human race, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending. Jiju tried his best to persuade him. He had said these words no less than a dozen times. The 1,000 Pupil Emperor looked indifferent and did not give any reply. A 1,000 Pupil Clan elder sneered and said, the human race is now surrounded by enemies. If the 1,000 Pupil Clan allies with the human race, we will definitely not have a good ending. Jiju, it's fine that you betrayed the 1,000 Pupil Clan, but now you dare to push the 1,000 Pupil Clan into a pit of fire. This is unforgivable. At this point, he looked at the 1,000 Pupil Emperor, cupped his hands, and said, my Emperor, please give the order for me to kill this traitor. Lan Shan, don't slander me. Jiju was furious and stared coldly at the other party. The strength of the human race is obvious. Although we are now surrounded by enemies, with 2 human emperors around, the other races will not dare to act rashly. Forming an alliance with the human race is the best way out. If you insist on going against the human race, you will be digging your own grave. In my opinion, you are not a spy of the demon race, deliberately leading the 1,000 Pupil Clan to its end. How dare you? Lan Shan was furious. At this moment, Jiju could not be bothered with him. Instead, he turned to look at the 1,000 Pupil Emperor and bowed. Emperor, there is one thing you must know. The Qin Emperor has yet to become an immortal. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the main hall became more oppressive. The 1,000 Pupil Emperor, who was originally expressionless, seemed to have some ripples on his face. The Qin Emperor has yet to become an immortal, but his strength has already reached such a level. If the Qin Emperor becomes an immortal, who in the 4 great continents can be his match? Jiju looked straight at the 1,000 Pupil Emperor and said in a low voice, even the emperors who are strong are not the Qin Emperor's match after breaking through to the immortal realm. Once the Qin Emperor becomes an immortal, the 4 great continents will be ruled by the human race. Even the Demon Emperor, Bloodling Huang, and the other emperors of the top races will definitely not be able to fight against the human race. When the Qin Emperor becomes an immortal, it will definitely be the time to settle the scores with the other races. The demon race has always had many grudges against the human race. If the 1,000 Pupil Clan stands on the side of the demon race, we will inevitably be implicated. Hearing this, many elders of the 1,000 Pupil Clan had different expressions on their faces. Jiju's words. This was also the problem that they were afraid of. If it was said that these elders did not have much of an impression of Qin Shujian before, then they would not have had much of an impression of him. Then the battle in the fallen immortal region. It was to completely let all the cultivators understand how powerful the Qin Emperor of the human race was. He was not a immortal. He was stronger than a immortal. When the Qin Emperor becomes an immortal, it was hard for them to imagine who would be able to fight against him. When the time comes, they were afraid that even the strongest person in the 4 great continents, Zhao Emperor, would not be as powerful as the Qin Emperor. But there was one thing to know. No matter if it was Zhao Emperor or the Qin Emperor, they were both human emperors of the human race. In other words, the human race had now gathered the 2 most powerful people in the 4 great continents. Seeing everyone's change, Lan Shan's face instantly turned gloomy. The Qin Emperor is powerful, But in my opinion, he definitely has no chance of becoming an immortal. If you can see the Qin Emperor's threat, how can the other emperors not see it? The emperors have not really made a move yet because they are waiting for an opportunity. If the Qin Emperor becomes an immortal, he will definitely die. Humph, we don't know if the Qin Emperor will die or not. Even if the Qin Emperor dies, the human race still has Zhao Emperor. If the Qin Emperor becomes an immortal, the human race will definitely be powerful. Ji Ju retorted mercilessly. Hearing this, Lan Shan was about to refute. At this moment, the 1,000-pupil emperor, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Enough, all of you can leave." My emperor, Lan Shan wanted to say something, but under the 1,000-pupil emperor's cold gaze, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Then he cupped his hands. Then he turned around and left. The other elders did the same. Then, the 1,000-pupil emperor looked at Ji Ju and said calmly, "You betrayed the clan and should be killed on the spot. However, Ben Huang can see that your heart is still with the clan, so I will let you go for now. During this period of time, you should stay in your residence. Without Ben Huang's orders, you are not allowed to leave. Otherwise, Ben Huang will kill you personally." His indifferent voice was filled with cold killing intent. To this, Ji Ju's expression was normal. He flicked his sleeves and then cupped his hands with a smile. "Thank you, my emperor, for your kindness. Ji Ju will leave now." After speaking, he turned around and left. However, there was a faint smile on his face. From the 1,000-pupil emperor's reaction, the other party was already tempted. Ji Ju was confident that if he was given a few more chances, he would be able to make the 1,000-pupil clan completely side with the human race. On the main seat, the 1,000-pupil emperor looked at Ji Ju's back as he left. His eyes flickered slightly. After an unknown period of time, in the empty hall, there was a deep sigh. Qin Emperor. The 1,000-pupil emperor also felt a lot of pressure. This was the tragedy of a small clan. If they were not strong enough, they did not have the right to speak. If it was in the past, it would have been fine. The Nirvana realm was the peak. As a Nirvana realm expert, the 1,000-pupil clan could be considered a mid-tier clan. Although they were not strong enough, it was more than enough to compare. However, it was different now. The emperors had become immortals. Whether it was the Nirvana realm or the 10th level of the Heaven realm, they were all ants in front of a true immortal. The 1,000-pupil clan instantly went from a mid-tier faction to a small clan. Under the trend of the world, the 1,000-pupil emperor felt like he was walking on thin ice. If he was not careful, the 1,000-pupil clan could face the danger of being exterminated. It was also because of this. He did not dare to easily betray the Yarrow clan, nor did he dare to easily side with the human race. Of course, he had to grasp a certain degree. The 1,000-pupil emperor sighed again. In the era of great battles, those who do not become immortals are ants. My 1,000-pupil clan does not wish to return to the peak of the ancient era. We only wish to not be completely exterminated in the current situation. Since the beginning of the era of great battles, many clans had already been exterminated. The powerful God clan had died because of carelessness. Although the ancient Buddha clan had not been exterminated, they had sealed the mystic realm and escaped. They would not be able to recover for hundreds of thousands of years. As for the other small clans, some were also exterminated one after another. In comparison, the 1,000-pupil clan was also in danger. Let's wait and see. Whether it is the human race or the Yarrow clan, we have to consider which choice is most beneficial to the 1,000-pupil clan. When there is no way out, giving up on sealing the mystic realm and leaving might be a way out. The 1,000-pupil emperor's gaze was deep. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not wish to give up everything he had. As for betraying the Yarrow clan, if the benefits were enough, there would be no problem. This was because the emperor who had made the 1,000-pupil clan a vassal of the Yarrow clan had passed away hundreds of thousands of years ago. At this moment, the 1,000-pupil clan and the Yarrow clan did not have much binding force. If the 1,000-pupil clan wanted to rebel, the Yarrow clan would be helpless. However, it was still the same. They had to weigh the pros and cons before making a formal decision. Before the situation was clear, the 1,000-pupil emperor did not wish to take too many risks. Back at his residence, Jiju realized that his trusted subordinates had been completely replaced. Instead, there were many hidden experts around him who were monitoring his every move. He realized this. Anger surged in Jiju's heart. However, this anger quickly subsided. Forget it. Sitting in the inner hall, he shook his head helplessly. Ever since he returned to the 1,000-pupil clan, Jiju had been captured as a traitor. If he had not mentioned Qin Shujian's name, he might have been killed on the spot. It was also because of this. During this period of time, Jiju had been locked up in the dungeon. Although he did not die, he had suffered a lot. However, even so, he did not give up on persuading the 1,000-pupil emperor to abandon the Yarrow clan and form an alliance with the human race. However, it was a pity. There were different opinions within the 1,000-pupil clan, causing there to be no progress. However, it will be soon. The emperor has already wavered. As long as I persuade him a few more times, he should succeed. Thinking of the 1,000-pupil emperor's reaction, Jiju felt relieved. Returning to his residence from the dungeon. This was the best proof. If the 1,000-pupil emperor did not waver, he would not have a good ending. If not for the 1,000-pupil clan, Jiju would not have kept thinking about it and persisted in persuading the 1,000-pupil emperor. Others did not know. However, he knew it very well. With the foundation of the human race and the terrifying power of Qin Shujian, the human race would definitely be prosperous in the future. No. It should not be the future. The current human race could be said to be at the peak of its power. Jiju did not want to see the 1,000-pupil clan sink with the Yarrow clan. Because he knew. With Qin Shujian's ruthless methods, if the 1,000-pupil clan insisted on becoming enemies with the human race, they would definitely be destroyed. Thinking of this, Jiju sighed again. I hope the emperor can think it through. Otherwise, the 1,000-pupil clan will be in danger, just as he was sighing with emotion in his heart. Lan Shan was also extremely furious. Damn Jiju. Not only did he betray our clan and join the human race, he even has the face to come back and persuade us to form an alliance with the human race. He will not give up until he destroys our clan. The emperor is already wavering. We must not allow him to continue speaking nonsense. Otherwise, the countless years of history of the 1,000-pupil clan will be destroyed. In the mansion, Lan Shan paced back and forth. He did not hide the anger on his face. In the inner hall, there were also a few elders of the 1,000-pupil clan sitting there. Hearing this, immediately, an elder said, "Why don't we take this opportunity to kill Jiju? As long as he is dead, my emperor will definitely give up on forming an alliance with the human race." That's not right. Immediately, an elder shook his head and objected. Jiju is not weak. It will not be easy to kill him in a short period of time. Furthermore, this is the secret territory. If there is any movement, it will not be able to escape my emperor's eyes and ears. At that time, my emperor might even punish us. Regarding this, the other elders' faces also darkened. The punishment of the 1,000-pupil emperor was the biggest problem. Furthermore, in the secret territory, it was almost impossible for them to kill Jiju. Although my emperor is wavering now, he has not really made up his mind. Let me think about it. Lan Shan found a seat and sat down. The anger on his face had already calmed down. Regarding this, the others did not say anything else. The demon race. In the dragon transformation pool. The heavenly demon temple had already entered the dragon transformation pool to recuperate. As for the demon emperor, he was lying down beside the dragon transformation pool and slowly recovering from his injuries. At this moment, all the demon race had already retreated. The area within 1,000 miles of the dragon transformation pool had become a forbidden area. During the battle with Zhao Emperor, the demon emperor's injuries were not light. His true dragon body was almost cut in half. If not for the powerful self-healing ability of a perfected immortal, he might have already died in that battle. Now, As he breathed in and out, a huge amount of heaven and earth spirit energy surged over. His originally broken body had already completely recovered. However, this recovery was only superficial. The injuries on the Demon Emperor's body did not heal much. The Demon Emperor, who was originally silently recuperating. Suddenly, a familiar and mocking voice sounded in his ears. "Is this how the dignified Demon Emperor is? You're so weak and pitiful. If not for Benhuang's pity, I would have already skinned you and pulled out your tendons. You're so weak. We're both perfected immortals, but Benhuang only needs to use one finger to kill you." The Demon Emperor suddenly opened his eyes, and a furious murderous intent flashed through them. In front of him, Zhao Emperor's figure appeared, and he was looking at him with his hands behind his back. His face was full of mockery, and his eyes were filled with pity. "Zhao Emperor." The Demon Emperor gritted his teeth. A furious murderous intent surged in his heart, and he had an impulse to completely kill the other party. Zhao Emperor shook his head, and the mocking smile on his face became even more obvious. "Why? Did Benhuang say something wrong? The previous Demon Emperor really did not entrust the demon race to a piece of trash like you. You've fought with Benhuang so many times, but have you ever won once? When have you not been beaten by Benhuang like a stray dog? Demon Emperor, you're really ridiculous." The Demon Emperor's eyes were terrifyingly cold. Waves of murderous intent rose from his body. Zhao Emperor turned a blind eye to it, and he still shook his head and mocked, "But a piece of trash will always be a piece of trash. The demon race has declined to such a state in your hands. If Benhuang were you, he would have killed himself to atone for his sins. But it's good that you're not dead. At least with you in charge, the demon race will be a stepping stone for the human race for the rest of their lives. Compared to a powerful opponent, Benhuang is more willing to be enemies with a piece of trash like you." This sentence, it completely ignited the Demon Emperor's anger. Shi Ying Tian. In the demon race's secret realm, a cold and terrifying roar resounded, and the entire secret realm shook violently. An extremely dense murderous intent covered the entire place. All the demon race members trembled in this murderous intent, and their faces were filled with fear. Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor is angry. Shi Yingtian? Who is Shi Yingtian? The demon race members were both frightened and confused. Shi Yingtian. This name was unfamiliar to them. However, a demon race member from the eastern continent said in a trembling voice, "Shi Yingtian. Shi Yingtian is the name of the human race's Emperor Zhao. The Demon Emperor's murderous intent is directed at Emperor Zhao." Hearing this, the other demon race members finally understood. At this moment, beside the dragon transformation pool, a slumbering true dragon had awakened, and a faint crimson color appeared in its eyes. Boundless killing intent was revealed from within them. "Kill. Kill Shi Yingtian. Kill the human race's Emperor Zhao." At this moment, an uncontrollable murderous intent surged in the Demon Emperor's heart, making him want to rush out of the demon race's secret realm and fight Emperor Zhao to the death. "Demon Emperor, why are you angry?" A deep voice rang out from the dragon transformation pool, causing the Zhao Emperor to wake up from the shocking killing intent. However, although he was awake, the redness in his eyes did not subside much. The Demon Emperor's voice was cold. "I'm a dignified Demon Emperor, but I've been defeated by Shi Yingtian so many times. How can Benhuang remain calm? The demon race is supposed to be the overlord force of the 4 great continents, and there are countless experts among them. How could they have fallen to such a state? All of this was caused by the human race, by Shi Yingtian. If Benhuang doesn't kill him, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart." In the Demon Emperor's opinion, the current situation of the demon race was caused by the human race and Emperor Zhao. As long as he killed Shi Yingtian, the demon race could return to its heyday. Hearing this, the heavenly demon temple was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Emperor Zhao is very powerful. Although he has just attained immortality, his strength is not weaker than an ordinary 3rd-level immortal. With such strength, he would not be weak in ancient times. If he makes another breakthrough, He might even be comparable to an ordinary third-level true immortal. Hearing the heavenly demon temple's words, the murderous intent in the demon emperor's heart intensified. The current Emperor Zhao was already so difficult to deal with. If he really waited for him to break through, the demon race would probably completely destroy the inheritance. There was a pause. The heavenly demon temple said, "Unless the emperors of the various clans are really willing to fight to the death, it is impossible to kill an expert like Emperor Zhao. Unfortunately, the various clans are not united, and no one dares to fight to the death. It is inevitable to nurture a tiger and invite calamity. But Ben Huang is unwilling to accept this." The demon emperor gritted his teeth, and his face became ferocious. "Ben Huang has sacrificed so much for the demon race. I definitely can't let the demon race be destroyed in my hands. Since you are the Zhu Bing of the ancient demon race, do you have a way to help me?" In the end, the demon emperor had already placed his hopes on the heavenly demon temple. In his opinion, the heavenly demon temple was the Zhu Bing of the ancient demon emperor and had existed for countless years. If the demon race had any room to maneuver, then it was very likely that they would have to rely on the heavenly demon temple in the dragon transformation pool. Hearing this, the heavenly demon temple did not reply. It was unknown if they were thinking about something or did not know how to answer at all. The demon emperor did not ask again. The dragon transformation pool, which was originally shaking, gradually calmed down. Some dragons wanted to come over to investigate the situation, but they did not dare to approach without the demon emperor's orders. They only dared to speak from afar. "May I ask if something has happened to my emperor?" "Nothing, don't let any clansman come over to disturb me," the demon emperor replied indifferently. "Yes, my emperor." The dragons retreated respectfully. From the beginning to the end, he did not step into the forbidden grounds. After an unknown period of time, in the dragon transformation pool, the voice of the heavenly demon temple sounded again. "It's not that there isn't a way, but you might not succeed. Very few demon emperors have succeeded in cultivating this method. But as long as you succeed, your strength will definitely increase greatly. At that time, you will definitely have no problem fighting against Emperor Zhao." What method? Hearing this, the demon emperor's spirits were lifted. To him, it did not matter if the probability of success was low. As long as he could deal with Emperor Zhao, that was enough. As a dignified demon emperor, he had been seriously injured and defeated many times in front of Emperor Zhao. He had already lost all his dignity. If he could regain everything, he was willing to pay a certain price. The heavenly demon temple did not answer immediately. Instead, they warned him again. "If this method fails, you will definitely be seriously injured. At that time, I'm afraid you will have to recuperate for a long time. In the current world of great struggle, every moment of delay might be a missed opportunity. Therefore, Demon Emperor must think carefully." Hearing this, the Demon Emperor's eyes were gloomy as he said coldly, "As long as I can deal with Emperor Zhao, Ben Huang is willing to pay any price. Based on the current situation, if I can't suppress Emperor Zhao, the demon race will have almost no chance of rising. In this way, so what if it's the world of great battles? It's just a stage for the human race. Right now, Ben Huang can only go all out to find a way out for the demon race. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't say anything else." The heavenly demon temple's voice was low. After thinking for a while, he said again, "At the end of ancient times, the demon emperor who established the demon race was extremely powerful. In order to complete the great cause of the demon race's unification, he once created a supreme technique. This technique absorbs all the murderous and dark forces in the world and then condenses a physical body that can shock the world and make ghosts and gods weep. It was also with this technique that the ancient demon emperor fought against the world and almost no experts could resist him. If all the experts in the world had not joined forces to defeat the demon emperor in the end, there would have been no other races in the world today. But even so, the demon emperor did not completely cultivate this technique to the greater mastery realm. He once said that whoever cultivates this technique to the greater mastery realm will be able to become the strongest expert in the world." The heavenly demon temple's words. It made the demon emperor's breathing quicken. The supreme technique created by the ancient demon emperor. As a demon emperor, how could he not know the name of the ancient first demon emperor? He was a true supreme expert. It was said that he was an existence on par with the ancient emperor of heaven. A technique created by such an expert. How could it be described as a supreme treasure? The demon emperor's voice trembled. So, you have the supreme technique left behind by the first demon emperor. Of course. P.S. 18,000 words for today's third update. Please vote. Chapter 693. The originally tranquil long river of rules was currently caught in a raging storm. All of a sudden, there was a monstrous wave surging. Qin Shujian punched with all his might and shattered the huge wave. Before he could catch his breath, the second wave surged again and slammed him down. Inside the Qian Yuan realm, Qin Shujian, who was sitting in the courtyard motionlessly, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered on the stone table. Then it slowly disappeared. At this moment, Qin Shujian opened his tightly closed eyes and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Comprehending 4 laws is really difficult. It's been a few months and I still can't make a breakthrough. If this goes on, the chances of becoming an immortal are slim. If he didn't have a source of life, Qin Shujian felt that it was almost impossible for him to become an immortal while walking 4 laws at the same time. Unless he could be ruthless enough to abolish the other 3 laws. Otherwise, he could forget about becoming an immortal in this life. Fortunately, I still have a source of life. Qin Shujian secretly rejoiced in his heart. Then, he looked at his attribute panel. His source of life had already broken through the 4.5 trillion mark. Guiyuan ancestral code. There was also a plus sign that could be improved. Seeing this, Qin Shujian immediately rubbed his fists and palms, his face faintly revealing an excited expression. He was finally going to break through. He felt that this was the longest wait he had ever had. It had been more than half a year. There was no breakthrough in his realm. If I break through this time, my realm will officially step into the 9th level of the celestial being realm. In this way, I will be almost close to becoming a true immortal. Qin Shujian thought to himself. The 9th level of the celestial being realm. The next realm was the 10th level of the celestial being realm. Until now, he could also think about what would happen after becoming a true immortal. When I broke through to the celestial being realm, I forcefully deduced the Guiyuan ancestral code to break through. It's probably the same for breaking through to the true immortal realm from the celestial being realm. However, according to Godslayer, true immortals mainly cultivate laws, not cultivation methods. In that case, the subsequent improvement of the Guiyuan ancestral code might not be able to improve my original realm. But that's not for sure. We'll have to see when the time comes. When Qin Shujian thought of this, he suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind. He was not far from becoming a true immortal. If it was fast, it would take 3 years. The slowest would be 5 years. Qin Shujian was confident that he could break through to the true immortal realm. Right now, he felt that his decision to open up the 10,000 tribe battlefield and crazily absorb the source of life was extremely wise. If that wasn't the case, if he wanted to break through to the 9th level of the celestial being realm, he would probably still need a very long period of time. Shortly after, Qin Shujian stood up from the stone bench. Just as he was about to leave, he glanced at the stone table in front of him from the corner of his eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It took you such a long time. This can be considered your opportunity. Qin Shujian could see that. The stone table in front of him was already evolving from a high-grade spirit artifact to a top-grade spirit artifact. Furthermore, its spirituality had also increased substantially. Not only that, even the stone bench that he often sat on was the same. Such a change. Qin Shujian was not surprised. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, he was already an extraordinary existence. Every move. It was all in accordance with the will of the heavens. The things that he used would also show all kinds of miraculous effects. This was the characteristic of an expert. Outside the courtyard, Nyo Dali was taking a nap. At this moment, he suddenly woke up and saw Qin Shujian walking out of the courtyard. He hurriedly stood up from the ground. Qin Emperor, you are out of seclusion. Well, follow Benhuang to leave the Chen Yuan realm. Qin Shujian skillfully sat sideways on the back of the green bull, then took out his folding fan and gently knocked on the bull's head. Nyo Dali understood and immediately flew into the air, heading towards the Chen Yuan realm. Outside, the green bull flew into the sky. Qin Shujian sat sideways on it calmly, looking at the flashing scenes around him. There was not much fluctuation in his eyes. Qin Emperor, where do you plan to go? In the eastern continent. Just find a secluded place with no one around. Oh, okay. Nyo Dali was stunned for a moment, but soon came to his senses. He immediately changed his position from the direction of the eastern continent, looking for the secluded place mentioned by the other party. While flying in the air, Qin Shujian said lightly, during this period, did anyone come to look for Benhuang? It seems that there was. Nyo Dali thought for a moment, then replied, Qin Yuanbai came and said that he wanted to borrow Jiang Feng. But because Qin Emperor was in seclusion, this matter was put on hold. Borrow Jiang Feng? Qin Shujian's face revealed a look of shock. Jiang Feng? Jiang Feng. At this time, he suddenly remembered that he had a sky zombie Jiang Feng guarding the mountain gate. Since his strength had improved, Qin Shujian gradually forgot about Jiang Feng's existence. There was no other way. A zombie at the second level of the celestial being realm could not play a big role. 200 combat strength. It was not much different from cannon fodder. So, after placing Jiang Feng at the mountain gate to guard it, Qin Shujian completely forgot about this heavenly corpse. In addition, he did not take the usual route when going out. Most of the time, he flew directly in the air and did not pass by the mountain gate. At this time, if Nyo Dali had not mentioned it, Qin Shujian would never have thought of Jiang Feng. Unless, if he walked with his legs one day, that would be another story. In the Sea of Consciousness, Godslayer asked curiously, Jiang Feng, when did the Chenyuan sacred ground have a strong person named Jiang Feng? Obviously. He had also forgotten about the sky zombie. Qin Shujian coughed and said faintly, as a zombie, Jiang Feng is suitable to go to the 10,000 race battlefield. Ask Qin Yuanbai to come back in 2 days. Benhuang will send Jiang Feng to go with him. Yes. Nyo Dali nodded his head. On the other side, the god-slaying saber finally recalled who the Jiang Feng that the man and ox were talking about was. You mean that zombie? There is a lot of killing in the 10,000 race battlefield. It is indeed a good thing to let that zombie go. Zombies have no bottlenecks. As long as he devours enough flesh and blood, he can break through to a higher realm. If you let him go, I believe it won't be long before your Chenyuan sacred ground has another strong cultivator. In Godslayer's opinion, for zombies, the 10,000 race battlefield was a holy land for cultivation. They could devour the flesh and blood of all races. It was impossible for their strength not to soar. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. What Nyo Dali said was exactly what he was thinking. If Jiang Feng went over, his realm would definitely improve extremely quickly. If he could be promoted to the Saint Realm, it would be of great help to the Chenyuan sacred ground. After all, based on the current situation, in the Chenyuan sacred ground, there were only 2 Saint Realm cultivators. One was the Golden Rock King. The other was the Azure Wave King. Both of them were in the 4th tier of the Celestial Being Realm and had just entered the Saint Realm. Their strength was not the weakest among the saints, but they were not that strong either. In comparison, Qin Shujian felt that Fang Xinglan, who had broken through to the 2nd tier of the Array Grand Master Realm, could be called the strongest cultivator in the Chenyuan sacred ground in the 10,000 race battlefield. It seems that it is necessary to understand the situation of the 10,000 race battlefield. During this period of time, he had been cultivating in seclusion and did not have time to pay attention to too many things. As the human emperor, it was impossible for him to just let it go. However, For Qin Shujian, the most important thing right now was to break through to the 9th tier of the celestial being realm. Only his strength could break through. Everything else was easy to deal with. About an hour had passed. Niu Dali fell from the void and appeared directly in a deep valley. Qin Shihuang, I just looked around. There are no cultivators around. In the valley. It was covered in fog. The surrounding stone walls were steep, but many of them had collapsed as if they had been destroyed by a powerful existence. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Shujian felt a sense of familiarity for no reason. But very soon, he recalled what had happened. This was clearly the place where he had killed demons. However, Qin Shujian remembered that this place should originally be the ordinary realm. But looking at the current situation, the surrounding suppression of heaven and earth was very weak. It should have been promoted to the spirit realm. If it was before, it was almost impossible for the ordinary realm to be promoted to the spirit realm without thousands of years. But it was different now. The spirit energy in the Baiyun mansion had greatly increased. The time for the ordinary realm to be promoted to the spirit realm had been greatly shortened. Moreover, according to Qin Shujian's understanding, there were already many new human race who were born in the true martial realm. It could be said that there was no need for the ordinary realm to exist. Coming down from the back of the green ox, Qin Shujian walked to an open field of vision and then set up layers of defensive formations with the heaven list as the eye of the formation. Seeing this scene, Niu Dali's eyes revealed a puzzled look. Qin Shihuang, what are you planning to do? Ben Huang has a feeling that his cultivation is about to break through. In order to avoid causing too much commotion, he is advancing here. You should retreat a little further and be responsible for guarding. Don't let anyone disturb him. Qin Shujian said casually. Hearing this, Niu Dali's heart trembled. Cultivation breakthrough. Thinking of Qin Shujian's strength, his bell-sized ox eyes burst with a blazing light. In the view of this green ox, Qin Shujian's strength was already comparable to a true immortal. His cultivation must have reached the limit of the celestial being. If he were to make a breakthrough at this time, he was definitely going to break through to the true immortal realm. Qin Shihuang, he was going to become an immortal. Thinking of this possibility, Niu Dali's heart beat violently. In his life, he had never seen an expert prove his Tao and become an immortal with his own eyes. Now that he was lucky enough to see it with his own eyes, it might be a lot of inspiration for him when he proves his Tao in the future. According to Qin Shujian's instructions, Niu Dali retreated a distance. At this time, Qin Shujian had already calmed down and focused his attention on his attribute panel. It's coming. That scene is coming again. Godslayer was also a little excited in his heart. The current Qin Shujian was only at the 8th level of the celestial being realm. He really wanted to know how strong the other party would be after breaking through to the 9th level of the celestial being realm. As for the celestial being killing immortals, go *CK yourself. For a reincarnation above the rules, the celestial being killing immortals was nothing at all. Godslayer had a feeling. Perhaps he could see with his own eyes how a cultivator in the celestial being realm had the strength comparable to a middle level 3 true immortal. Perhaps, in the future, I can really see a living above the rules. Just as Godslayer was getting more and more excited, Qin Shujian had already communicated with the source of life and then upgraded the Guiyuan ancestral canon. With a thought, 4 trillion of the source of life disappeared. In an instant, an aura like the might of the heavens spread out from his body. There was no sound, and no sign at all. With Qin Shujian as the center, the space around him was like powder, shattering bit by bit. The defensive array set up around him was also collapsing and shattering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The heaven list shook crazily. A terrifying sealing force came crashing down. But it was useless. This sealing force that was comparable to a true immortal was instantly full of cracks under the impact of the aura. In the distance, Niu Dali was already dumbfounded. The moment Qin Shujian broke through to the 9th level of the celestial being realm, a terrifying illusion surged from the bottom of his heart. But in this feeling of terror, it was mixed with a faint sense of familiarity. The wonderful feelings mixed together and finally turned into a throbbing. Without thinking, Nyo Dali immediately retreated frantically. True immortal. Is this the power of breaking through to the true immortal realm? He was a little in disbelief. Even if he had long expected that Qin Shujian's breakthrough would cause a huge commotion, he never thought that it would be a great horror that could be called destructive. Nyo Dali felt. In the face of this destructive aura, even a powerful cultivator could only be turned into dust and die. Because it was too powerful. At this moment, the other party seemed to be undergoing some kind of terrifying transformation. This transformation. It was completely different from a celestial being. Even a powerful cultivator would be like an ant in front of such a transformation. Then, Nyo Dali saw Qin Shujian instinctively raise his hand. At that moment, it was as if he was plucking the sun, moon, and stars. Heaven and earth were in his palm. Emperor Qin, Nyo Dali muttered to himself. That sense of familiarity had already crazily emerged at this moment. It was the throbbing that came from his bloodline. It was also the influence that came from the deepest part of his memory. However, no matter how Nyo Dali tried to recall, there was no way to add a trace of memory. In his sea of consciousness, Godslayer's blade was already trembling violently. The shock in his heart was no more than Nyo Dali's, but that kind of excitement was incomparable. He broke through. He really broke through. This is the feeling. This is the kind of strength that makes people unable to help but be addicted to it. As expected of an expert above the rules, who knows how many times more terrifying than the ancient Emperor of Heaven. Only the reincarnation of such an expert can have such shocking power. The god-slaying saber was both excited and emotional. He felt as if he had seen the birth of a legend. No. He should have witnessed the re-emergence of a legend. Compared to Qin Shujian, who was in front of him, Godslayer felt that Xiao Chengfeng was going to be at a disadvantage. He was also the reincarnation of an expert. Xiao Chengfeng was completely incomparable to the person in front of him. After Haotsang's reincarnation, he seems to be a little more arrogant, but it's useless. Compared to Emperor Qin, he is really too weak. Godslayer made a strange sound. Xiao Chengfeng was purely a show-off. His strength was not that great. He ignored the shock and all kinds of psychological changes of one blade and one bull. Qin Shujian had already put all his attention on himself. As the Guyuan ancestral canon broke through to the 9th level of the spirit chapter, his realm also rose to the peak of the 9th level of the celestial being realm. Inside his body, 100 and 800 acupoints had already been opened. Many acupoints were as bright as stars, as if they were Ju Tian's stars. At this moment, Qin Shujian felt that his physical body was not a real physical body, but more like a world that had evolved from it. My body is still in the process of transformation. If I'm not wrong, after breaking through to the 10th level of the celestial being realm, my body will undergo a complete transformation, and this transformation must be extremely terrifying. Qin Shujian firmly believed in this kind of premonition that had no reason at all. He was sure. After breaking through to the 10th level of the celestial being realm, the changes that took place were definitely beyond his expectations. However, the current breakthrough had already surprised Qin Shujian. Unfortunately, the rules of strength have already reached the 9th level of the celestial being realm. This breakthrough did not allow the rules of strength to break through as well. Otherwise, my strength would have improved even more. Long before, Qin Shujian's comprehension of the rules of strength had reached the 9th level of the celestial being realm. In other words, this breakthrough was purely a breakthrough of the physical body. There was not much change in the comprehension of the rules of strength. If he wanted to break through the rules of strength, he could only wait until the next breakthrough to the 10th level of the celestial being realm. At this time, Godslayer's urgent voice came from the sea of consciousness. Quick, Qin Shi Huang, quickly take a look at the changes in combat strength. At this time, he really wanted to know how much Qin Shujian's combat strength had increased. Hearing that, Qin Shujian did not refuse. He directly took out the heaven list and looked at his attributes. Name, Qin Shujian race, human age, 33 realm, 9th level of the celestial being realm combat strength, 400,000 talent evaluation. Excellent. The moment he saw the combat strength, the surrounding air became quiet. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer did not speak. He just stared at the heaven list in a daze. After a long time, his stuttering and trembling voice came out. 400,000 combat strength. If it were not for the fact that he had not transformed into a human body, Godslayer wanted to wipe his eyes again to make sure that he was not mistaken. After confirming it again and again, he had to admit a fact. That was, after breaking through to the 9th level of the celestial being realm, Qin Shujian's combat strength had doubled from the original foundation. 400,000 combat strength. Thinking of this, Godslayer seemed to suck in a breath of cold air. His whole body was cold. Before the breakthrough, Qin Shujian's strength was already comparable to a second-level immortal. Now, he had broken through. Under the situation where his combat strength had doubled, Godslayer was sure that his opponent's strength had reached the level of a third-level immortal even if he did not borrow his strength. And, it was not as simple as a third-level immortal. If he borrowed his strength must be at the peak of the third-level true immortal. Ignoring Godslayer's shock, after Qin Shujian saw his own attribute panel, he was truly shocked. His breakthrough this time. His strength would definitely undergo a huge transformation. However, Qin Shujian had never thought that he would reach the level of 400,000 combat strength. Many times, his own estimation was not as reliable as the data on the attribute panel. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. However, he still maintained a calm expression. How is my strength compared to Zhao Huang's? If you don't use Zhu Bing, he probably won't be able to defeat you. Godslayer calmed down and then gave an objective answer. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's lips curled into a smile. Won't be able to defeat me. In other words, he was now the strongest person in the 4 continents. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian rubbed his chin with his fingers. Then, with my current strength, is it enough to flip the table? Comparing his strength. Comparing it with the 10,000 tribes. Then, he received a fact that made him unhappy. My strength is strong, but it's still not enough to flip the table. It's not enough to be stronger than Zhao Huang, unless I can crush him. This means that if I endure for another 2 or 3 years, I'll probably be able to flip the table. After having a clear understanding of his strength, Qin Shujian suppressed the agitation in his heart. Then, he threw the heaven list back into his mind. Niu Dali, who was hiding in the distance. At this moment, there was a look of astonishment on his face. That's it. Was the breakthrough to the true immortal realm over? The breakthrough in front of him. It was completely different from what he had guessed. Looking at Qin Shujian walking over, Niu Dali couldn't help but ask, Emperor Qin, have you completed the breakthrough? Yes. After receiving Qin Shujian's reply, Niu Dali couldn't wait to ask again, breaking through to the true immortal realm, don't you have to open up a battlefield of rules? Why didn't I see a battlefield of rules appear? It was more than a battlefield of rules. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of rules. If it weren't for the fact that there had been emperors who had attained the Tao, he would have thought that breaking through to the true immortal realm was like this. Hearing this, Qin Shujian looked at him strangely and asked, who told you that Ben Huang is breaking through to the true immortal realm? It's just a small realm among the celestial beings. This, in an instant, Niu Dali was stunned. A small realm among the celestial beings. The other party was only breaking through at the celestial being level. Thinking of the aura that was enough to crush a mighty figure into pieces, he suddenly realized that the little happiness he had after breaking through to the 7th level of the celestial being level had disappeared without a trace. While Niu Dali was in a daze, Qin Shujian was already sitting sideways on the back of Niu Dali. He gently tapped Niu Dali's head with his folding fan, waking him up from his daze. Niu, let's go back. Suddenly, Niu Dali flew toward the Chenyuan sacred ground. At this moment, in the 10,000 race battlefield, A great battle was also breaking out in the human race's territory. The 5-direction array was set up in the direction of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Immediately, a shocking killing array was activated, covering several transcendent cultivators and 2 saint cultivators. Fang Xinglan stepped into it. He occupied the main position of the array. An hour later, the array was dispersed. With one hand behind his back, Fang Xinglan stretched out his other hand and put away all the 5-direction array. And in front of him, it was the corpse of a fallen celestial being. Elder Fang is mighty. Elder Fang is indeed the #1 array master in the human race's territory. No one can stop him. When the human race cultivators saw this scene, they all cheered loudly. After losing a few saints and celestials, the allied forces of various races had to retreat in a sorry state. For a moment, the human race's momentum was soaring. Fang Xinglan put all the corpses into his storage ring and immediately returned to Yu City. After collecting the essence of the fire spirit, he asked Ling Huayu to refine a set of top array discs. With this set of array discs, Fang Xinglan had already killed countless celestial being cultivators. It could be said that, in the past few months, when the various races attacked the Chenyuan sacred ground, Fang Xinglan was the main reason why the human race was able to withstand the attacks. It was also at this time others finally understood. A powerful array master could play a powerful role on the battlefield. Therefore, in the 10,000 race battlefield, the human race's array Dao had become prosperous. For many people, the array was simply a good opportunity to harvest merit points. The array was set up. A large number of foreign cultivators died. The merit points were pouring in like rain. Even the players were very jealous of Fang Xinglan's array Dao. In the city lord's mansion, Qin Yuanbai looked at the high-spirited Fang Xinglan and said with some jealousy, "Congratulations to Elder Fang for another great victory. This time you killed a lot of celestials and saints. I'm afraid you've earned a lot of merit points again." "You flatter me." Fang Xinglan smiled modestly and said, "The merit points are secondary. Instead, I have some different insights after using the array more." During this time, his biggest gain was that he had completely stabilized his strength at the second realm of array Dao. Moreover, on this foundation, there was a trend of further improvement. One had to know. After breaking through to the array Dao Grand Master realm, every improvement required decades or hundreds of years of polishing. Just like now, in just a few months, he saw the hope of improvement. It was simply unimaginable in the past. The more it was like this, Fang Xinglan felt that the 10,000 race battlefield was more friendly to him. Based on the current situation of the 10,000 race battlefield, powerful cultivators could not enter. If he could break through to the third realm, then the Chenyuan sacred ground would not be able to sweep the entire 10,000 race battlefield. There were definitely few forces that could compete with them. Hearing this, Xia Kun said with emotion, "Elder Fang's array Dao is already so terrifying. If there is another breakthrough, the alliance of the various clans will not be a problem." In Tianwen Island, there was almost no array that was popular. Everyone focused on cultivation. The methods of array Dao grandmasters like Fang Xinglan. To be honest, this was the first time Xia Kun had seen it. But even so, he was already fascinated by the mystery of array Dao. If it weren't for the fact that he knew that his talent in array Dao was not good enough, Xia Kun would have wanted to cultivate as well. Qin Yuanbai said, "Now that Elder Fang is in charge of the Chenyuan sacred ground, there will be no problem in the short term. It just so happens that Emperor Qin just sent a message saying that he is going to summon me. In the next few days, I will leave the 10,000 race battlefield. I will leave the rest to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Xinglan looked stunned. Emperor Qin has come out of seclusion? He did not expect Qin Shujian, who had been in seclusion for a few months, would come out at this time. Emperor Qin has come out of seclusion. Qin Yuanbai nodded slightly, and immediately there was a faint smile on his face. As soon as Qin Shujian came out of seclusion, he immediately summoned him. In a way, this was also a kind of attention. Thinking of this, Qin Yuanbai looked at Fang Xinglan with a smile in his eyes. It seemed that he had guessed his inner thoughts. Fang Xinglan's face also faintly darkened. East Continent. Qianyuan Realm. Qin Yuanbai greets Emperor Qin. In the courtyard. Qin Yuanbai respectfully bowed. In front of Qin Shujian, he did not seem to be as simple as an elder of the Qianyuan sacred ground, but more like a subordinate. Elder Qin, you don't have to be so polite. Sit down and talk. Thank you, Emperor Qin. At this point, Qin Yuanbai straightened up and then sat down opposite Qin Shujian. But his expression was still respectful. Qin Shujian said, Elder Qin, you have broken through to the third tier of the celestial being for some time. I wonder if you have any idea about the fourth tier of the celestial being? To reach the fourth tier of the celestial being, you need to understand the rules. I have been studying hard for several months, but I have not gained anything. Qin Yuanbai replied truthfully. While speaking, there was a look of shame on his face. In the world of great battles, everyone's progress was extremely fast. Even Fang Xinglan had some additional gains in the second realm of the Array Grand Master. In comparison, Qin Yuanbai, who was in the third tier of the celestial being, was indeed a lot worse. Qin Shujian picked up the spiritual tea in front of him and said calmly, the gap between the third tier of the celestial being and the fourth tier of the celestial being involves the rules. It is normal that it is difficult to gain anything for a while. One of the things that Ben Huang asked you to come here this time is to help you break through to the fourth tier of the celestial being. Break through to the fourth tier of the celestial being. Qin Yuanbai's heart trembled violently. His eyes also changed from the original respect to fanaticism. Qin Shujian said, as long as you understand the existence of the rules, you can naturally break through to the fourth tier of the celestial being. Ben Huang will take you to the mother stream of the rules. As for how much you can comprehend, it depends on you. After speaking, he also put down the teacup that he had drunk. Then, his gaze fell on Qin Yuanbai, and his face became solemn. Divide a trace of spiritual deity and don't resist. Qin Yuanbai did as he was told. Then, Qin Shujian wrapped Qin Yuanbai's spiritual deity with ease and directly escaped into the mother stream of the rules. It was not difficult to bring someone into the mother stream of the rules. He also had a few experiences, so it was even easier for him to operate at this time. Half a month later, the aura on Qin Yuanbai's body shook slightly, and a weak power of the rules overflowed from his body, but it quickly disappeared. After a short recovery, he had already stood up and bowed to Qin Shujian. Thank you for your guidance, Emperor Qin, for allowing me to break through to the fourth tier of the celestial being. You have killed many enemies for the human race and made many contributions. It is only right that you get some benefits. However, the rules cannot be broken. Ben Huang helped you break through to the fourth tier of the celestial being, so how about I take some merit points from you? As it should be. Then I will take 10,000 merit points from you, Qin Shujian said indifferently. According to the situation, a fourth tier of the celestial being was worth 2,000 merit points. 10,000 merit points were equivalent to killing 10 Saint Realm cultivators. If a second tier of the celestial being was worth 1,000 merit points, it was equivalent to killing 22nd tier celestial being cultivators. This charge. It was already considered very high. However, in Qin Yuanbai's opinion, to be able to use 10,000 merit points to break through to the fourth tier of the celestial being was a huge profit. Not to mention 10,000 merit points. Even if it was doubled, he was willing to pay. Of course. The premise was that he could take it out. Qin Yuanbai had worked hard in the past few months in the 10,000 tribes battlefield, and the merit points he had accumulated were only slightly more than 10,000. The consumption this time was almost back to the starting point. After collecting the merit points, Qin Shujian returned the other party's identity token, and then said, Ben Huang, I heard that you came some time ago and wanted to borrow Jiangfeng. At this time, he also began to mention the second matter. Hearing that, Qin Yuanbai nodded. I think it's useless for Jiangfeng to stay here, so I want him to go to the 10,000 tribes battlefield to help. And as far as I know, killing is also helpful for zombies to improve. But this is just a casual mention. Everything will be decided by you. There's nothing to decide. Jiang Feng can go to the 10,000 tribes battlefield with you, but I think it's necessary for you to let him stay in the human territory. Does the Qin Emperor mean to release Jiang Feng completely? Qin Yuanbai only needed to think briefly to guess what the other party meant. You're right. Zombies live by killing. The more flesh and blood they devour, the stronger they become. Although there are often wars in the human territory, it's limited. It's better to let him out completely. Maybe he'll improve faster, Qin Shujian said calmly. The 10,000 tribes battlefield was a meat grinder. Jiang Feng was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. As long as he was let go, his strength would definitely improve very quickly. Subsequently, Qin Shujian said again, Benhuang will give you a way to control and summon Jiang Feng. When necessary, you can use this to control him. As his words fell, he had already pointed his finger. Qin Yuanbai didn't have time to react. He just stood there in a daze. After a while, he digested the memories that emerged in his mind. More than half a month after coming to the Chen Yuan realm, Qin Yuanbai once again rushed to the 10,000 tribes battlefield. But the difference was, when he came, he was alone, but when he went back, there were two of them. Originally, Qin Yuanbai thought that Qin Shujian summoned him for something important. He didn't expect that it was just to help him break through to the 4th level of the celestial human realm and hand Jiang Feng over to him. However, such a result made him more satisfied. After breaking through to the 4th level of the celestial human realm, Qin Yuanbai found that he looked at things completely different. There are 3 stages of the celestial human realm. The breakthrough of each stage is not a small transformation. I've reached the saint realm. The next step might be to become a mighty figure. Qin Yuanbai revealed a faint smile. A breakthrough. He was in a good mood. In this way, among all the elders of the Chenyuan sacred ground, his cultivation was the highest. As for his strength, without really fighting with Fang Xinglan, Qin Yuanbai wasn't sure. After entering the 10,000 tribes battlefield, he stopped in his tracks and looked at Jiang Feng who was beside him. Qin Yuanbai knew. Although Jiang Feng in front of him had become a zombie, he still had a little spiritual intelligence. It was just that this spiritual intelligence was very weak. He could only give some instructions, but he couldn't really talk. You can kill at will in the 10,000 tribes battlefield, but before the human race takes the initiative to attack, you can't hurt any of them. This is both my request and the order given by Emperor Qin. Qin Yuanbai said in a deep voice. Jiang Feng, who was wrapped in a black robe, didn't move at all, as if he was made of stone. Seeing this, Qin Yuanbai didn't care. He waved his hand and said, Go and kill the cultivators of the 10,000 tribes. Your current strength is not strong enough to be of much use to the human race. After that, the scene was silent for a few breaths. The next moment, Jiang Feng soared into the sky and fled into the distance. A tyrannical and murderous aura. It slowly dissipated in the air. P.S. I've just finished writing. I'm going to sleep. Good night, everyone. By the way, I'll ask for monthly votes. Chapter 694. On the 10,000 clans battlefield. In the city lord's mansion in the Great Zhao. How's the situation in the Chenyuan sacred ground? Duan Zun looked at the people below and asked in a deep voice. Not long ago, Fang Xinglan buried several celestial beings and saints with a formation. The allied forces have temporarily retreated. Marquis Yunyang said indifferently. They and the Chenyuan sacred ground each guarded one side of the human territory, so it was impossible for them not to have any information. After all, if the Chenyuan sacred ground was breached for the human race, that was also a big deal. Duan Zun said, a second-level formation Grand Master is really domineering. He's much more useful than a peak saint. Especially at this time. The more useful a formation Grand Master could be. Although the Chenyuan sacred ground was far weaker than the Great Zhao, in fact, after several months of war, the Chenyuan sacred ground had suffered much fewer losses than the Great Jiao. The reason was, it was because the Chenyuan sacred ground had Fang Xinglan. He was a formation Grand Master. Not only was his battle prowess comparable to that of a saint, but his role on the battlefield was not much weaker than that of a supreme being. He was comparable. It wasn't a comparison in terms of combat power, but rather a comparison in terms of comprehensive aspects. It's a pity that Grand Secretary Fang is already a Grand Master. Otherwise, with him here, our situation would be much better than the Chenyuan sacred ground. Duan Zun sighed. Fang Yilan was indeed not the only formation Grand Master in the Great Jiao. However, Fang Yilan was the only formation Grand Master who had reached the second level. The rest were all in the first level. Formation Grand Masters. There was a huge gap between each level. There was no comparison between the first level and the second level. However, Fang Yilan was a Grand Master and had already withdrawn from the 10,000 clans battlefield. West City Lord said, "Now, the one who is most likely to break through to the second level is Grand Master Ming Jingshan." As he spoke, the other people's gazes also landed on Ming Jingshan. Although he was a peak divine martial realm cultivator, because of his identity as a formation Grand Master, he was naturally qualified to sit here. Hearing this, Ming Jingshan shook his head, an indescribable expression on his face. "Although I've been stuck in the first realm for many years, I still don't have any clue on how to break through to the second realm." Qin Emperor was the human race's #1 formation path Grandmaster. Fang Xinglan following by his side might have also obtained some pointers. He was able to break through because of his talent and also because of his luck. Speaking of which, Ming Jingshan also sighed. His lifelong pursuit was to achieve accomplishments in the Array Dao. It was a pity. After so many years, he had been stuck in the first realm, as if this was the limit he could reach. Ming Jingshan was naturally dissatisfied with this. Duan Zun said, "The Qin Emperor preached to the world, and the human emperor set up the matrix all over the eastern continent. I heard that there is a method to break through to the second realm. Grandmaster Ming, have you not seen it?" "Of course." Ming Jingshan sighed and said, "The array deployed by the human sovereign is the most exquisite and peerless array technique I've ever seen. However, knowing the path ahead is one thing, and being able to walk through it is another. If everyone could break through to a higher realm after obtaining the cultivation method from the human sovereign's array, there would not be so few formation path grandmasters in the world." Hearing this, the others also fell silent. They could understand Ming Jingshan's words. Then, Ming Jingshan said, "However, I've found some talented seedlings who are suitable for cultivating the Array Dao among the mutants. If they are trained well, they have a chance to advance to the Master Realm. Emperor Zhao once said that mutants are rebellious. If you want to train and use them, you may suffer a backlash." Duan Zun shook his head slightly. He was not very optimistic about the mutants. Especially in the past few years, the various disturbances caused by the mutants had shown the instability of this race. A few years ago, there was also the incident of tens of millions of mutants besieging the Chenyuan sacred ground. That was to say, the Qin Emperor's strength was so terrifying that all the mutants were forced to retreat. Or else, whether the human race would still speak in the world of the human race was a matter worth discussing. Ming Jingshan said, "According to my observation, some mutants are not bound, but some are loyal to the human race. Since the opening of the 10,000 race battlefield, many mutants have also fought for the human race. Although the purpose is to reap benefits, their contributions cannot be erased. In this way, some suitable mutants can be selected and trained." Ming Jingshan's words. Duan Zun and the others fell into deep thought. A few years ago, ever since the mutants were born from outer space, this race had been active in the world. However, the other party was immortal and was also an extremely difficult problem to deal with. Fortunately, the mutants prioritized benefits. As long as there were enough benefits, they could make the mutants work for them. Or things that did not benefit them. The vast majority of the mutants would not meddle in other people's business. Such a race. It was more like a kind of assassin. As long as there were enough benefits, they would do things like murder and arson. The South City Lord said, "Master Ming's words are not unreasonable. We can indeed consider training some suitable mutants as a living force for the human race in the 10,000 race battlefield." Like the West City Lord, the other City Lords had basically entered the 10,000 race battlefield. Only one of them was left. He stayed behind to guard the human territory. The reason for doing so was very simple. The human race had retreated, and the original Saint cultivators were no longer enough to support the situation. The City Lords of the 4 cities were all Saint cultivators. The weakest among them was a cultivator in the 5th level of the Celestial Being realm. In the current 10,000 race battlefield, they were a force that could not be ignored. In that case, let's find some mutants and train them. Duan Zun nodded slightly. Ming Jingshan's suggestion. He was also a little tempted. Coupled with the agreement of several city lords, it made Duan Zun really make up his mind. Soon, a notice had already been posted in the city. Instantly, many players gathered around them. "Look, there's a notice. Master Ming Jingshan wants to accept disciples. We players can also go. Talent assessment, 1,000 merit points as a disciple fee." Hiss, this fee is not low. When the players saw the contents of the notice, they exclaimed and took a deep breath. As for Ming Jingshan, there were not many players who did not know him. Especially the players in the 10,000 race battlefield, most of them knew of Ming Jingshan's existence. He was a famous array master in the Great Zhao. When the various races attacked the human territory, Ming Jingshan's array also killed many enemies. In addition, Fang Xinglan's reputation had spread. Many players had the thought of learning array Dao. But the problem was, Fang Xinglan had no intention of accepting disciples. Although there were some people who cultivated array Dao, in terms of realm, they were far inferior to a master. Even if they learned from these people, their achievements were limited. So, these players wanted to learn array Dao, but they had no way to do so. As for the array set up by the human emperor, it was even more unfriendly to the players. At this time, Ming Jingshan was openly accepting disciples. In the eyes of these players, it was a huge opportunity. It was just that 1,000 merit points as a disciple fee. It made many people flinch. A player said in a deep voice, 1,000 merit points as a disciple fee. Moreover, they have to pay the merit points first and then test their aptitude. If their aptitude is not good enough, it will be impossible for them to succeed. If they fail to become a disciple, I don't know if they will return this 1,000 merit points. If they don't return it, they will suffer a huge loss, 1,000 merit points. It was equivalent to killing 10 God Martial Realm or 100 Spirit Martial Realm. It was not an easy task for ordinary players to accumulate so many merit points. However, there were also players who were eager to give it a try. If they pass, then the merit points will roll in. An array Dao expert can throw down an array, and at least 100 merit points will enter their account. For array Dao Grandmasters, I'm afraid that they will be able to obtain a few thousand merit points with a single array, an investment of 1,000 merit points. It could be 1,000 times the harvest. No matter how low the success rate was, there were still people who were willing to try. Zhonghua, what do you think? Do you want to give it a try? In the crowd of onlookers, Zhuangyang turned his head to look at the young player beside him and said with a faint smile. Hearing that, Zhonghua looked at the notice and said in a deep voice, "Our array Dao has declined. If we can learn something from an array Dao Grandmaster, it would be a good thing. Then let's give it a try. I'm sure the Hall Master will be happy for us to go." Zhuangyang smiled slightly. He knew. In front of this notice, Zhonghua absolutely had no possibility of refusing. Immediately, the two of them retreated from the notice and proceeded to walk towards Mingjing Mountain's residence. Along the way, there were also many players passing by. Zhuangyang looked at the passing players and said casually, "With your talent, it shouldn't be a problem for you to become Ming Jingshan's disciple. Even the Hall Master said that your talent in array Dao is excellent." Looking at so many people in the desolate Great World, you can be considered first-rate. If it wasn't for the decline of Array Dao, you might already be an Array Dao Grandmaster. Hearing that, Zhong Hua smiled bitterly. It's not that easy to become an Array Dao Grandmaster. Even the Hall Master is only at the Master Realm. In the entire desolate Great World, there are only 2 Array Dao Grandmasters. If I can really reach that realm, our martial arts club will be saved. In the end, Zhong Hua sighed heavily. Like Zhuangyang, he was a player of the desolate Great World. Because of the xenophobia of the Eastern Continent players from other great worlds rarely came to the human realm. However, ever since Fang Xinglan's Array Dao became famous in the 10,000 tribe battlefield, Zhong Hua was tempted. The reason why he and Zhuangyang had sneaked into the territory of the human race was to find an opportunity to learn a move or two from a formation grandmaster. Anyway, all players looked the same. As long as they didn't deliberately expose their identity, no one would recognize them. But Zhong Hua regretted that. The Chenyuan sacred ground was not very friendly to players. It was wishful thinking to want to learn from an Array Dao Grandmaster. In the end, the 2 of them went around and came to the Great Jiao. Because the Chenyuan sacred ground had Array Dao Grandmasters, the Great Jiao also had Array Dao Grandmasters. Although he was slightly weaker than Grandmaster Fang Xinglan, no matter how weak he was still a Grandmaster level expert. At this time, Mingjing Mountain posted a notice that it was ready to open its doors and accept disciples. Regarding this, Zhong Hua naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. At this time, in front of the Mingjing Mountain mansion, a large number of players were already there. Several cultivators exuding powerful auras stood at the front, blocking all the players who wanted to rush in. Everyone, be quiet. The powerful voice suppressed the voices of all the players. After everyone quieted down, only then did the cultivator who spoke nod his head in satisfaction. Then, he spoke again. According to Master Mingjing's requirements, all the people who want to be apprenticed must be Array Masters, but there is no requirement for the realm. In other words, it doesn't matter if you are an Array Master or an Array Master, as long as you are an Array Master. This is the most basic condition for apprenticeship. If you are not an Array Master, then you can go back. You can come back when you've reached the grade. As soon as he finished speaking, immediately, some players looked depressed. There were also players who looked happy. I am an Array Master. I am an Array Master. One by one, the players said their ranks loudly. After a while, the cultivator pressed down with both hands, interrupting everyone's words. As long as you are a qualified formation master, you can enter and participate in the test. However, you must pay a fee of 1,000 merit points. No matter if you pass or fail, the merit points will not be refunded. If you have thought it through, then you can come to me to register and enter one by one. While speaking, that cultivator paused and added, "Don't ask me what the assessment is, because I don't know anything about it." After saying that, then, someone brought out a long table and a chair from the mansion. That cultivator sat down on the chair, looked at the many players, and said, "Registration begins now." Immediately, all the players fell silent. No one went forward without permission. Obviously, what the other party said just now made them hesitate. Soon, there were players who broke the silence. "We want to register. Hey, please make way." Zhuangyang dragged Zhong Hua and squeezed through the crowd, then came to the front. They came to the registration table. He was not panting at all, and said with a serious expression, "The 2 of us want to register. What are your names, and what rank are you Array Masters?" "My name is Zhuangyang, I am an Array Master, and he is Zhong Hua, he is an Array Master." Zhuangyang hurriedly told him about the 2 of them. An Array Master. That cultivator's hand paused for a moment, then he looked up at Zhong Hua, and there was a look of astonishment in his eyes. But soon, he recovered. An Array Master. At such a young age, he could be considered a genius. As for the Array Master who spoke, his talent was also not bad. Soon, the cultivator registered their information, and then said, "Take out your identity token and pay 1,000 merit points." Immediately, the The two of them took out their identity tokens and paid the corresponding merit points. As long as they wanted to exchange merit points, everyone needed to have their own identity token. This thing. They only needed to spend a little silver to get one. Even players from other great worlds could do it easily. Walking out of the game cabin, Zhonghua's expression seemed to be a little absent-minded. At this time, the game cabin beside him opened, and Zhuangyang climbed out. Let me tell you, the array for this assessment is obviously of the array level, but in terms of exquisiteness, it's definitely the first time I've seen it. Fortunately, I've crammed it during this period of time. Otherwise, there's really no way to pass. Zhuangyang said with a smile, then looked at Zhonghua. How was it? Did you pass the assessment? I passed. At the mention of the assessment, Zhonghua's face showed a rare smile. He passed the assessment. It was considered the biggest happy thing in this period of time. Then, Zhonghua's expression was also inexplicable. The difference between being able to break through to the array master level is really huge. The array for my assessment is of the array level, but the method is almost perfect. If I can set up the array to that level, I'm afraid I'll be comparable to a master. Zhonghua realized for the first time. It turned out that the array was vast and mysterious. It was much more profound than what he had come into contact with before. At this time, a martial arts club disciple walked in and was stunned for a moment when he saw the two of them, but he quickly came back to his senses. Senior brothers, you came out just in time. The club master wants you to go over. Club master? The two of them looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. However, they didn't hesitate for too long. Zhonghua nodded. Okay, we'll go over now. Then, the two of them walked out of the room. The martial arts club was very big. Rather than saying it was a mansion, it was better to say it was a combination of several large mansions. Zhonghua and Zhuangyang walked left and right and finally arrived at the inner hall. There, an old man in a green robe was sitting upright. The inner hall was very empty, with only a few tables and chairs and a portrait hanging in the middle. Below the portrait, there was sandalwood burning, and when they walked in, they could smell a faint fragrance. The moment the two of them saw the old man, they bowed and saluted. Greetings, clubmaster. You're here. The clubmaster's voice was neither fast nor slow as he said slowly. Then, he looked at the two of them and signaled with his eyes, don't just stand there, find a seat and sit down. Yes, clubmaster. The two of them saluted again and sat down in the empty seats. Soon, the inner hall fell into silence. Just as Zhuangyang was starting to get impatient, the hall master spoke, breaking the silence in the room. The two of you are the most talented disciples in the Array Faction Martial Arts Club. In the past, the Martial Arts Club had produced an Array Master, but that was thousands of years ago. Since the last Array Master died, the Martial Arts Club hasn't produced another Array Master. Everyone says that the Array Faction has declined, and I've always thought so too. A calm voice sounded. Zhonghua and Zhuangyang both straightened their backs and didn't dare to be distracted. The clubmaster said, 3 years ago, the Purple Heaven Dojo appeared out of nowhere and shocked the world with its Array Faction Martial Arts Club. Only then did I realize that it wasn't the Array Faction that had declined, but the Array Faction Martial Arts Club. A few days ago, I was fortunate enough to meet someone from the Purple Heaven Dojo. In the end, I obtained 2 slots from the Purple Heaven Dojo, and each slot can recommend one person to enter the Purple Heaven Dojo to cultivate. Right now, only the two of you are suitable in the Array Faction Martial Arts Club. Purple Heaven Dojo. Upon hearing that name, Zhonghua and Zhuangyang's faces were filled with shock. Regarding this world-famous dojo, the Taoist Temple, everyone knew about it. This dojo appeared out of nowhere and became famous in the world in a short period of time. Zhuangyang said in surprise, in that case, there really is an Array Master in the Purple Heaven Dojo. It's not as simple as an ordinary Array Master. The club master shook his head and laughed. Half a year ago, the Array Saint entered the Purple Heaven Dojo and challenged the dojo master. In the end, he was defeated. I'm afraid that person in the Purple Heaven Dojo is already a second realm Array Master. In fact, It's not impossible for him to be a third realm array master. If you can cultivate in the Purple Heaven Dojo, you'll definitely have a chance to advance to the Array Master realm in the future. If the Array Faction Martial Arts Club can produce an Array Master, we'll be able to regain the glory of thousands of years ago. He was at least a second realm Array Master. He might even be at the third realm. Upon hearing this news, the two of them were shocked once again. Finally, Zhonghua said in a low voice, "What is the origin of the Purple Heaven Dojo? Even the Array Saint was defeated by them. In the past, I've never heard of the Purple Heaven Dojo. The Array Saint was one of the only Array Masters in the Desolate Great World. He was also one of the top experts in the Desolate Great World. The other party's defeat. It was definitely a shocking event. However, they had always been in the game world and did not pay much attention to the news in the outside world. If the club master had not mentioned it, they would not have known about it." The club master said, "There's news that the Purple Heaven Dojo should be an ancient hidden force that has existed since a long time ago. They might have appeared at this time to fight for the orthodoxy of the world. In my opinion, this possibility is not small at all. A dojo with such a powerful expert in charge would not have appeared out of nowhere." At the mention of the Purple Heaven Dojo, the serious expression on the clubmaster's face almost never disappeared. Zhuangyang said, "In the game, we've already successfully become apprentices to the Array Master of the Eastern Continent's bright human tribe, Ming Jingshan. It shouldn't matter whether we go to the Purple Heaven Dojo or not." "Ming Jingshan? You've become apprentices to Ming Jingshan?" The clubmaster's face finally revealed a shocked expression. Ming Jingshan's name. Of course, he knew about it. In the 10,000 tribe battlefield, there were only a few Array Masters, and Ming Jingshan's name was extremely well known. Originally, the club master had painstakingly searched for a place to study in the Purple Heaven Dojo because the Array Faction Dojo did not have a way to become an Array Master, so he wanted to let his disciples study there. However, the two of them becoming apprentices to Ming Jingshan was completely out of his expectations. Zhonghua nodded and said, "Ming Jingshan posted a notice publicly accepting disciples. Zhuangyang and I both paid 1,000 merit points and passed the test to become apprentices. Although the Purple Heaven Dojo is now famous, in the eyes of the disciples, it is a dragon crossing the river. I'm afraid that many forces are dissatisfied with the Purple Heaven Dojo. If we go to the Purple Heaven Dojo to study, we may be implicated. At that time, it will be a big problem." Regarding the situation, Zhonghua was also very clear about it. The Purple Heaven Dojo was very strong, but its actions were too ostentatious. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Although the Purple Heaven Dojo's strength could be considered as a towering tree, it might not be able to withstand that gust of wind. In the face of such a situation, the Array Faction Dojo was not an ant, but it definitely did not have much ability to protect itself. If they really wanted to get involved, there was a high probability that they would have to rely on luck. Hearing this, the club master also fell silent. He was considering the gains and losses of sending people to the Purple Heaven Dojo. Originally, the Array Faction Dojo could only bear this risk to find a chance to become an Array Master. However, now that Zhonghua and Zhuangyang had become apprentices to Ming Jingshan, they had a chance to become an Array Master in the future. In this way, whether they still wanted to be involved with the Purple Heaven Dojo was a question worth pondering. A moment later, the club master sighed and said, "Let's put aside the matter of the Purple Heaven Dojo. The probability of your talent breaking through to the Array Master realm is very high, but it is still very small to say that you will break through to the second or even the third realm. It's better to focus on Ming Jingshan." After saying this, he changed the topic and said, "How much time is left until the announcement ends? Is it too late for me to go over from the Phone Clan?" An Array Master was openly accepting disciples. The club master would not let go of this opportunity. He did not want to become Ming Jingshan's disciple. However, as long as he received guidance from the other party, he might be able to find a chance to break through. He had been in the Array Master realm for too long. At this time, As long as there was a glimmer of a chance to break through, he would not let go of it. Openly accepting disciples. After receiving the news, Qin Shujian instinctively frowned. He did not expect this. At this time, Ming Jingshan dared to accept players as disciples and openly teach them array techniques. But soon, Qin Shujian's tightly knitted brows relaxed again. If they wanted to accept disciples, then so be it. Anyway, the suppression of the players by the Chenyuan sacred ground was now slightly relaxed. The main reason was the exchange of merit points. It was destined that some players would get superior techniques. For this, Qin Shujian also turned a blind eye. The strongest players are still in the spirit martial realm. There are no players in the god martial realm. My strength has reached the peak of the lower 3 levels of true immortal. If there are really players who cause trouble, the red lotus of purgation is enough to wipe them out. Even if all the players now advance to the god martial realm and then cultivate a powerful army, they will not be able to compete with me. When I break through to the true immortal realm, even if all the players advance to the celestial realm, they will be just ants that I can destroy with a flip of my hand. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian's heart also relaxed. For the players, he had always been afraid of them. So, Qin Shujian would subtly suppress the strength of the players until he reached a higher level. Then he would slowly remove this part of the restrictions. With his current strength, whether it was the spirit martial realm or the god martial realm, they were all ants that he could destroy with a wave of his hand. In that case, the growth of the player's strength was not a big problem. Because in Qin Shujian's view, as long as he could suppress it, it didn't matter how much you improved. But if he couldn't suppress it, then he would take action in advance and suppress this trend. At this time, in the courtyard, in addition to Qin Shujian sitting there was also the Godslayer in human form, looking at Zhu Bing in front of him. Qin Shujian asked, if the ancestral weapon can kill the undying and indestructible demons, then can it kill the undying and indestructible variant humans? The sudden question. It made the Godslayer's expression startled. Immediately, he came back to his senses. It should be possible. The power of faith transcends everything. Since the immortal evil demons can be killed, then the immortal mutants can also be killed. Although the Godslayer had never killed a player, in his view, the principle should be similar. In any case, they were all immortal and indestructible. Then they could all be killed. As soon as he finished, the Godslayer laughed. Why don't you catch a few players and test it out? When the time comes, we'll know if they can be resurrected or not. Let's talk about it when we have the chance. Qin Shujian picked up the teacup and drank all the spirit tea inside. Following that, he got up and moved his body that had been sitting for a long time. During this period of time, Qin Shujian was too lazy to walk in the long river of rules anymore. Not to mention that there was no progress every time, he was even beaten out by the long river of rules and suffered heavy injuries for no reason. This kind of thankless thing. He planned to rest for a while before doing it. The human race is too peaceful. Walking to the side of the courtyard, Qin Shujian looked at the scenery outside with his hands behind his back. The human race was too peaceful. It was so peaceful that there were no waves. Because all the turmoil was happening in the 10,000 tribes battlefield, there naturally wouldn't be any problems on the human side. However, Qin Shujian was not used to it. In the past, every time he broke through, something would happen, and then he would be able to show off his skills. After this breakthrough, everything was calm. This feeling was like walking in the night, making Qin Shujian feel uncomfortable all over. How about I go to the demon clan now and beat up the demon emperor? For no reason. A thought emerged in Qin Shujian's mind. Soon after, he disappeared. If he went to provoke them for no reason, the other true immortals would probably go crazy. Just as Qin Shujian was secretly sighing. Demon clan secret realm. However, something unusual was happening. The originally clear sky was now replaced by a faint darkness. An indescribable shadow loomed over the hearts of all the demons. That feeling. It made these demon clan feel as if they couldn't breathe properly, and they couldn't even completely calm down to cultivate. Dragon's territory. What exactly is the Emperor doing? Why would there be such a huge change in our clan's secret realm? The Flood Dragon Saint's expression was extremely solemn. He looked at the darkness in the sky as if it was the end of the world. An ominous premonition welled up in his heart. No matter what he did, there was no way to dispel it. An elder of the dragons said, "Could it be that even the Flood Dragon Saint doesn't know what the Emperor is doing? Such a change in the demon clan's secret realm. The leader could only be the demon emperor. Except for the demon emperor. The other demon clans didn't have such ability. Moreover, if it was caused by other demon clans, the demon emperor would have noticed it long ago. But from the beginning to the end, the fact that the demon emperor didn't appear was enough to explain everything." The Flood Dragon Saint shook his head. "The emperor is cultivating in seclusion. He seems to be comprehending a powerful technique, but I have never heard of a technique that can bring about such a change. Now that the Heavenly Demon Temple has become a forbidden area, no one can enter. Sigh, I only hope that there won't be any major changes." The current demon clan. They were no longer the demon clan of the past. The fall of a large number of demon saints affected the status of the demon clan. Indirectly, the demon clan, which was originally stable internally, gradually became unstable at this time. It was very simple. The strength of the various clans was greatly reduced, and some small clans among the demon clans wanted to take this opportunity to rise up. There was no way to avoid such disputes in history. After all, although the demon clan was a whole, it was also formed by countless clans. Every clan wasn't really united. Now, the Flood Dragon Saint could only pray that there wouldn't be any major trouble. Because the demon clan could no longer afford to be in chaos. Beside the dragon transformation pool, the Heavenly Demon Temple, which was originally in the blood pool, had turned into a large hall. At this moment, the door of the hall was tightly shut, and only wisps of dark aura leaked out. Inside the hall, a true dragon that was hundreds of thousands of feet long was lying there, and with every breath, a strong wind surged. If there were any demon clans here, they would find out. The original demon emperor's appearance had changed drastically. The pale golden scales seemed to have been dyed by darkness, and the color had disappeared, replaced by a faint black color. Looking from afar, it was as if the one here wasn't the demon emperor, but some kind of evil existence. All of a sudden, the demon emperor's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Endless darkness emerged from within, and in an instant, it was as if the entire demon clan's mystic realm had become darker. The demon emperor's eyes at this moment. They were completely filled with darkness. But not long after, the darkness retreated, and a faint golden color emerged from within. At the same time, the demon emperor's calm face was also distorted and struggling. Not long after, the faint golden color faded and was tainted by darkness again. But after a while, the darkness gradually disappeared and was replaced by a faint golden color. Just like that. The faint golden color and the dark color seemed to be competing for something. As one side wavered, the other side wavered, constantly changing. "Give up, your struggle is useless." A ghostly voice sounded in the Heavenly Demon Temple. Immediately, the power of darkness surged. The original faint golden color was completely suppressed at this moment. Roar. A tragic and desperate dragon roar rushed out of the Heavenly Demon Temple's seal and echoed in the demon clan's mystic realm. In an instant, a sense of sadness emerged in the hearts of all the demon clans. In this dragon roar, they seemed to have lost something important. That feeling of emptiness and uncontrollable sadness made the expressions of all the demon clans change drastically. Not good. Something happened to the demon emperor. Flood Dragon Saint's heart trembled wildly, and without thinking, he flew towards the Heavenly Demon Temple. That dragon roar. He felt endless despair, and the emotions that were surging in his heart now. It was all a sign that something had definitely happened to the demon emperor. In the Heavenly Demon Temple, the demon emperor had already gotten up from the ground, and his tens of thousands of feet-long dragon body was completely tainted by darkness, and there was no longer any trace of the former demon emperor. There was only endless darkness. Immediately, a strange smile appeared at the corner of the Demon Emperor's mouth. Qin Kang, I'm back. P.S. There is a fan title activity in the comment section to vote for monthly votes. If you are interested, you can participate. The last thing is to ask for monthly votes. Chapter 695. I wonder if the world still remembers the existence of me, Barkle. The eyes of the Demon Emperor, also known as Barkle, were completely filled with darkness. Too much time had passed. It had been so long that he had almost forgotten how many years had passed. Qin Kang, more than 1,000,000 years have passed. You have turned into a skeleton, but I am still immortal. This time, I am coming to the Great Thousand World. Who in the world can stop me? Barkle revealed a cold smile. As for Qin Kang, there was still endless killing intent surging in his heart. If not for his amazing life-saving means in the past and the fact that the Heavenly Demon Temple had been seriously damaged, he would not have been able to be reborn. However, although Barkle wanted to kill Qin Kang, there was also a deep fear in his heart. He had to admit, Qin Kang was the most powerful being he had encountered in his life as a Demon Emperor. That kind of strength. It was completely beyond his understanding. But it doesn't matter. This time, I will not only return to my peak, but also break through to the supreme holy demon realm. The origin of the Great Thousand World will still be mine. Barkle laughed heartily. So what if his strength was shocking? In the end, he did not live as long as him. He now understood that nothing was more important than living a long life. Immediately, the dark true dragon transformed, instantly turning into a middle-aged man dressed in black. His face was covered with black fog, and sometimes it evolved into all living beings. The body of a true dragon that has become an immortal has a good foundation. After a good transformation, he may be able to break through my original shackles. And his strength is just right. Otherwise, when he rises a few more realms, it will not be so easy to take over his body. Barkle shook his head. As for the Demon Emperor, there was only disdain in his heart. A failure and a weakling who only knew how to be angry was not worthy of sympathy or pity. Or rather, in Barkle's eyes, any failure and weakling did not need to exist. Immediately, Barkle thought of Emperor Qin and Emperor Zhao again, and the darkness in his eyes deepened. Compared to the body of a true dragon, I want the bodies of those two humans. Their foundation is so powerful. If I can swallow them, my strength will definitely be more powerful. At this time, outside the Heavenly Demon Temple, the voice of Saint Zhao sounded. May I ask my emperor what happened? Come in. A faint smile appeared on Barkle's face. Outside the Heavenly Demon Temple, the tightly shut door of the palace suddenly opened. Flood Dragon Saint, who was standing in front of the door, raised his head and looked into the hall. However, all he saw was darkness. Immediately, a bad premonition emerged from the bottom of his heart. The footsteps of those who wanted to enter the Heavenly Demon Temple also stopped. Why aren't you coming in? A familiar voice came from the Heavenly Demon Temple. Hearing this, the Flood Dragon Saint cupped his hands and said, The Heavenly Demon Temple is the king's forbidden place. I wouldn't dare to enter so easily. I only came to take a look because I heard about the changes. Since the king is fine, I am relieved. With that, he planned to fly away. Standing in front of the Heavenly Demon Temple, Flood Dragon Saint felt a chill run down his spine. This feeling made him not dare to stay any longer. Just as Flood Dragon Sage rose into the air, the darkness in the Heavenly Demon Temple churned. Countless black threads flew out. Since you're here, don't leave so easily. Barkle smiled strangely. The terror in Flood Dragon Saint's heart intensified. When he turned around, he saw countless black threads flying toward him. Seeing this, his face was full of shock. He hurriedly revealed his Flood Dragon true body and wanted to escape. However, Flood Dragon Saint was fast, but the black threads were even faster. Not long after, a Flood Dragon was tied up by the black threads. Without waiting for him to make a sound, he was directly pulled into the heavenly demon temple. In an instant, the door of the heavenly demon temple closed. Waves of inaudible dragon roars came from inside. It was as if something was struggling. But not long after, the heavenly demon temple calmed down. The taste is not bad, but the realm is a little low. If it reaches the perfected immortal realm, it will be even more delicious. Barkle licked his lips. The look in his eyes became even more strange. Then, the door of the heavenly demon temple opened. Barkle walked out from inside. At this moment, the sky of the demon race's mystic realm had completely darkened. The experts among the dragons also sensed that something was wrong. What's going on? Why hasn't Flood Dragon Saint returned after so long? First, the Demon Emperor's dragon roar sounded. Now, Flood Dragon Saint is missing. Could it be that the demon race is really going to face a great calamity? Don't be so pessimistic. Perhaps Lord Flood Dragon Saint is talking to the Demon Emperor in the Heavenly Demon Temple. The elders of the Jiao Dragon tribe were all looking gloomy and uncertain. Flood Dragon Saint left. More than half a day had passed. But until now, they had not seen him return. Coupled with the phenomenon in the demon race's mystic realm, it was inevitable that they would think too much. However, the demon race's mystic realm was stable and there were no external enemies invading. It was impossible for anything to happen. At this moment, the sky of the demon race darkened. The mighty figures of the various clans were all alarmed. Originally, they planned to wait and see. At this moment, the palpitations in their hearts made it impossible for them to remain calm. They saw these experts flying in the air. They were all heading in the direction of the heavenly demon temple. Everything at the moment. The problem was with the demon emperor. As long as they went to the heavenly demon temple, they would get the answer. Even after several battles, there were much fewer mighty figures than in their heyday. But in fact, there were many mighty figures left behind. Not long after, 7 mighty figures flew in the air and arrived in front of the heavenly demon temple. At this moment, the heavenly demon temple's door opened. Barkle, who seemed to be in the darkness, was already standing outside the heavenly demon temple. "Who are you?" Looking at Barkle in front of him, Tian Hong was shocked. With his strength, he was completely aware of the person in front of him. The other party's face seemed to be changing every moment. It was impossible to see his exact appearance. Tian Hong was not the only one who was shocked. Even the other 6 demon saints were shocked. "Where is my emperor? Who are you? How dare you trespass into our demon race's mystic realm?" Many demon saints scolded coldly. But no one made a move easily. To be able to live until now and have such strength, none of the demon saints were fools. The situation in front of them was too strange. Before fully understanding the situation, no one dared to act rashly. Hearing this, Barkle smiled slightly. "I am your emperor." "No, you shouldn't call me Demon Emperor. You should call me Demon Emperor." Demon Emperor. Hearing this voice, the demon saints were both shocked and confused. Regarding the Demon Emperor's voice, how could they not be familiar with it? The person in front of them. His voice was almost exactly the same as the Demon Emperor's. However, Tian Hong immediately woke up and looked coldly at Barkle. He shouted in a low voice, "Ridiculous. Our demon race has never had a Demon Emperor. How dare you impersonate the Demon Emperor? You're courting death. There wasn't one in the past, but it doesn't mean there isn't one now." Barkle shook his head slightly. "From today onwards, I am the Demon Emperor of the demon race. Under my leadership, the demon race will completely dominate the entire world." While speaking, Barkle slowly stretched out his hand. A terrifying power emerged from it. "As my first batch of trusted aides, I will bestow upon you supreme power." As soon as he finished, the power of darkness spread out like a black shadow. Seeing this scene, the pupils of Tian Hong and the other demon saints shrank violently. Extraterritorial demon. They couldn't be more familiar with the black shadow. There was once an extraterritorial demon who broke into the demon race's mystic realm. That shadow was no different from the method in front of them. At this moment, the reaction of all the demon saints was not to attack, but to turn around and flee. Barkle's appearance. It was equivalent to saying that something had happened to the demon emperor. Even if he didn't die, he definitely wouldn't have a good time. Or else, the demon emperor wouldn't have not appeared until now. One had to know that. The demon emperor was a true immortal level expert. Even such an expert had fallen in the hands of the extraterritorial demon. What could they, a few celestial beings, do? Fighting without permission. It was definitely a dead end. So, the few demon saints left without hesitation. They had to spread the news and then let the emperors of the various clans take action to kill this extraterritorial demon. In this way, the demon race would be saved. The void shattered. The few demon saints directly escaped into the void. Barkle revealed a faint smile on his face. Looking at the few people escaping, the dark domain instantly spread out. In an instant, the entire demon race's mystic realm fell into endless darkness. Tian Hong only felt darkness in front of his eyes. When he looked up at the sky again, he only saw the darkness spreading. It didn't take long for it to cover him. No, he let out an unwilling roar. He wanted to break the darkness with all his might. However, the power that was enough to shatter the void couldn't shake the darkness at all. In the next moment, a large number of black threads spread out from the darkness and easily wrapped around Tian Hong. Then, he was dragged into the depths of the darkness. As the darkness spread, the entire demon race's mystic realm fell into a dead silence. Just as Barkle opened the dark domain. Eastern continent. Qianyuan realm. Immortal Lord, I seem to have sensed some familiar aura. In the sea of consciousness, the sky-breaking halberd's voice sounded. Xiao Chengfeng's hand that was holding the chess piece paused for a moment. Then, it landed on the chessboard. What familiar aura? It's been too long. I can't remember. Give me some time to think carefully. The sky-breaking halberd said in a deep voice. He had existed for countless years. The things he had experienced were also immeasurable. There was something important. As long as he had experienced it, he would feel a sense of familiarity. As for what it was specifically, he needed to recall it carefully. Hearing that, Xiao Chengfeng didn't ask further. However, his calm expression gradually became solemn at this moment. The sky-breaking halberd was Zhu Bing. For the sky-breaking halberd to remember and sense a familiar aura, it was definitely not that simple. Could it be that other true immortals reincarnated and recultivated besides me and awakened their innate wisdom at this time? This was the first thing that came to Xiao Chengfeng's mind. It wasn't impossible. There were so many ancient true immortals. It wouldn't be strange if someone didn't die completely. However, this was only one of the possibilities. It could also be that some ancient treasure had appeared and made the sky-breaking halberd recall something. Xiao Chengfeng's mind was filled with thoughts. However, he didn't disturb him. Instead, he allowed him to recall carefully. In front of him, there were already many chess pieces on the chessboard. Xiao Chengfeng was the only one playing chess. He was playing chess with himself. This kind of thing. Xiao Chengfeng often did this in his previous life. Because there weren't many people who were qualified to play chess with him. Most of the time, he played chess by himself. This added a lot of fun. Of course. Most of the time, Xiao Chengfeng played chess to calm his mind and also to cultivate. Half a day later, the sky-breaking halberd suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. Why are you so surprised? What did you remember?" Xiao Chengfeng frowned slightly. He seemed to be a little unhappy with the sky-breaking halberd's noisy behavior. However, he wanted to know more. What could make the sky-breaking halberd lose its composure like this? The sky-breaking halberd said, "Do you still remember the immortal monarch? That time when the ancient emperor was devoured by the void demons, the emperor of heaven was furious and personally led many experts to attack the void demons." "Of course I remember." Xiao Chengfeng nodded slightly. "That battle. It was the most intense battle in the ancient times other than the Great Tribulation of the Demon Abyss. The nefarious fiend clan of the Void had countless clansmen. Among them, there were several demon emperors of the upper 3 grades of true immortals. There were also many demon emperors of the middle 3 grades and demon kings of the lower 3 grades. That battle. It was considered an official battle of the heavenly court. When the battle started, it even attracted the void beasts to join the battle. They then charged in and started a massacre. Xiao Chengfeng said, "That battle happened more than 1,000,000 years ago. What's wrong? Could it be that the true immortals who died in that battle have reincarnated at this time? Not true immortals, but void demons." Void demons. Hearing these words, Xiao Chengfeng's eyes suddenly turned cold. "You're saying that a void demon has been reborn in this world?" He had thought about the reincarnation of a true immortal. He had also thought about the birth of a treasure. However, he had never thought that this matter would be related to the void demons. The sky-breaking halberd's voice was solemn. "It's not just a normal void demon. That aura reminded me of Demon Emperor Baka." Demon Emperor Baka. Boom. A powerful aura rose from Xiao Chengfeng's body. The surrounding void hummed faintly. Soon, the aura that spread out was retracted. However, his face had already turned gloomy. Demon Emperor Baka. The reborn Demon Emperor Baka. The sky-breaking halberd's words were completely out of Xiao Chengfeng's expectations. "Are you sure it's Baka?" "Most likely. I once returned a blow to him, but I remember clearly that the aura did come from Baka," the sky-breaking halberd said with certainty. Then, he changed the topic and continued, "Although the aura is Baka, it might not be Baka's rebirth. Perhaps someone has obtained something left behind by Baka." That might not be the case. After all, Baka was killed by the Emperor of Heaven in the past. How could he possibly have a chance to be reborn? Regarding this, Xiao Chengfeng's solemn expression did not ease at all. Baka was very powerful. In the Void Demon clan, there were a total of 2 level 9 immortals. One of them was him. Just as you said, Baka was killed by the Emperor of Heaven. Normally, there would be no chance for him to be reborn. However, you detected his aura in the world. This means that Baka must have left a backup plan. At this time, the backup plan was activated. Perhaps he has truly been reborn in this world. Xiao Chengfeng was very clear. Existences like the Demon Emperor would either die completely and leave no trace behind. As long as there was something left behind, there was a high probability that it was a backup plan. Because in terms of difficulty, the Void Demons were not much worse than the demons of the Demon Abyss, except that they could not be immortal. Thinking of this, Xiao Chengfeng took a deep breath. Baka may have been reborn, or it may have been taken over. But no matter which one it is, it proves that he already exists in this world. The Void Demon clan has always had their eyes on the vast 1,000 domains. They want to devour the origin of the vast 1,000 domains and break through to the legendary sacred demon realm. It is only because of the obstruction of the world barrier that the Void Demons have no way to attack the world. The world barrier was strong. There was almost no possibility of breaking it from the outside. However, if they attacked from the inside, breaking the world barrier would not be a difficult task. At least, for a demon emperor. It would not be difficult. Xiao Chengfeng said, "If Baka breaks the world barrier and leads the Void Demon clan over, this world will not be able to hold out until the Demon Abyss arrives. It will completely fall." The world was too weak now. It was so weak that a true immortal had just been born. Even someone as strong as Emperor Zhao. His strength was only at the level of a true immortal. Inside the Void Demon clan, there were demon emperors in the upper 3 levels, demon emperors in the middle 3 levels, and demon kings in the lower 3 levels. If they really attacked with all their strength, with their current strength, there was no possibility of resisting. Unless the depths of the Dead Sea region and the Heavenly Abyss attacked to solve this crisis. But in Xiao Chengfeng's opinion, those 2 places were powerful sealed places. Not to mention whether the experts in those 2 places were willing to help the human race. Even if they were willing, they would not be able to walk out. All these thoughts flashed through his mind. Xiao Chengfeng finally sighed. Now we are really in big trouble. Ever since he awakened his innate wisdom, it was the first time he felt so much pressure in his heart. Because from the perspective of his previous life, the so-called experts in the 4 continents were no different from toddlers who had just learned to walk. Even if his strength had not fully recovered, Xiao Chengfeng was still looking at it with a lofty attitude. But it was different now. Baka's strength was not much different from his previous life. Facing such an existence of the same level, it was hard for Xiao Chengfeng not to treat it seriously, especially when his strength had not fully recovered. My strength has not recovered, and so should Baka's strength. The biggest threat now is not Baka himself, but the Void Demon clan that Baka might open the heaven and earth barrier. Once the Void Demon clan descends, it will be the end of the world. Suddenly, Xiao Chengfeng stood up from his seat and then walked towards Yuanzhong. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian also looked towards the Xiao family. The aura that Xiao Chengfeng leaked out in an instant just now caught his attention. What happened? Doubts flashed through Qin Shujian's mind. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Chengfeng would not lose his composure like that. Not long after, in his perception, he sensed Xiao Chengfeng's arrival. The void vibrated slightly. A person walked out from inside. Brother Xiao, why did you suddenly come over? What happened? Looking at the solemn Xiao Chengfeng in front of him, Qin Shujian's heart also became inexplicably solemn. They had known each other for so long. It was the first time he had seen such an expression. After sitting down in front of Qin Shujian, Xiao Chengfeng said, Baka was reborn in the heaven and earth barrier. Who? Qin Shujian was stunned. He had never heard of Baka before. What kind of demons and ghosts were they? Looking at Xiao Chengfeng's solemn expression, he was most likely an incredible expert. Demon Emperor Baka, the one who devoured the emperor of the small clans in the ancient times and was finally killed by the Emperor of Heaven. Xiao Chengfeng added. Hearing that, Qin Shujian's expression immediately changed. Brother Xiao, you're saying that the demon emperor who was killed by the Emperor of Heaven in the ancient times has been reborn? Demon Emperor, a true immortal of the upper 3 grade. More importantly, the demon emperor's rebirth meant that the other party might be able to open the heaven and earth barrier. When the time came, he would bring the void demons over and everyone would die together. In less than 2 breaths, Qin Shujian had already figured out the pros and cons involved. He also finally understood the reason why the other party's expression was so solemn. Xiao Chengfeng said, the sky-breaking halberd sensed the presence of Baka, he should have successfully reincarnated, or he was reborn. Either way, it's about the same. Emperor Qin also knew what kind of hidden dangers a demon emperor's rebirth would bring. If it was just Baka, it would be fine. He had just been reborn, and his strength would not have recovered too much. With the current strength of the clans, it is still possible to kill him. But if Baka breaks the heaven and earth barrier and opens the way for the void demons, then it would be really troublesome. Subsequently, Xiao Chengfeng added, a few days ago, Mo Xiaoluo attacked me in the past. His strength should have reached the peak of the demon emperor level, corresponding to the 9th level immortal of the vast 1,000 domains. In other words, there are at least 2 living top demon emperors comparable to the 9th level immortal in the void demons. Plus Baka, who was once a top demon emperor and now reincarnated, this strength is really terrifying. Not to mention, there are still a few demon emperors below the top demon emperors in the void demons. There was no need to say more. With the current situation of the 4 major continents, any one of the demon emperors was enough to sweep the heavens and earth apart from the Dead Sea region and the heavenly abyss. Qin Shujian's heart was heavy. He looked at Xiao Chengfeng and asked in a low voice, where is Baka reborn? We must suppress or kill him before he opens the heaven and earth barrier. Otherwise, when the heaven and earth barrier is opened, everyone can only wait for death. After breaking through to the 9th level of the celestial being, Qin Shujian was indeed a little arrogant, and he also hoped that something would happen. But he absolutely did not want such a big thing to happen. because the difficulty of this matter was already beyond his scope. With his own strength, Qin Shujian felt that fighting a 4th-level immortal was already difficult enough. If there really was a demon emperor of the upper 3 levels, then there was no need to fight. He could just stretch out his neck and wait for death. So, if he wanted to avoid this crisis, then he had to get it done once and for all. In Qin Shujian's heart, Baka was already on the kill list. On the other side, Xiao Chengfeng shook his head and said, the sky-breaking halberd can only detect Baka's aura in the heaven and earth barrier. But to accurately know which direction, there is no way. We're in big trouble. Hearing this, Qin Shujian sighed deeply. The 4 major continents were so big. There were more than billions of living beings. If Baka really wanted to hide, there was no way for others to find him. This way, wanting to kill him would be even more of a joke. It was as if he had seen through Qin Shujian's thoughts. Xiao Chengfeng pondered for a moment and said, in my opinion, since Baka left a backup plan since ancient times, but only used it now, it is very likely that he is waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity suitable for his rebirth. And as a demon emperor, the place where he was reborn is definitely not ordinary. If you really want to find it, there may be some traces. On the contrary, if Baka was not simply reborn, but was reborn through possession, then it proves that he has been waiting for an opportunity to find a suitable carrier. To be able to be the carrier of a demon emperor, this person's strength is definitely extraordinary, or his roots are extremely deep. But no matter which, such a person's status in the various races is definitely not low. If we start from the various races, there is a very high chance that we can find him. Xiao Chengfeng calmly analyzed. He knew very well that for a strong person like Baka, it was fine if he did not make a move, but once he made a move, it would definitely not be an ordinary method. Even if it was a carrier for possession and rebirth, it was definitely not an ordinary living being or cultivator. To be able to catch the eye of such a strong person, one must have a deep foundation or extremely strong strength. Qin Shujian said, even if we really find the place where Baka was reborn, or if he possessed someone, we may not be able to take him down. If he retracted his aura, hid in any place in the 4 major continents, waited for an opportunity to recover his strength, and then broke through the heaven and earth barrier, we would not be able to detect him at all. Qin Shujian put himself in Baka's shoes and thought. If he was Baka, if he was not strong enough, he would definitely find a place to hide, and wait until he was strong enough to come out and cause trouble. Similarly, if he was strong enough and confident that he could rival the world, then there would be no need to hide. But no matter which possibility it was, in Qin Shujian's opinion, it was enough to give him a headache. Hearing that, Xiao Chengfeng shook his head and said, that's impossible. As the demon emperor, Baka is proud and arrogant. He would never do such a thing. So as long as we start from the 2 directions just now, it will definitely not be a problem to find him. This was the pride of the demon emperor. Xiao Chengfeng had dealt with Baka many times, so he knew a lot about this demon emperor. It was also because of this understanding. He knew how powerful Baka was. Since Brother Xiao is so sure, Benhuang naturally believes it. Qin Shujian nodded slightly, then said, this is no small matter. Benhuang also needs to discuss with Emperor Zhao. Discuss with Emperor Zhao. That was only the first step. If they really wanted to find Baka's existence, they would definitely need the combined efforts of all races. Otherwise, it would be impossible to succeed with just the human clan alone. Unless, if Baka was in the East Continent, that would be another matter. Xiao Chengfeng said in a low voice, we must hurry up with this matter. Every 15 minutes we delay, Baka's strength may become stronger because the void demons mainly devour the laws of heaven and earth. But the laws of heaven and earth are also a kind of tonic for them. Any void demon that enters heaven and earth may have a significant increase in strength. Because the vast 1,000 domains are a holy land for cultivation for the void demons. This is also one of the reasons why the void demons have always wanted to enter this place. Benhuang understands. Qin Shujian got up and disappeared in the next moment. Watching him leave, Xiao Chengfeng's expression was still solemn. I originally wanted to polish for a month or two before breaking through, but now it seems that I still need to hurry up and recover. His foundation was almost polished. 1 or 2 months more or less, it did not matter much. It was just that the human clan situation was good, so Xiao Chengfeng was not in a hurry to break through. But it was different now. Baka's rebirth gave him a sense of urgency. Their qi was connected. In an instant, Xiao Chengfeng's body shook slightly, and the aura on his body became stronger. At this moment, his realm had broken through from celestial being level 7 to celestial being level 8. However, in Xiao Chengfeng's opinion, celestial being level 8 was still far from enough. If he wanted to, he could continue to break through now. However, Xiao Chengfeng suppressed this impulse. Breaking through now will cause the foundation to be unstable. Let's wait for a while and break through again after polishing for a while. That's the best way to do it. Baka was a hidden danger. But Xiao Chengfeng was even more clear about the purpose of his recultivation this time. If it was for a reincarnated Baka, it would be a real loss if he destroyed his hopes of breaking through the precepts. Moreover, unless he became an immortal on the spot. Otherwise, even if he broke through to the celestial being limit, he might not be able to do much. On the other side, when Xiao Chengfeng broke through, the heaven list shook slightly. Qin Shujian's footsteps paused for a moment, then he took out the heaven list. In an instant, he saw where the change in the heaven list came from. Name, Xiao Chengfeng race, human age, 873 realm, celestial being level 8 combat strength, 140,000 talent assessment, excellent. Xiao Chengfeng broke through. Qin Shujian's eyes lit up. Level 8 celestial being. Combat strength 140,000. It looked like there was a big difference compared to his level 8 celestial being combat strength of 200,000. But there was one thing to know. Level 8 celestial being had 140,000 combat strength. In addition to his previous life's Haotsang immortal techniques, coupled with the skybreaking halberd, he already had the ability to kill an immortal. And it was the kind that could really kill an immortal. In order to break through the precepts, I forged a supreme foundation. Qin Shujian thought of what Xiao Chengfeng had said. The other party could be so strong. It was because he was forging a supreme foundation. But it was obvious. Xiao Chengfeng's foundation was still a distance away from his. If Xiao Chengfeng was forging a foundation to prepare for breaking through the precepts in the future, then with the foundation I'm forging now, wouldn't it be easier for me to break through the precepts in the future? Qin Shujian glanced at the heaven list again before putting it back into his sea of consciousness. Now was not the time to think so much. The problem of the foundation. He could slowly talk about it when he had time in the future. The most important thing right now was to meet with Zhao Emperor first. He took a step forward. The mountains shifted. Zhongzhou Prefecture appeared under his feet. Another step forward. Qin Shujian had already entered the palace. Emperor Zhao had sensed his arrival as soon as he arrived. When he looked sideways, Qin Shujian had already appeared in front of him. Emperor Qin's strength has improved again. Emperor Zhao smiled faintly. However, in the depths of his heart, he was shocked. He had improved again. It had only been a short while. He even suspected that if the other party continued to break through, he would no longer be his opponent. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn, and he went straight to the point. Xiao Chengfeng told Ben Huang that the demonic void lord, Barkle, has been reborn. If Barkle opens the barrier of heaven and earth, the demonic void clan will officially attack. When that time comes, the 4 continents will definitely be destroyed. We need to suppress Barkle before he breaks the barrier of heaven and earth. The demonic void lord, Barkle. The faint smile on Emperor Zhao's face disappeared, and his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. He did not ask if the news was true. Instead, he was seriously thinking about the hidden dangers of this matter and how to solve it. Barkle died in the hands of the Emperor of Heaven. If he can be reborn in heaven and earth, it's very likely that the backup plan he left behind is on the powerhouses who fought in the outer realm. Unfortunately, there were many powerhouses who participated in the battle back then. It's not easy to follow the clues. The only thing we can do now is to gather the emperors of the 10,000 races and search together. Emperor Zhao said in a low voice. That was the only solution at the moment. Qin Shujian said, Benhuang came here for the same reason. The demonic void clan's problem is not only a problem for the human clan, but also a problem for the entire heaven and earth. It's urgent to gather all the emperors. Benhuang can do that. I hope Emperor Zhao can stay in the eastern continent and keep an eye on the human clan. If Barkle is reborn in the human clan, you must kill him. At this moment, the endless darkness in the demon clan's secret realm had faded a lot. However, the sky was no longer as clear as before. Instead, it was oppressive and dark. Besides that, the demon clan's secret realm was also filled with a deathly silence. There were clearly many demons moving around inside, but they did not make the slightest sound. Every demon had a faint smile on their faces. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see a trace of stiffness. Inside the heavenly demon temple, Barkle sat on the throne of the former demon emperor. Below him were Tian Hong and the other demon saints. Unlike the demons outside, these demon saints' eyes had been replaced by black. However, the expressions on their faces were also stiff with faint smiles. Only when facing Barkle. Only when Tian Hong and the other demon saints had a fanatical expression on their faces. That feeling. It was as if they were facing a supreme existence. Barkle said, the killing in heaven and earth is still too thin. Pass down my order. Let the demons in the 10,000 races battlefield kill to their heart's content. Don't have any scruples. Yes, Demon Emperor. P.S. I beg for monthly votes. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.